Chapter 111. The effect of his words was immediate. A pause followed, almost as if everyone was holding their breath. Wang Fu and the two other cultivators stood frozen, their faces painted with shock. It would have been almost funny to anyone who knew the truth, that Chen Ren's so-called Vault Guardian act was nothing more than smoke and mirrors. But he kept his face calm, playing his role without a hint of hesitation. The real secret to his success, he knew, wasn't just his acting. It was Yalen, quietly in his robes. The three cultivators in front of him shifted uncomfortably. Chen Ren could see it clearly, the way their shoulders tightened, the way their fingers twitched near their weapons. If not for their leader, Wang Fu, he was certain the other two would have already bolted. Their faces grew paler with each passing second. The fear of facing a meridian expansion realm, cultivators sinking deep into their bones. Chen Ren allowed the moment to stretch, then spoke again. For your insolence in trying to flood this place, Fukyu of Void Blade Sect would make sure you all drown under the crushing pressure of water. You would not even have time to take a final breath. Your bodies would be left floating, a warning left by the wrath of Void Blade Sect. For a heartbeat, the only sound was the faint rustling of the wind. Then Wang Fu laughed, a short, sharp, rich sound. Void Blade Sect is dead, he said. Our sect destroyed it, flattened it to the ground. Nothing of that name exists anymore. You are protecting the legacy of a graveyard, nothing more. He tilted his chin up. Give up the act. Surrender the vault, and our sect will be merciful. We might even spare your life. For a second, Chen Ren blinked, taken aback. Not because of the stock of Wang Fu's words, that was no latest information, but because of the sheer arrogance dripping from him. The man was clearly no match for the level of power Chen Ren was pretending to have. And yet, here he was, speaking with the confidence of someone who believed he held all the cards. It was almost amusing. Almost. Was it because he was confident in his sect's backing, or was it something else? Was the man simply hiding his true strength under that easy arrogance? Despite the question swirling in his mind, Chen Ren didn't let a hint of doubt show on his face. Instead, he forced a pained expression, as if Wang Fu's words had struck a nerve. Is that true? He asked in a low voice, sounding almost wounded. One of the other cultivators, gathering courage from their leader's boldness, quickly added, It is, but if you open the sect vault for us, we'll reward you. We'll grant you an elder position in Blazing Ember Sect. You're wasting your life here, guarding a legacy that no longer exists. Chen Ren narrowed his eyes slightly, hiding his amusement. Again, that strange, misplaced confidence. Even if two of them looked like they were ready to bolt at the first sign of a fight, they were still pushing forward, betting on the idea that loyalty to a dead sect wouldn't hold. Or maybe they knew something he didn't. Either way, he held the act firmly, letting his anger show. No, letting it boil. A growl rumbled from his throat as he straightened his back and glared at them. Then, Chen Ren said, it is prudent that I kill all of you here, and then take revenge against your sect for what you did to mine. Before the words had even finished echoing across the hall, Yalen gave a tiny signal through mind. The message was sent to Anji. A few heartbeats later, a deep, grinding noise filled the air. It was the sound of old gears heavy with rust, protesting against the passage of years finally turning once again. For a breath, Chen Ren worried the old trap might fail completely. But in truth, he didn't need it to work perfectly. If it couldn't be a weapon, let it be a distraction. And surprisingly, it worked. Immediately, the three cultivators' heads snapped around, eyes wide, hands twitching toward their weapons. They weren't looking at him anymore. They were looking for traps, for hidden attacks, for anything that might spring upon them from the dark. And then, as if the heavens had decided to bless his gamble, it happened. From cracks in the walls, from unseen drains above, a rush of water began to pour into the room, clear at first, then dark with the grime of ages. The gates of the chamber shuddered once, then began to close, groaning like beasts dragged from slumber. Chen Ren didn't move. He simply smiled, his lips stretching coldly. As the water lapped against the floor, and the realization began to dawn on the three cultivators that they were trapped. The three cultivators panicked the moment the water touched their boots. They bolted for the door, abandoning any thought of fighting back. That was exactly what Chen Ren had been waiting for. Before they could reach the narrowing gap of the gate, Yalan moved. She shot out from behind Chen Ren like a streak of flame, targeting the one he had marked earlier. The second Foundation establishment, Realm Cultivator. With a swipe of her hands, burning symbols took shape in the air, massive, clawed emblems that seemed to roar with fire. The man barely managed to raise a burning shield in front of himself, formed in desperation at the last second. It didn't save him. The burning claws crashed into him, raking across his face, neck, and chest, tearing flesh from bone. He stumbled back with a strangled cry, blood spraying across the wet floor. But Yalan didn't stop. Her tail ignited behind her, flames surging outward as she launched fireballs at the wounded cultivator. Despite the man's obvious fire resistance, the blazing attack scorched through his defenses, blackening his skin and armor. Even wounded, the cultivator tried to fight back, chi surging around his body in wild, chaotic streams. But Yalan was already on him, a flash of burning claws slashing through the half-formed chi shield, ending his life before he could even stand properly. 2 more left. Chen Ren didn't have time to celebrate. He turned his gaze toward the entrance. There, Hong Yi and his puppets were holding the line. Barely. One puppet was already a shattered heap on the ground, its broken arms twitching uselessly, probably destroyed by Wang Fu himself. The other was locked in a brutal struggle against the third cultivator, a mere chi refinement realm fighter, but still slippery enough to hold his ground. As for Hong Yi, he was struggling. Chen Ren could see it clearly. Hong Yi darting, weaving, ducking next to the remaining puppet, barely dodging the fire-aspected spear strikes Wang Fu hurled at him. The air around the spear shimmered with heat, and wherever it struck, it left burning scars on the stone. Hong Yi wouldn't last long. Chen Ren didn't hesitate. Yalan, help Hong Yi? I'll deal with the other one. Yalan snapped her head toward him, eyes flashing, then pivoted sharply, already moving toward Hong Yi and Wang Fu without a second thought. Chen Ren shifted his focus, stepping forward toward the remaining chi refinement cultivator. His expression hardened. It was time to clean up. The last cultivator had already unleashed a blazing tornado, sending it roaring toward the remaining puppet. The puppet braced itself and took the full brunt of the flames, but Chen Ren could see chunks of it burning away. In the end, it was made of wood no match for a fire-aspected cultivator. Chen Ren didn't waste time. Lightning surged through his legs, crackling with raw energy as he pushed off the ground, closing the distance in a blur of speed. The cultivator barely had time to react before Chen Ren's palm strike slammed into him. But instead of crumpling, the man's armor flared with defensive runes, taking the hit and dispersing the force. The latter stumbled back a step, looking down at himself and then up at Chen Ren. Realization twisted his face. "You're a bloody imposter," he snarled. "I'll kill you." Flames burst to life around him, spiraling up his arms, wreathing his body in searing heat. Chen Ren reacted immediately, willing the power of his starlight defense technique to unfold around him. Star chi shimmered across his skin, forming a glowing, translucent shield that wrapped around him like a second skin. The heat of the man's flames washed over him, but the starlight armor held strong, the brilliance of countless stars scattering the fire harmlessly away. Chen Ren didn't slow. He let the lightning flood his core again, channeling it into his limbs, and unleashed a lightning frenzy. It was not an easy combination, maintaining both defense and offense at the same time. The drain on his reserves was heavy. The pressure to control both techniques in balance was immense. But it was a good thing that he had practiced for this exact kind of battle. In the heat of combat, he could endure. He struck again, fists and palms moving with blinding speed, each blow crackling with electric fury. The cultivator's armor absorbed most of the strikes, but not without cost. And he saw it, how the cultivator's arms shook slightly each time lightning traveled through the armor, jolting his muscles. Teeny openings. Mistakes waiting to happen. They moved across the flooded floor, sparks and fire flying between them. Chen Ren was faster, lighter on his feet, and then landing palm strikes and lightning-laced bursts of elemental energy. His opponent, now clearly a battle-hardened scout, wielded a pair of daggers short, brutal things meant for fast kills. He supplemented them with occasional ranged flame attacks, forcing Chenren to dodge and weave between strikes. The scout wasn't as fast as Chenren, but he made up for it with sheer toughness and sharp instincts born from countless battles. Each dagger thrust was annoyingly accurate, each counterattack efficient. But Chenren was no ordinary fighter. What he lacked in sheer battle experience, he more than made up for with his resourcefulness and his creative use of a cultivator's tools. As he twisted away from another dagger thrust, his hands flicked forward with practiced ease. Small pills inconspicuous at a glance flew toward the man. At this distance, the scout had no time to dodge. Instead, he instinctively countered with a surge of flames, trying to incinerate the strange objects before they could reach him. Exactly what Chenren had wanted. The moment the fire touched the pills, a chain reaction erupted. A deafening series of explosions tore through the air, rattling the very walls of the ancient vault. The shockwaves slammed into the scout, hurling him across the room like a broken doll. Thud! He crashed into the far wall with a sickening thud, leaving a bloody smear where he slid down. His armor was scorched, his skin burned raw, blood flowing freely from open wounds. Chenren stood still, breathing hard, his lightning arsing faintly around him as he watched. The man should have been dead. By all rights, he should have been nothing more than a charred corpse after a hit like that. But he wasn't. Did you know this story is from Royal Road? Read the official version for free and support the author. With a ragged breath, the scout staggered back onto his feet, swaying unsteadily. There was no strategy in his movements now, only raw, desperate instinct keeping him upright. Chenren narrowed his eyes. And then, just as he expected, the man disappeared. A blur, a shadow in the corner of his vision, and then nothing gone. But Chenren didn't panic. Anji had warned him about the scout's stealth techniques, about how he could vanish even in open battle. It had happened. So he stayed exactly where he was, muscles coiled tight, even his own breathing controlled. He was listening, trying to catch any hint of movement, even a shift of the air, but it was nearly impossible. The loud noises that surrounded him with Yalin's roars, Hongi's desperate strikes, and the grinding of the ancient walls were too much noise. He couldn't pick out anything clean, so he changed his approach. "I am sorry about your sister," Chenren called out. "I swear, it was a quick death. He didn't get to finish." The moment the words left his mouth, every hair on the back of his neck stood on end. Without thinking, he dropped his body low. The instinct honed from being in life and death situations kicking in. A blade whistled through the air where his head had been a split second earlier. Before the scout could recover, Chenren surged forward, slamming his shoulder into the wounded man's gut, driving him hard into the cracked stone wall. The scout coughed. Blood sprang from his mouth, but his eyes burned with rage. Scorched, bleeding, half-crippled, and still he fought. Chenren grimaced. "I'll kill you." The scout spat, blood foaming at the corners of his mouth. "I'll fucking kill you for what you did to my sister, and then I'll find your family and raze them to the ground. You will not leave this room alive." Chenren gave him a blank look. "You talk too much." He punctuated the words with a brutal punch straight to the man's throat. The scout's mouth flew open in a gagging gasp, and Chenren didn't waste the chance. He shoved a small pill between the man's teeth and forced it down his throat, pressing hard until the scout reflexively swallowed. Immediately, the man tried to retaliate, flames gathering around his hands, but his daggers had been lost during the tackle, leaving him slower, sloppier. "Wrong move," Chenren said. His words came out sharper. Lightning crackled around him as he surged backward, putting distance between himself and the scout. The man staggered to his feet, coughing, confused until the realization hit him. His eyes widened in horror, but it was too late. With a sickening crack, part of his stomach erupted outward, blood and intestines splattering across the floor. Another explosion of flesh followed, tearing through his chest and arms. He didn't even have the chance to scream. His vital organs were shredded from the inside. and his body collapsed in a ruined heap, unmoving, blood pooling around him. Chen stood there for a moment, breathing heavily, watching the body to make sure it didn't twitch again. Only when he was sure did he let out a small sigh of relief. He hadn't been sure if the fireburst pills, lethal concoctions designed to ignite qi inside the body, would work. A skilled cultivator, one more focused, might have forced the pill back out or sealed their qi to prevent the explosion. But rage had clouded the scout's mind. In his blind anger, he had instinctively used his qi to burn the pill and sealed his own fate. Chenren flexed his fingers once, letting the last traces of lightning fade from his limbs. Then he turned, already searching for the others. His eyes found Hong Yi slumped against a wall, one arm hanging uselessly at his side, blood staining his robes. Water still leaked steadily from the cracks around them, the floor slick and cold underfoot. Without hesitation, Chenren ran over. "Are you okay?" he called, already reaching for a healing pill from his pouch. Hong Yi grinned weakly at him, grimacing through the pain. "Do you think I look okay?" he said, half laughing, half wincing. "That bastard almost took my whole arm off. If it weren't for the healing pills already working, I'd be way worse." Chenren crouched beside him, pressing the pill into his hand. "Thank you," he said quietly. "You did more than I expected." Hong Yi chuckled dryly, swallowing one more pill. Yeah. I'm a good sect member, right? Sect leader, Chen?" He smirked through the blood on his face. "Just make sure I get my share of the loot once we find the good stuff in this place." Chen smiled faintly, helping him steady himself. "But first, we wait for Yalan to finish her battle." As he spoke, his eyes shifted to the center of the chamber. There, atop the rising stone platform, Yalan and Wang Fu clashed like forces of nature. Wang Fu spun his spear with brutal efficiency, the blade gleaming with twin flames, one black as night, the other a deep violent red. The swings carved lines of fire through the air, the stone underfoot scorched and cracked by the raw force of his strikes. Chenren's gaze sharpened. Wang Fu had a few cuts on his arms and legs, blood trailing down in thin rivers, but none of them seemed serious. Yalan, by contrast, looked untouched, her white fur gleaming, her movements sharp and fast. But Chenren knew better. The fact that Yalan hadn't already ended the fight spoke volumes. Wang Fu wasn't just strong, he was skilled, and likely sitting at the absolute peak of the Foundation establishment realm. "Shit, this won't be easy?" His eyes widened when Wang Fu hurled pill bombs at Yalan, explosions shaking the chamber as they went off around her. But Yalan's body twisted and weaved through the blasts, her burning tail sending out volleys of fireballs in return. Fireballs exploded against Wang Fu's defenses, forcing him to meet them head-on with his spear, a weapon that, from the pressure it gave off, was easily peak Earth grade. Chenren's fists tightened slightly. Should he jump in? Part of him itched to move, to help, but a quick surge of qi from their battlefield answered him brutally. The sheer strength behind every strike, every clash, was overwhelming. If he threw himself into that, he'd be crushed under their qi alone, let alone their attacks. Still, he couldn't shake a bad feeling gnawing at the edge of his mind. He forced himself to focus, watching carefully. Wang Fu's strikes were wild with rage, but there was a strange pattern to them, a rhythm just beneath the surface. And then Chenren saw it, just for a heartbeat. Wang Fu's eyes flashed, a deep, unnatural red. It was so quick he almost doubted himself. Wait, no way. But he knew what he had seen. He would never mistake that kind of eye again, not after everything he had experienced. Yalan, caught in the heat of battle, probably missed it, but Chenren hadn't. A jolt of urgency ran through him. He turned sharply to Hong Yi, who was still resting against the wall, clutching his injured arm. "You need to get to safety," Chenren said, his voice low but firm. Hong Yi frowned at him, confused. "Why?" he asked. "We've already won, haven't we?" "Just Wang Fu is left." Chenren didn't answer immediately. Instead, his eyes stayed locked on Wang Fu, on the red glimmer that had already faded, but that he couldn't unsee. And deep inside, he knew. The real fight hadn't even started yet. "There's no time to explain," Chenren said sharply. Don't stay out in the open. Find a place to hide anywhere. Just go. Don't ask questions. He didn't wait to see if Hongyi obeyed. His attention snapped back to the battle at the center of the room. Yalan? He called out urgently, sending his voice reverberating through the room. He is a demonic cultivator. Mid-slash, Yalan's body tensed. She pivoted around a strike, her tail lashing, and flicked a sharp question back at him through the mental channel. What? Yes, Chenren answered immediately, not wasting a breath. I saw it. His eyes turned red for a second, just like Gutien's did. He pushed the words quickly, knowing there wasn't much time. Tell Anji to stop flooding the room? I have a plan. But for that, he didn't get to finish. Wang Fu, who had clearly heard Chenren's earlier shout, let out a low, mocking laugh that echoed through the hall. Oh, so you noticed, Wang Fu said, voice twisting with glee. He grinned bloody. It's been so hard holding back with Jin Sen around, but since he is dead, and all of you will be soon too, his mouth stretched into a wide, unnatural grin. I guess there's no need to pretend anymore. The change was immediate. A wave of pressure rippled through the room, thick and suffocating. Wang Fu's qi, once blazing and aggressive, twisted into something darker and heavier until it no longer felt like human qi at all. It was demonic, pure, corrupt, and violent. Chenren felt the temperature spike violently as Wang Fu's transformation began. But unlike Gutian, whose transformation had twisted his body and aura, Wang Fu's change was even more terrifying in one crucial way. His skin literally caught fire. Flames dark red and black ignited across his body, clinging to his flesh, but not consuming it. His robes burned away, leaving only scorched remnants around his waist and legs, but the man himself stood unharmed within the blaze. When the transformation finished, Wang Fu stood taller, more monstrous. His eyes a crimson that looked straight out of a horror book. The spear in his hands glowed white-hot from the sheer heat pouring off him, and he grinned, a wide, savage grin that showed too many teeth. Asterisk, 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 Ayan he can. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression fantasy epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here. Chapter 112. Everything stilled when Wang Fu transformed. There were moments in life when an entire plan unraveled without warning, and this was one of them. Chenren had prepared for many outcomes. He had studied, planned, made contingencies, but none of them accounted for this. For his enemy being a demonic cultivator, how could he have known? He doubted even Anji had knowledge of it. But if Wang Fu had been hiding this the whole time, then what did it say about the Blazing Ember sect? Did they know? No, they couldn't have, or maybe they did. But he didn't have time to dwell on that. Before his eyes, Wang Fu's body twisted and cracked. The transformation grotesque and blackening and peeling, demonic qi bursting from him in thick burning waves. Dark flames licked across his limbs. The smell of nasty burnt flesh filled the room. He looked too much like him. Gutian, the man who had nearly killed Chenren before. But this one was worse. Even Yalan froze, stunned by what she was seeing. She only moved when a jet of black flame tore toward her. She leapt just in time. The wall behind her melted like wax. That one attack confirmed it. Wang Fu was strong, too strong. The transformation had increased his strength a realm, and now he was strong to stand against Yalan. Maybe even win. Chenren knew there would be repercussions of his strength, but he doubted it mattered to him until he won. Chenren's thoughts spiraled for a second. Should they run? Could they? Number, it wouldn't matter. He had seen a demonic cultivator before. Once they turned, they lost control. There would be no escape, no place to hide. Wang Fu would chase them to the ends of the earth, and the worst part... There was no time to think. Wang Fu let out a guttural laugh, one that rumbled through Chenren's body. Before he could settle with the current situation, Wang Fu flung another wave of dark flames toward Yalan, each blast hotter and more violent than the last. The black fire twisted in ways that Chen Ren hadn't seen before, as if alive, chasing her across the cracked floor. She couldn't get close. She barely managed to dodge, slipping between columns and broken tiles. One of the flames turned midair and came straight for Chen Ren. He activated his movement technique in an instant, his body flickering to the side just as the fire struck where he had stood. He activated his starlight body, but even then, the heat licked at his skin, causing it to turn red. It was unbearable. He gritted his teeth. But at least he didn't see Hong Yi anywhere. That meant the man had listened. He had taken his warning and hidden. Wang Fu stood tall amidst the chaos, his fiery body radiating power as black smoke swirled around him. His grin widened, fangs showing. "You came here hoping to claim the inheritance," he shouted. "Fools! It belongs to the Blazing Ember sect, to its rightful new owners." He raised his arms, flames swirling between his fingers. "You are all thieves, and before the Empire gets you, I will." Yalen didn't flinch. She darted to the side and released a burst of her own flames, bright gold, cutting through the darkness like sunlight. "The Empire will kill you first," she spat, "and burn your rotten sect to the ground for harboring demonic cultivators." Wang Fu laughed again, blocking the flames with his spear. "Try escaping first, you silly little cat," he sneered, "then talk." Their battle exploded once more. Flame met flame, gold and black clashing with violent bursts of heat and pressure. But then something began to change. Yalen was growing. Not dramatically, but each time she moved, each time she struck, her form seemed to shift. Muscle rippling, posture widening. Her claws grew longer, her strikes heavier. His eyes widened. Glowing runes shimmered to life across her back, curving and curling like living tattoos. Was this the true extent of her power? He hadn't seen this happen before, and he didn't exactly know how far her strength went. So he observed. She let out a feral cry and cloaked herself in a layer of gold fire. It clung to her body like armor, shielding her as she broke through the next wave of demonic flames and launched herself forward. Wang Fu raised his spear in defense, just in time. Claws met steel. The impact sent a shockwave through the chamber. Stone cracked, air rippled, and sparks exploded from where they collided. Chenren barely escaped the next blast, only managing it because he stood near the edge of the room. Even then, the shockwave from the clash knocked him back a step, a blast of hot wind slamming into his chest. His ears rang. The very ground beneath his feet trembled. If the chamber hadn't been built with ancient stone that were meant to uphold extreme destruction, it might have already crumbled under the strain. But it wouldn't hold forever. That was when her voice came through the link. "Run." His eyes widened. "What?" he said aloud, heart pounding. "Run, Chenren." Yalen's voice was urgent now. "Wang Fu is stronger than I expected. I can hold him for now, but the longer this goes on, the more dangerous it becomes for you. You need to escape, get out of here and inform the Empire. That's the only way we win." He stared at her figure clashing against Wang Fu, flame against flame, steel against claw. His throat tightened. "You are saying that like you're not coming with me," he muttered. There was a pause. "Only for a second, but it felt like an eternity. I don't know if I will." Her voice was quieter now. He could hear the strain beneath her calm. When two cultivators of equal strength fight, one usually dies. He's on my level, Chenren. Maybe even stronger with that. Destruction, imbued demonic chi. I don't know how long I can keep this up, but he doesn't look like he's tiring anytime soon. Chenren clenched his fists, shaking his head. This felt wrong. Everything about it felt wrong. He wanted to scream at her, to tell her no, that they'd figure out another way. But the words wouldn't come, because deep down he knew she was right. Without Yalen, he would have died long ago. She wasn't just his protector, she was his friend. His only real anchor in this world that still felt too cruel and too vast. She was the one person who believed in him when he was beginning his journey in this world. The one who stood by him in every impossible moment, even after knowing who he really was. And now she was asking him to leave, to run. It was the last thing he wanted. But it was also the only thing he could do unless I need to rely on my plan. It was risky, full of holes. 1,000 things could go wrong and most likely would, but right now, it was the only shot they had, because no matter how much he hated to admit it, he wasn't strong enough to face Wang Fu head-on. Not yet. But maybe he didn't the veto bee. Would anything else work? Chen Ren didn't know. Maybe his plan had no merit at all. But there was no time left to doubt, and thinking too long had already killed better men. He pushed everything through their link, the full idea, hastily pieced together as it was, and trusted her to understand. Yalen was in the middle of dodging another volley of black flaming spears, her ethereal claws slashing through them with explosive bursts of force. But even in that chaos, she heard him. "No," she called out between blows. "That's too risky." Chen Ren didn't flinch. "It's the only way. You don't really want to die here, do you? I know you have a sense of self-preservation," she growled, spinning midair to parry Wang Fu's thrusting spear. "Your life is more important," he exhaled, stepping into the shadows of a shattered pillar. "And I'm barely part of this plan. I don't even have to do anything other than the initial array, that's all." There was no reply. Not right away. She kept fighting, dodging, striking, leaping back, but Chen Ren knew her well enough by now to know that she was processing. In the meantime, he saw how the walls kept getting hit with blackened flames one after another every time. Yalen dodged, massive holes erupted, and then, after what felt like forever, her voice returned through their bond. "I gave Anji the command." "Good," he whispered, casting a glance toward the massive stone door at the far end of the room. It remained shut, for now, and the water still rushed through the channels in the walls. He moved behind a collapsed chunk of debris, the remnants of a broken statue's shoulder, and crouched low. Power surged into his legs, his breathing steadying as he prepared to launch himself at a moment's notice. Then it happened. With a sudden click, the door began to rumble. The water channels ceased their endless flow. Anji had done it. The shift in atmosphere said everything that he needed to. Wang Fu noticed too. He turned his head toward the now opening entrance, amusement dancing in his molten eyes. "So, you've stopped trying to drown me? Accepted defeat already?" He grinned. "You figured it out, didn't you? All that water would have turned to steam anyway." Yalen didn't reply. She didn't have to, because just then, a roar tore through the corridor. It echoed like a beast from nightmares, shaking dust loose from the ceiling. Wang Fu's grin vanished. He turned fully toward the entrance as the ground beneath them trembled. Out from the opening thundered a metal-bodied puppet, its limbs clanging against the stone, moving far faster than it had any right to. But it wasn't alone. Behind it came a monster easily twice the size of a man. Its fur was pitch black, slick like oil, and steam hissed from between its jaws. It had 2 heads, both canned. Each one had white teeth glowing with inner heat. Fire flickered in its throats as it growled, saliva dripping and sizzling where it hit the floor. Chen Ren could only gape as the 2-headed hound burst through the doorway. Peak Tier 3, a Foundation establishment beast. Exactly what they needed. If you come across this story on Amazon, it is taken without permission from the author. Report it. A beast guardian, one of the many horrors sealed within the sect vault chambers, now awakened from its hibernation just as planned. The hound didn't waste a second. Its dual heads snarled and snapped as it chased after the puppet, which sprinted across the floor in erratic zigzags, drawing attention like bait. It worked. The moment the puppet entered Wang Fu's line of sight, he scowled, recognizing the trick immediately. With a roar, he sent out a blast of concentrated heat. The fire struck the puppet dead on, melting it down to slag within seconds. But by then, it was too late. The hound was already upon him. It didn't hesitate. It lunged straight for Wang Fu thirst for death, both jaws glowing with chi as it aimed to tear through him. The bite landed. Fangs scraped through Wang Fu's charred shoulder, tearing through flesh and drawing blood, black and smoking. But Wang Fu didn't flinch. He twisted his body mid-step and brought his spear down in a sweeping arc. The hound was fast. The beast jumped to the side, its claws scraping loudly against the stone. Wang Fu's spear swung past, missing by a hair, Flames burst from Wang Fu's body, lighting up the space between them. The fight started fast, claws swinging at fire, teeth snapping at the spear. Chenren held his breath, his heart pounding hard. For a moment, he thought maybe they could win. Then he saw it. The beast wasn't going to hold out. It fought with everything it had. All speed, all strength, all anger, but it wasn't built for this kind of fight. Close up, it was strong, but against fire and a long spear, it struggled. The flames burned too wide. The spear moved too fast. Still, it just had to keep fighting, and right now, it was doing that. As Chenren watched the fight, Yelan's voice slipped into his mind again. The first phase of your plan is working. He exhaled, not realizing he'd been holding his breath. But, she continued, I don't know if your arrays are really going to do much to him. That chi of his, it's too volatile. Chenren's jaw tightened. He knew that too. Everything they were about to throw at Wang Fu might not be enough, but they'd come this far, and turning back now would mean watching a friend die. It's just for a little more time, Chenren said under his breath, responding to Yalan's silence. He won't be able to maintain that demonic form for long. I can already see it. He's slowing down. There was no answer at first, but he felt her sigh ripple through their spiritual connection, weary, resigned, but still fighting. That was enough. He didn't wait. There was no more time to argue. Chenren moved quickly toward the center of the chamber, the stone still warm beneath his feet from the earlier explosions. His fingers trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the sheer pressure of what he was about to attempt. Anse, after the battle with Gutian, he had started looking into techniques that could actually work against demonic cultivators. He had hoped for a pill, something lethal, something efficient, but he found nothing, or at least, nothing he could afford. Anti-demonic pills were rare, complex, and expensive far beyond his current capabilities. But arrays he could learn, arrays he could build, even if it was desperate, even if it was dangerous. And now, as Yelan and the two-headed hound fought to keep Wang Fu occupied, Chenren dropped to one knee and began carving. The first stroke cut into the stone, then another, then another. A dozen curved lines, each precise, each needed. He was building the strongest array he had ever attempted, a containment suppression hybrid designed to destabilize corrupted chi for even a few seconds. That was all they needed. All around him, the battle raged on. It was so intense that his presence was completely concealed. He knew that by how Wang Fu's amused yet cruel voice rose above the din. Two beasts at once. You're spoiling me. I am going to consume both your flesh after this. Another blast of black fire roared through the chamber, smashing into the wall and crumbling part of the ceiling. Stone dust rained down. Chenren dared a glance. The hound was still attacking, its claws slashing across Wang Fu's body. But it was bleeding now, deep wounds along its flanks. The beast wasn't healing fast enough. Yalan struck from the back, sending arcs of golden fire that shattered the ground and burst in wide, radiant explosions. She wasn't holding back anymore, but neither was Wang Fu. Chenren turned back to the array. He couldn't waste another second. His focus sharpened. His breath slowed. The runes were complex, 10-layered glyph lines twisting and overlapping, branching out like veins. If not for his memory, drilled into shape by hours of reading and repetition, he wouldn't have been able to recall the sequence. But fortunately, he was smarter than that. He knew the power of knowledge and had experienced the results of taking things for granted, which was why he'd never missed important information like this, every 10 seconds. New lines of runes took shape beneath Chenren's hands. He worked fast, chalking out each one before chiseling them into the stone floor. It was rushed, imprecise in places, but the lines still glowed faintly with chi as he pressed powder into each curve. It had to work. It had to fucking work. He hadn't meant to use this array so soon, and had only tested it once in the safety of the forest near Meadow. Back then, it had been a backup. Preparation for an opponent like this. But life had a way to force him to use everything in his arsenal. Fuck, A sudden explosion from the side took him by surprise. He gathered himself again and moved faster. He shifted his body to reach the far sides, crawling, kneeling, pressing hard into the floor as sweat dripped from his chin. Just a little more. Please just hold. A stray thought crept into his mind, one he didn't like. What if I just let Wang Fu kill me? Would that be enough to wake the dragon inside me? He dismissed it with a bitter grunt. The beast inside him was still dormant. Gambling his life to wake it was the same as throwing it away. He couldn't afford that. Not now. Half the array was done. Then 3/4. Every second felt like a battle. Then Yelin's voice echoed in his mind, sending a sharp shiver down his spine. The hound is dead. He froze for a split second, glancing up. I can't distract him much longer. The explosions and steam are covering you for now, but not for long. How much more? Chen Ren grit his teeth. 1 more minute. He didn't wait for a reply. He threw himself back into the work, fingers burning as he poured his qi into each final line. The chalk dust smeared his robes, and his breathing grew heavier with every stroke. Every carved line pulsed with unstable energy, like a living net tightening. The last symbol was the hardest. A 12-line binding rune, spiraled inward and locked with an anchor glyph. He thought it would take longer than that to finish. But he did it. He finished it. He staggered back and gave the mental command. It's done. Yalin responded instantly. Good, he's getting agitated anyway. Chen Ren slipped outside the array's boundary. Heart pounding, he turned and saw him. Wang Fu stood at the heart of the ruined chamber, demonic flames swirling wildly around him. His body radiated heat, steam hissing from his skin. His eyes were no longer fully human pits of burning rage, twisted with madness. The corpse of the hound lay at his feet, split in half. Black blood oozed out and pooled into the shallow water on the floor, mixing with the dust and debris. I killed one beast, Wang Fu roared, eyes blazing. I'll kill you too. He charged forward, fury boiling off him in waves. Each step scorched the ground, steam erupting from every footprint. His demonic flames lashed out with every movement. Wild, uncontrolled, unstoppable. But Yalin didn't meet him head-on. Instead, she darted upward, a blur of fire and fur, leaping high toward the far side of the chamber. Wang Fu barked a laugh, twisted and cruel. Running away, so you finally understand. There's no escape. This ends with your corpse on the floor. Chen Ren crouched low behind a shattered boulder, breath shallow, heart pounding against his ribs like a drum of war. His hands trembled slightly as he steadied his stance. His eyes flicked between the array and Wang Fu. Was this going to work? Would they survive? He didn't know. But for what it was worth, he would try. Yalin soared over the center of the chamber, clearing the array formation in one clean, burning arc. And Wang Fu, blinded by his own rage, followed her. He landed right in the middle of it. Chen Ren didn't hesitate. With a flick of his wrist, he channeled qi into the final anchor point. The one hidden beneath the stone at the array's edge. The glyphs flared. The air split with a crack, and the world went white. A blinding burst of light erupted from the array, consuming the chamber in an instant. Winds howled. The walls shook. Even the lingering steam was burned away by the sheer intensity of the blast. For a moment, a single, breathless moment, everything went silent. Asterisk, 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 on. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression fantasy, epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here, Chapter 113. Chen Ren closed his eyes tightly, trying to avoid the light. He had warned Yalin it would happen. A flash triggered by the array. It was part of the plan, but he underestimated the scale of it. And when the light faded, his vision slowly returned. Wang Fu was on the ground, one hand over his eyes, groaning. The heat in his voice from before was gone. A pale, see-through barrier shimmered faintly around him, a last line of defense. But the array wasn't done. From above, bolts of lightning cracked through the barrier, crashing down on him. The chamber trembled. Sparks flew. Stone cracked. Chen stayed behind cover, watching. That lightning would have killed any normal cultivator in the Qi refinement realm and even Injure Foundation establishment realm ones easily. But not Wang Fu. He was tough. The bolts slammed him across the floor, smoke rising from his clothes. But he was still breathing, and that's when Yalen moved. She didn't shout. She didn't rush in. Her lips moved in a quiet chant, and the air around her began to ripple. Flaming weapons burst into view. Spears, swords, even a massive hammer. They spun around her like a storm held in place, waiting to be let loose. Chen had told her to strike when the enemy was down, to use her strongest move. But this wasn't something he had seen before. Wang Fu stirred, still trying to rise through the lightning strikes that had started to slow. Just as he lifted his head, Yelin's weapon shot forward. A spear struck first. Wang Fu caught it with one hand, barely. Before a hammer slammed into his chest, flattening him to the floor, another blade pierced his shoulder. Then another, then more. It looked endless. And that was the best part. All those weapons against Wang Fu. Chen didn't waste the moment. He pulled out a small glass vial with thick green liquid swirling inside and moved towards the array. Qinghe had given it to him right before he left, just in case he faced puppeted constructs knowing that the potion burnt through almost anything, even human flesh. And now was the best time to use it. He threw the vial. It flew past the barrier and smashed against Wang Fu's face. Acid sprayed across his skin, and Wang Fu screamed. Hi! Raw, full of pain. Chen didn't stop. He pulled out another vial and aimed lower at Wang Fu's belts. His rings, the items where healing pills or other treasures might be hidden. The second vial shattered, spilling its contents across cloth and skin. The acid hissed as it ate through everything. Flesh, metal, robes. Black smoke curled into the air. Wang Fu's skin peeled away, and his rings melted on his fingers. Demonic qi surged to heal him, but it was too late. His knees buckled. He collapsed fully, arms shaking, blood dripping onto the stone. But his eyes still burned with hatred. Through the pain, through the damage, he lifted his head and locked his gaze on Chen. Not Yalan. You... Wang Fu rasped, voice hoarse. Then louder, like a curse spat from deep inside. I'll kill you. I'll fucking kill you, bastard. Wang Fu groaned and pushed himself forward, dragging his body across the ground. Blood smeared beneath him, and one of his fists slammed into the glowing barrier again and again. He didn't use any techniques. His qi was busy holding his body together, trying to stop the bleeding, to repair what it could. But still, he crawled, fists cracking against the shield with brute strength alone. Chen watched, tense. How is he still alive? Lightning, conjured weapons, acid. Any normal cultivator would have died 5 times over. But Wang Fu was a demonic cultivator. Their bodies were built to endure. For all he knew, the man had some secret body cultivation technique or ancient defense art. And worst of all, his punches were working. Thin cracks spread across the edge of the barrier, spider webbing out beneath Wang Fu's fists. Chen breath caught. If the man got through, the fight must just end in his favor. He was weakened. Yes, bleeding. Yes, but was far more dangerous than anyone else. Chen steeled himself. He could take one hit maybe and try to kill him, but he didn't get the chance. A blur dropped from above. Yalan! She slammed into the barrier, her claws glowing bright as they sliced clean through the cracks. The shield shattered with a sharp crack, and before Wang Fu could even look up, her claws carved into his neck. Wang Fu jerked, one arm swiping wildly to shove her off, but more blood sprayed out. Her claws dug deeper, burning with power. With a final heavy slash, his head came loose, rolling once across the stone before stopping near Chen feet. Silence stretched in the chamber. Yalan stood there, chest rising and falling fast, blood dripping from her claws. Then she turned toward him and said, between breaths, "The head. Always go for the head." Her voice was quiet but firm. Demonic cultivators can heal from anything, but not that. Then her legs gave out. Chen rushed forward and caught her before she hit the floor. She was heavier than she looked, her furry body limp in his arms. He lowered her carefully into his lap, panic rising as he noticed cuts and burns along her side, wounds he hadn't seen in the heat of the battle. He reached for a healing pill at once, but her voice stopped him. "I'm okay," she whispered. "It'll heal. Just need to rest." That last attack and the weapon storm drained everything. Chen Ren let out a slow breath. Relief washed over him. "You've done enough," he said gently. "We've dealt with everything. You can rest now." "I'm going to," she muttered, already closing her eyes. Then, almost as an afterthought, "Protect me well. Okay, I gave everything." "To protect you," Chinren smiled faintly at that. "I will," he said, pulling her closer. Unsaid feelings rushed to him in waves, catching him off guard. He was glad she made it. He was glad she was powerful, and he was glad that she was alive. He wiped his eye from the free hand. He finally let his hand stroke through her fur, rough from battle, warm from life, and to his surprise, Yalen let out a soft, contented purr. That was the first time he patted her. It didn't take long for Yalen to recover. Just like she had said, her body began healing within hours. Chen Ren sat by her side and watched as the wounds along her fur slowly closed on their own. The cuts stopped bleeding. The burns faded. She hadn't moved yet, but he could tell she'd be up soon. In the meantime, Chen Ren searched the chamber with Hong Yi. The man had only come out after everything was over, squeezing through a narrow crack in the stone. He hadn't seen a way out before, not while Wang Fu was still alive. Chen Ren didn't blame him for hiding. Hong Yi had already done his part with the puppets. Hiding and staying alive was smart. They got to work checking the fallen bodies. The scout had a good pair of daggers and a pouch full of pills, mostly healing and chi-restoring ones. The big brute, the one who died first, had a spatial ring on his finger. Chen Ren added it to the others he had taken from the earlier fight. His collection was growing quickly. Wang Fu, though, had nothing left. The acid had melted through most of his things. His robes were burned, and even his rings were damaged beyond use. Chen Ren stared at the remains for a moment before dragging his body over to the others. He'd burn all of them before they left this place. With the looting done, Chen Ren finally let himself rest. He sat on a flat piece of stone while Hong Yi crouched over the broken puppets nearby, eyes shining with excitement. He turned each piece over carefully, muttering to himself, picking apart wires and pieces of core mechanisms. Chen Ren watched him for a while and smiled. For Hong Yi, this trip might have been worth it just for the puppets alone. Earlier, he had been pale with fear, too shaken by Wang Fu's power to even move. Even after the battle ended, he had wanted to leave right away. But now, surrounded by scrap parts and broken joints, he had completely forgotten all of that. Chen Ren looked away, just in time to hear soft footsteps coming from the entrance. He tensed, hand moving toward his belt, but relaxed as he saw who it was. "Anji?" She looked just as tense as he had been, but the moment she spotted him and the bodies in the corner of the chamber, her whole body eased. She rushed over. "What happened?" she asked quickly. "I couldn't hear anything. When Yalen stopped sending messages, I thought something happened to all of you. I was scared. You could be reading stolen content. Head to Royal Road for the genuine story." Chenren raised a hand to calm her. "I'm sorry," he said softly. "I should have come for you right after the fight, but I was exhausted. We had to loot the bodies, and then I had to sit down for a while." He looked over to where Yalen was still resting. "She passed out after killing Wang Fu," he said. "Used everything she had left." Anji's expression changed the moment she heard his words. Flickers of anger, relief, and joy all rushing across her face in the span of seconds. She gave a single glance to Yalen. "Is he really dead?" she asked, moving closer. Chenren nodded. "He's dead, but there are things you should know." He turned and gestured for her to follow. They walked slowly toward the far corner where the bodies had been laid together. As they neared, Anji's eyes locked onto one of them, Wang Fu. Her step slowed. Her gaze turned sharp, almost burning with hate. But then confusion crept in. She stepped closer, brows furrowing. "What's wrong with his skin?" Even in death, Wang Fu's body looked monstrous. His skin was ashen and cracked, with dark, pulsing veins crawling across his arms and neck. His features hadn't returned to normal. He still looked like something from the depths of hell. Chen Ren didn't answer at first. He just stared down at the corpse. He was a demonic cultivator, he finally said. Anji froze. What? You didn't know? He asked. Watching her reaction carefully, she shook her head, shocked. Number never. He was cruel. Yes. A bastard I dreamed of ripping apart. But he never showed even a sign of being a demonic cultivator. Not once, during his time in the Voidblade sect. Chen Ren frowned, his thoughts racing. That didn't make sense. He had assumed Wang Fu had been hiding it all along, maybe using a special artifact to cover his Dantian. But then he remembered Anji's father had interrogated Wang Fu himself, a Meridian Expansion Realm expert. No way he'd let someone wear a cover like that during questioning. So, if he hadn't been a demonic cultivator then, he must have changed after the sect war. His teammates hadn't known. That much was clear by their behavior. Why would a man like him willingly become a demonic cultivator? Chen Ren's jaw tightened. Something about this didn't add up. It wasn't a personal decision. It couldn't be. He looked back down at the body. The burnt, warped remains, and a cold thought settled in his mind. Blazing Ember Sect. Where are they hiding demonic cultivators inside their ranks? If they were, how deep did it go? Was it just a few people? Or were the elders involved, the sect leader? He didn't know. But one thing was certain. He didn't want to be standing around here when those answers came looking for him. He took a breath and turned back to Anji. We shouldn't stay here too long. I doubt reinforcements are coming, but I don't want to take chances. Anji nodded. Did you look at the vault door yet? I did, Chen Ren said, but the runes are too complex for me. Even the blazing Ember Sect cultivators couldn't figure it out, and one of them had to be trained in arrays. If they couldn't do it, I knew I had to wait for you. He looked at her carefully. Can you open that door? Anji gave a short nod. Should we wait for Yelin? I'll go wake her, Chen Ren said. She can rest more in the carriage. Anji turned toward the vault door while Chen Ren walked over to Yelin. She was still curled up, breathing slow and even. Her body had healed, and she looked peaceful now. Too peaceful for what they'd just been through. For a second, he hesitated. He didn't want to disturb her. But they didn't have time. He leaned down and gave her a gentle shake. Yelin, he said softly, time to wake up. She stirred, ears twitching, then slowly blinked her eyes open. Alertness returned in an instant, her body tensing. What happened? She asked. Nothing, Chen Ren said, giving a small smile. We're just opening the vault. Thought I should wake you. I don't want to stay here much longer. Yelin stared at him for a moment, like she was trying to piece something together. Then it clicked. Her eyes moved past him to the massive door at the back of the chamber. She stood in one smooth motion, giving a quick look around. Let's go, she said. They walked over together. Hong Yi was already standing beside Anji near the vault. When he saw them approach, he turned, looking eager. We need to dismantle the puppets, he said quickly. And any others we find. Chen Ren raised an eyebrow. Why? They're made of spirit wood, the inner circuits too. All high-grade craftsmanship. I've never seen something like this up close before. I'm still studying it, Hong Yi said. Eyes bright. We can use the materials. We just can't carry the whole body back without drawing attention. He held up a damaged part, wires exposed and shimmering faintly. I can try to make something similar, but we'll need the parts. Chen Ren considered it. It didn't have spatial rings big enough to carry those things out whole, and if the designs really were rare, all right, he said. We won't waste good materials. Just be quick. I'll check the library and the rest of the place while you do it. Hong Yi nodded at once and ran off toward the nearest puppet remains. Yalin crossed her arms and looked at the vault. Then you should hurry up with the vault, she said. Chen Ren nodded and turned to Anji, who stood quietly in front of the massive vault door, her eyes fixed on the glowing orb etched at its center. He watched her for a moment, unsure. There was no keyhole, no slot, nothing that looked like it could open a door. Can she even open this thing? A small part of him whispered doubt, that maybe pressing the wrong thing would trigger a trap or some self-destruct mechanism. But he pushed the thought aside. He had trusted her this far. He would keep trusting her now. Then, without a word, Anji pulled a small knife from her belt and sliced a shallow cut across her finger. Chenren immediately straightened. "What are you doing?" Anji didn't flinch. She held her bleeding finger over the orb. A single drop of blood fell and touched the surface. The orb pulsed faint light running through its lines. "The orb reacts to a special component," she said with a sigh. "It's used as a key. The only way to activate it is to mix the component into your blood. It changes it slightly, making your body the key. No side effects, but it's permanent." She glanced at him briefly. "My father gave me the component when he told me about this place. He made me drink it." Chenren wanted to ask more. What component? How did it work? But before he could open his mouth, the runes on the vault flared to life. A low hum echoed through the stone walls. Gears shifted deep within. Then, the door began to open. Stone grinding on stone. It grated. Chenren stepped back, watching it rise, the light from the orb reflecting off the chamber walls. He felt his heart tighten. His chest heaved up and down with expectation and hope. This was it. Whatever the Void Blade sect had left behind, this was their final treasure, their secret, their legacy. The door lifted fully with a final thunk, and the first thing he saw inside was a severed head. Chenren widened his eyes and heard Hong Yi's gasp from behind. Asterisk, 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 AN. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression fantasy epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here. Chapter 114. Chenren had expected a lot of things to be in the vault. With everything he'd read, and the boundless greed that pulsed in his soul, his Tao, of money his imagination had gone wild. He'd imagined and hoped for ancient manuals, floating swords forged in the era of celestial warlords, maybe even a blade once wielded by a nascent stage cultivator, with a kill count high enough to earn a seat in hell. And maybe those things were here? At the back of the vault, among scattered piles of gold coins, there were weapons and scrolls items that radiated a faint pressure even from a distance. But Chenren barely spared them a glance, because in the center of the vault, resting on a black stone pedestal, was a severed head. Its eyes were closed. Its hair was long and unmoving. It sat upright. Chenren stopped walking. His thoughts, his greed, his expectations, everything screeched to a halt as his eyes locked onto that single grotesque object. "What's a severed head doing here?" he asked aloud, reading the question everyone had on their faces and breaking the awkward silence. He turned toward Anji. "Is that the inheritance? I didn't know the Void Blade sect practiced necromancy, or whatever this is." Anji frowned. "Number my father never mentioned anything like this. If I knew, I would have warned you." She stared at the head and grimaced. "It's gross. At least it's not bleeding," Hong Yi offered dryly. "Could it be some sort of final guardian?" Yalan scoffed and flexed her paws. "I'd love to see a head try to fight me." Chenren stepped forward, keeping his eyes on the head. "Careful," Anji warned. "I am being careful," Chenren replied, "but we need to figure out what this is. A severed head sitting in the middle of a treasure vault makes no sense unless there's a reason. I don't think it's just a corpse." "You think it's alive?" Hong Yi asked and squinted his eyes, probably seeing if there was any sort of movement. "Well, I'm guessing, but it's either alive or an artifact. It looks too fresh to just be a decoration. And honestly, if it is an artifact that shoots energy beams at enemies, I won't complain. But for now, I am tipping toward it being alive." He turned to Yalan. "Can you check if it has a soul?" Yalan nodded. "Sure, but I doubt a severed head can store." She stopped mid-sentence. Her eyes widened just slightly, lips parting, but no sound came out. That was enough of an answer. Chenren instinctively took a step back, a shiver crawling up his spine. First, a demonic cultivator, Now, a living, severed head. It was like the heavens themselves were trying to mess with him. Yalen exhaled slowly. It's alive! I was afraid of that, Chen-Ren muttered. I don't know how, she continued. I've never seen a soul gathered on top of someone's head instead of their chest, but it's there. Weak, broken into pieces. One fragment's keeping him alive. The rest must be tied into some kind of soul-binding technique. Maybe more than one. At her words, the atmosphere inside the vault shifted. Hong Yi looked visibly uncomfortable, like he was ready to bolt for the exit. Anji too seemed on edge, though she clenched her fists, reminding herself of why they were here. Chen-Ren shared their unease, but he forced himself to stay calm. If he wavered, they all would. He was their leader now, by choice and circumstances, and it was his job to make decisions. Can he be dangerous? He asked Yalen, not moving his eyes off the head. I don't think so, she said. Most cultivation techniques require a full body. He's missing. Well, everything below the neck. At most, he might be able to use a utility technique through his eyes. A glare, maybe. Or soul pressure if he's got something really weird. But I don't feel any cultivation. No Dantian, no flow. He can't gather chi. So we're safe. Chen-Ren nodded, relieved that they weren't about to start another fight. Good. One cursed freak per Dalton Yai is enough. Then he turned to the others and clapped his hands once. All right, the head's sleeping. Let's not disturb him. Yalan, Hong Yi help me loot the vault. There's a lot at the back, and I'm not leaving empty-handed. He pulled out 2 small spatial rings, tossing one to each of them. Found these on the Blazing Ember sect cultivators. They're reset after death, so I've already emptied them. Should be good to use? Finally, he looked at Anji. You focus on finding the inheritance while I get everything out. Okay? Anji nodded, and Chen-Ren found himself quietly relieved. Nothing had changed in their agreement. She would get the inheritance, and he would get everything else. He was curious about what exactly that inheritance was, of course, but he knew he'd find out soon enough. Being here meant he would witness it anyway. They moved deeper into the vault, and for a brief moment, Chen-Ren simply stood there, taking it all in. Gold coins, a sea of them. The Empire had stopped using them as official currency generations ago, but the gold market still burned hot among rogue sects, merchants, and traveling cultivators. To them, gold was weight, certainty, and value, and now he had a treasure trove of it. Enough to buy a city, maybe even a small noble house's loyalty. Still, as tempting as it was, his gaze moved on. His eyes drifted to the rack of weapons lining the wall. Axes, spears, swords, curved blades, glaives. They all radiated faint spiritual pressure. Some were clean and gleaming, others dusted with time. Spirit artifacts, without a doubt, and judging by the craftsmanship, inlaid runes, and reinforced cores, more than a few of them were likely earth-grade. He let out a low whistle. Then he looked at the manuals. Scrolls and books stacked neatly in iron crate shelves, most bearing the crest of the Voidblade sect. Technique names jumped out at him as he picked them up. Void Displacement, Blade of the Empty Heavens, Void of 1,000 Nights. They read like core techniques. Sect secrets, no doubt. He almost felt guilty for taking them. Almost. But the sect was gone. The legacy was shattered. If no one claimed these, they would rot here in silence. Better to let them breathe through new wielders. Even if his sect didn't have void element cultivators, Yalan might be able to help modify them. Or he could trade them. Knowledge, after all, was currency too. To his side, Hong Yi was bent over a container filled with dark metals that shimmered faintly under the vault's light. They looked like obsidian, but not quite. They had a silvery gleam running beneath the black, like frozen moonlight embedded in stone. Rare metals, valuable, probably rare materials for Earth-grade spirit weapons. Yalan was busy too, crouched beside a shelf of pill pouches and dried herbs. She picked through them with a discerning eye and wary paws. Chen-Ren noticed none of them had decayed. Preservation arrays. Clearly, some ancient formations had been working silently for centuries, all in their favor. He moved to another shelf and kept sorting. dried beast meat, possibly from spiritual beasts, old armor pieces that still shimmered faintly with enchantment, another pile of techniques, and then spatial rings. A full box of them. His breath caught as he picked through them, and then his fingers paused on one in particular. Simple in design, no ornamentation, but when he probed it with his chi, it felt endless, like looking into the sky at night. The space inside was massive, far beyond what the rings he had allowed. A sky-grade storage ring, empty, untouched. His hands trembled slightly as he slid it on. With care, he filled it with his chi to bind it, then began transferring nearby items into the ring one by one, testing to make sure it held. Hongyi and Yalen noticed. They turned, watching him with raised brows, and Chenren smiled. He pulled out 2 more large rings and tossed them their way. Here, use these. They're bigger. Let's split the haul better than putting everything in one place. Hongyi caught his ring and stared at it like it was a divine artifact. By the heavens, he murmured, eyes wide with childlike glee. This alone could make me a guest elder in half the empire. It's Earth grade. Yalen gave hers a once-over and nodded approvingly. And for a moment, despite the eerie presence of the head behind them and the silence of a long-dead sect, the vault felt like a dream come true. Anji's voice broke the quiet hum of looting. Support the author by searching for the original publication of this novel. I think I need some help. Shenren turned immediately, dusting his hands as he walked over to her. What happened? I thought you were looking for your inheritance. I am, she said, looking around with a furrowed brow. That's the thing. I've searched everywhere. It's not here. Shenren raised an eyebrow. What do you mean not here? That doesn't make any sense. I know, Anji replied, a hint of frustration creeping into her voice. But I've gone through every section behind the weapon racks, near the pedestals, even under the coin piles. There's no sign of it, nothing remotely like an inheritance. That was when Hongyi approached, rubbing the back of his neck. You're supposed to be looking for a glowing stone, he said. It's called an inheritance crystal. Should look like a chunk of soul jade. Kind of. When you touch it, all the knowledge and techniques stored inside pour straight into your mind. That's how I got my puppet master legacy. Anji shook her head. There's nothing like that here. No glowing stones, no soul jades, no hidden compartments. I checked everything twice. Chenren frowned, glancing around the room. Despite all the treasure, despite all the artifacts, manuals, and rings, they hadn't seen anything like a crystal. And in his own thorough search, he would have noticed something that obvious. Could it be somewhere else? He asked, thinking aloud. Maybe this room's a decoy, a distraction, meant to make any intruders focus here while the real inheritance is hidden deeper in the vault? Anji looked uncertain, but shook her head slowly. Number, it can't be that. My father was very clear. The inheritance was sealed in the main vault. This is the only chamber that fits the description. If it exists, it should be right here. Footsteps echoed softly on the stone as Yalen approached, her tail swaying behind her. She had just finished clearing out an entire section of the vault, and the spatial ring gleamed faintly where she had fitted it to the tip of her tail. It looked cute, Chenren had to admit. What's this inheritance about? She asked, pausing beside them. When no one spoke, she added, if we know what it is exactly, we might have better luck locating it. Anji, by now you should trust us. We're bound by oath. None of us are going to steal it from you. Anji seemed hesitant at first, her eyes distant, as though weighing the weight of the truth against the silence she'd carried for a long time. Then, slowly, she let out a breath. It's an inheritance related to soul cultivation, she said quietly, a way to reach immortality, not through the 9 realms of cultivation, but by growing the soul itself, strengthening it, refining it until it becomes undying. She looked at each of them as she spoke, like she was letting go of a truth held alone forever. Chenren had never heard of anything like that before. Cultivation, as he understood it, was rooted in the body. In Dantian, meridians, the manipulation of chi, the pursuit of realms like foundation establishment, core formation, domain manifestation, and so on. The soul? It was part of the package, sure, but no one trained it. He turned to glance at Hong Yi and Yalan, and their reactions told him just how serious this was. Hong Yi was staring at Anji like he had never truly seen her before. His usual aloofness vanished, replaced by something close to awe. And Yalin's stoic, cynical Yalin had gone still. Her tail flicked once, the fur along her spine raised. Her eyes were wide. It wasn't often that something shocked her. Chenren frowned, curiosity piqued. Okay, but what is soul cultivation? I've never even heard of it. Before Yalin could answer, Hong Yi spoke up. Even his voice was low, as if something had spooked him. It's supposed to be a legend about a cultivator who couldn't progress past Qi refinement realm, too untalented. But instead of giving up, he found a way to bypass it. To cultivate his soul directly, said he entered something called the soul realm. But most people think it's nonsense, because no one's ever proven its existence. It's not a myth, Anji said, shaking her head. It's real. My sect is proof of it. Every Void Blade sect leader practiced soul cultivation. It amplified their strength far beyond what their realm suggested. They could tear through cultivators in higher stages without breaking a sweat. But that's impossible, Hong Yi said, brows furrowed. If that were real, it would have spread. It does exist, Yalin cut in firmly. Both men turned to look at her. Hong Yi blinked. It does, she nodded. I can see souls. Not naturally. It's a technique I learned a long time ago. I won't go into how I got it, but the manual itself said the technique originated from a school of soul cultivation, one of the earliest ever recorded. She paused, something like regret passing across her face. Unfortunately, I was never able to find more on it. No follow-ups, no lineage, no other manuals until today. Everyone turned toward Anji again. She nodded slowly. The Void Blade sect was one of the first sects to research soul cultivation after it began spreading in whispers. It started with our founder, centuries ago. But the truth of it, how to use it, what it really meant, was never shared widely. Only the sect leader was allowed to gain the knowledge of it. Even then, not every leader succeeded. Chenren tilted his head. Why, what makes it so hard to learn? Anji met his eyes. Because you need a very strong soul to cultivate it. If your soul isn't stable, if there are fractures or weaknesses, it'll collapse. You could end up crippled, or worse. Cultivation realms doesn't matter. A core formation expert could fail just as easily as a foundation establishment. One. She looked down briefly, her voice softening. Even my father. He only managed to learn 1 or 2 techniques, and he was the strongest man I've ever known. As Anji finished speaking, something clicked in Chenren's mind. He replayed her words, her story, what little she'd told him before. About being chosen as the next heir to the Void Blade sect. About being adopted by the sect leader, despite being immortal at the time. That wasn't normal. Not in a world ruled by bloodlines and cultivation potential. There could only be one explanation now. I'm guessing, Chenren said slowly. Soul cultivation can be used even by mortals. Anji glanced at him, a little surprised. Then she gave a slow nod. Yes, everyone has a soul. That's all it needs. Having cultivation helps mostly for perception and stability. But in the end, it's about the soul. Nothing else. Chenren hummed, thoughts racing. So that's why her father must have seen something. Her soul, it must be strong. Strong enough to risk giving her a legacy that they had hidden for so long. He looked at her with a new sense of respect. But for now, admiration could wait. They still hadn't found the inheritance. And yet, now that he knew what they were looking for, where to look became obvious. His gaze shifted to the middle of the room. The severed head still sat on its pedestal. But Yalin had sensed it. There was still soul inside. And she was already staring at it again. Their eyes met. No words were needed. They both turned to Anji. We need to try the head, Chenren said. Anji blinked. The head, he nodded. If the inheritance is about soul cultivation, and that thing is still alive, soul intact, then he would know. His soul is fractured, but it's still bound to the body. There's a reason he's still here, a reason he was placed in the vault, surrounded by all this. Yalin hummed, tail flicking behind her. It lines up. The soul isn't natural. It's suppressed in the top of his head. Someone left it here for a purpose. Anji looked at the head, clearly uncomfortable. So, you want to wake it up? I don't think he's dangerous, Chenren said. If it was dangerous, we would have realized it. He's just a head in the end. We're not trying to fight him, just speak. Try to find out what he knows. Anji took a breath, still clearly uneasy with the idea. And how do we wake up a severed head? Asterisk, 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 Anne. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression, fantasy epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here. Chapter 115. Waking up a severed head wasn't exactly something that was on Chenren's portfolio. He'd picked up a lot of strange skills since arriving in this world. Talisman, formations, alchemy, the art of dealing with young masters. But head reanimation hadn't made the list. Still, one more skill in his ever-growing portfolio couldn't hurt. The only problem was, there was no instruction manual, no hidden switch, no whispered incantation to bring the sleeping thing to life. Just a silent vault and a waiting head. For the next 10 minutes, they scoured the room again, looking for any clue that might help them. But finally, it was Chen Ren who spotted it. A faint shimmer in the stone, right beneath the thick shadow of the pedestal. He crouched and brushed his fingers across the platform's edge. There, etched in fine, ancient lines, was a small runic array, barely the size of his palm. It had no glow, no pulsing life. It looked dead, but he was sure it wasn't broken. More importantly, it wasn't drawing on ambient chi, which meant it needed to be activated manually. So that's it, he thought. Squinting at it, a dormant trigger array. Push chi in, and it lights up. He didn't know if it would wake the head, but with the way it was positioned and the lack of any other mechanisms in sight, it was the best guess he had. I think I found something, he called out. The others quickly gathered, crowding around the podium. Chenren explained his theory, pointing to the array. They didn't waste time overthinking it. A quick plan was formed. Yalin would prepare an attack, just in case things went sideways. If the head woke up and started casting curses or screaming in demonic tongues, they'd vaporize it before the situation could escalate. It should work. Yalin nodded and stepped back. Fire gathered, swirling into a crackling orb, twice the size of a football and burning hotter than any furnace on her tail. It was ready. Chen Ren crouched once more. Here goes nothing. He placed his hand over the array and let his chi flow. The rune lines responded slowly, sluggish, like someone waking from a 100-year nap. But they drank in his chi greedily. Far more than he expected. He narrowed his eyes, adjusting the pressure, feeding more in with careful control. Behind him, he could feel the temperature rise. It was Yalin's tail and the flickering ball of fire pressed against the still air. Chenren ignored the searing heat and focused on pushing more chi. Should be a little more? He continued until there was a click in the air. It was so faint that he almost missed it. But he knew he activated the array. He immediately pulled his hand back and watched. His eyes squinted to see any movement. And for a few pregnant seconds, there was nothing. Not even a hum of energy. Maybe it don't work like. Before he could finish thinking, the runes flared. It was so sudden and so sharp that he had to take more steps backwards that his back hit the wall. His eyes went to the lighting on the base of the pedestal that glowed a dull crimson. And slowly, the head stirred. That's scary, Hongyi muttered under his breath, but it was audible to everyone. Is it going to be okay? Anji asked, following up. Chenren didn't take his eyes off the head. He was already spooked with the head's presence, and he honestly didn't know the answer to that question. We can just hope, he said quietly. For a few long moments, nothing happened. The crimson light pulsed gently under the severed head, but it didn't move again. No change, no breath, no twitch. He began to wonder if they had only half awakened it, if the soul within was trapped deeper, buried in a coma, and they needed something more to stir it fully. Then, just as he leaned forward slightly to check the runes again, he saw it. There was a twitch barely perceptible beneath the eye, and then, slowly, the lids opened. Golden irises peered up at him. Chenren blinked, startled for just a heartbeat. They all stood in silence, giving the being time to acclimate. The head's eyes flicked about the vault, scanning the walls, the chamber behind the vault door, but always returned to their group, and specifically to the massive fireball swirling just above Yalin's tail. Chenren briefly debated whether to speak first, but before he could open his mouth, the head beat him to it. "What's going on here?" the man rasped, his voice cracked and old like parchment catching flame. "And who are you sorry lots?" Chenren straightened. "My name is Chenren." The head stared at him for a moment, then muttered, "A Chen. I only knew one Chen in my life, and he sure as hell didn't belong to the glorious Voidblade sect." His gaze narrowed, scanning them more intently now. "None of you carry Void aspected Dantian signatures either. Not a trace. Who are you really?" He sounded less curious than disturbed, unsettled by their presence, but to Chenren, those words revealed more than intended. He's related to Voidblade sect, Chenren realized, and he can sense our cores. That means he still has some cultivation. Even now, even like this. The head scowled. "You're all grave robbers, aren't you? Come to take a look at my grave to see if there's any treasures here? Let me tell you, there's nothing you'll get out of this. Not a scrap. Not even a sliver of jade." Chenren tensed slightly, but held his ground. "And another thing, how the hell did you survive the pulverizing array?" "I set that thing to reduce any intruders to molten ash. Even that cat there." He jerked his gaze toward Yalen, who did not look amused. "Who might be somewhat decent compared to you. Sorry lots. 2 weak cultivators, and a mortal slave." "Really?" Anji's jaw clenched. Yalen's fireball burned just a shade hotter. "I'm no slave," Anji snapped. Her voice came out sharp. "And what grave are you even talking about?" The head blinked, then answered plainly, "My grave." His golden eyes swept the room again, slower this time, more searching. Then his brows furrowed. "Wait," he muttered. This isn't my grave. Where am I?" Chenren let out a breath through his nose. "Great! So much for thinking that it was a wise soul here to pass on knowledge. This was turning into something far messier." He took a step forward. "You're in the sect vault of the Void Blade sect. I'm Chen Ren, sect leader of the Divine Coin sect." He gestured behind him. "That's Hong Yi, Yalen. And this is Anji, daughter of the previous sect leader of Void Blade sect." The head's gaze snapped back to her. "That can't be. She's mortal." "I was adopted," Anji said coolly. Chin lifted. "That still doesn't make sense," the head muttered, but didn't argue further. His eyes narrowed instead. "You said sect vault? What vault? There was no sect vault when I went to sleep. What the fuck is going on here?" Chenren rubbed his temple, then gestured vaguely. "Hell if I know." The head grimaced, muttering something under his breath, then his voice rose again. "Get me Wang Day. He'll have answers. Tell him to come here immediately." "I don't know what that fool's doing stepping down from the sect leader position." Anji blinked. That's not the name of my father." The head turned sharply to her. "It's not." "No," she said, slower now. "That's the name of our founder. Wangda established the Void Blade sect centuries ago. He perished 200 years back." There was a beat of silence. Then, at the exact same moment, perished, the head said. Another loud silence passed over them. The runes under the pedestal dimmed, but the tension between those present only thickened. And for a long moment that followed, the head didn't speak. His eyes no longer darted around. They were distant now. He looked deep, in thought, the kind of stunned, hollow silence that only came from the slow collapse of everything you believed. Chenren turned his head slightly, looking at Yalen. She looked back at him, ears drawn slightly down, tail coiled low in uncertainty. For once, she had no answers either. "What are we dealing with?" Chenren murmured. Yalen didn't reply. Chenren rubbed a hand over his own forehead, a dull throb forming at his temples. "This is a mess. Whatever this man had been, Whatever he still was, they were never going to understand anything if they didn't even know who he was. And there was only one way to understand. He stepped closer. Can you introduce yourself to us? And, if you remember it, the year in which you put yourself in that grave. The head didn't reply immediately. It was almost as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. You're standing before me, seeing my face, hearing my voice, and you don't know my name. He gave a dry laugh. That's all the confirmation I need that something terrible has gone wrong. He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them again. Very well. I am Wang Jun, cultivator of the Domain Manifestation Realm, one of the founding members of the Voidblade sect, keeper of the Void Marching Scroll, defender of the 13 Peaks, and bearer of the Soul Severance Technique Silent Crossing. He paused, then added, There are more titles, obviously, but I think that's enough for you to recognize me. Chenren didn't recognize any of them. Not one. He looked at others. Hongyi's brow was furrowed deep. Yelan was still, her lips pressed into a thin line. And Anji. She looked pale. I made my grave in the year 772 of the new era, the head added. I went into dormancy voluntarily, with the sect's blessing. Chenren felt the confirmation hit like a stone. It was year 1978 of the new era right now. He's ancient. He was likely older than most cities still standing today. And domain manifestation. That was one step below the legends. One breath away from breaking into the mythic nascent soul realm, something the world had not seen in centuries. And yet, no one here had ever heard of him. Before Chenren could speak, Hongyi stepped forward. I've never heard of any of those titles, or your name. Not in any scroll sect record or historical archive. Wang Jun blinked. What? Anji nodded slowly. Same for me. I've lived my whole life inside the Voidblade sect. I've studied our history, read every book I could find. We only have one founder, Wang Det. Brother, if what you said earlier is true, but there's no mention of you, anywhere. The old cultivator's mouth fell slightly open, then closed. He stared past them for a long moment. His voice, when it came again, was quiet. They erased me. The words came out painful. His voice became low and his eyes went to the ground. I was written out. Chenren felt the weight of it settle in his gut. A cultivator of domain manifestation, one of the founders of a sect, a man who'd created his own grave to preserve himself, gone from history. And they had no idea why. Chenren gave the old man a final, steady nod. This is the year 1978 of the new era. The Kalian Empire rules most of the known world now. Most sects, those that still exist, have been forced into a subordinate relationship with it. The head Wang Jun stared at him blankly at first, then his brows creased. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on the original website. Kalian Empire, he echoed softly. I've heard that name before. Back in my time, it was nothing more than a growing border city. Ambitious, sure, but small, it became an empire. Chenren nodded. The head didn't speak again. His golden eyes drifted off, unfocused now, staring at the far wall as if trying to look through it, through stone, time, and memory. Slowly, his lids closed, then opened, then closed again. Chenren didn't interrupt. None of them did. They all watched in silence as the ancient cultivator processed the truth. The passage of time had not only changed everything, it had erased everything. His titles, his deeds, his name. And still, none of them had the heart to tell him the Voidblade sect was gone. That was a truth for later. Chenren inhaled quietly, his thoughts drifting again. This time to something else entirely. How was this man still alive? He was literally speaking, thinking, and conscious. That shouldn't have been possible. From the way he spoke, it was clear he'd intentionally put himself into this state. A severed head resting on a podium in the middle of a vault. Was it a kind of preservation? A ritual? Or something tied to soul cultivation? But what was the plan? Would he regrow a body? Could he? Chenren frowned, imagining the man's flesh, twisting and extending, bones snapping into place as a torso reformed from pure soul energy. The image was so grotesque he had to shake his head, and then his mind drifted elsewhere. the specter that followed Gutian. He still didn't know the full story, but he could guess. That specter hadn't been bound. It had chosen to follow Gutian. It had watched, taught, and protected. For what? Perhaps for a future promise. Maybe, Chen Ren thought. The specter had hoped Gutian would one day craft it a body, restore it, give it flesh again. And maybe, he looked at Wang Jun, maybe the head was no different. If this was soul cultivation, then how powerful did your soul need to be to survive like this? It was obvious that Wang Jun had no qi, only sheer will and some technique Chen Ren couldn't comprehend. And that was terrifying. Just as Chen Ren was lost in thought, half in theory, half in dread, the golden eyes of the severed head suddenly snapped open. That fucking snake-hearted piece of rotting dog shit! The vault echoed. Everyone jerked in surprise as Wang Jun exploded in a storm of curses. Spittle didn't fly. Chen Ren didn't know if the head produced saliva, but the force behind his words felt like spiritual pressure all on its own. Demon-spawned, mole-eyed, jelly-spined lich. Half-blooded turd maggot, lying green-gilled, pig-hearted wretch? Chen Ren blinked. Half of those insults didn't even make sense, and he was fairly sure one of them might have been a spell incantation disguised as an insult. Yalin lowered her fireball slowly, brows furrowed. Is he okay? No idea, Chen Ren muttered. Let's give him a minute. And sure enough, after one final muttered, toad-eating, scroll-forging charlatan, the head finally said something coherent that bastard Wang Di. The name dropped like a stone. My brother, the head growled. He betrayed me. I knew he was jealous. Everyone was, but I never expected that short, gremlin-looking bastard to do this. He turned his eyes sharply to Anji. How did he die? She blinked. What? My brother, the head snarled. How did that bastard die? Anji glanced nervously at the others, then answered. According to sect records, he died valiantly, fighting off dozens of demonic cultivators. He gave his life defending the sect. A silence stretched, and then Wang Jun laughed. It wasn't a happy laugh. It was dry, sharp, and bitter, and loud. He scoffed in the end. Yeah, sure. The man who wouldn't even spar me properly without hiding behind his bodyguards took on a dozen demonic cultivators. What next? He flew into the heavens and became a star. He scoffed. I'm pretty sure one of his devoted lackeys wrote that tale after his death, probably to polish the turd and make him look like a legend. Anji scowled. That can't be true. Propaganda, the head said firmly. I'm sure you understand that word. Sect records aren't holy writ. They're political tools. No sect ever records its founder dying badly, even if they pissed themselves and ran straight into a pit. Chen Ren gave a thoughtful nod. That does sound like something a lot of sects would do, honestly. And now that the shock was wearing off, he could see the edges of truth in the head's words. If Wang Jun was right, if he had been erased from history, then maybe Wang De hadn't died a hero. Maybe he just made sure no one would ever know there was someone greater. Chen Ren didn't blame the man for being furious. If someone had stolen his work, his achievements, his legacy, he'd be breathing fire too. But still, look, Chen Ren said, raising a hand calmly. I get that you're angry. Maybe you're right. Maybe you were betrayed. But I want to understand how. What exactly happened to you, and how are you even speaking right now? His eyes locked on the head. Did you choose this state? Are you alive because of soul cultivation? Wang Jun's golden gaze focused on him again, sharper this time, and the ancient soul that had once defied death went silent. But something in his eyes told Chen Ren they were finally getting to the truth. Yalin stepped forward, tail low but alert. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she studied the head. You said this was a grave, she said. What exactly did you mean? Did you cut your own head off and bury it? Wang Jun let out a dry chuckle. Not quite. It's a long story, but I can see you're all curious, so I'll try to explain it briefly. He lifted his chin slightly, Regal, despite his disembodied state. I was the strongest cultivator of my time, born into a middling clan. No legacy, no fortune. But I rose. Fast. hit the domain manifestation realm at a record age 169 years. He paused. They called me Heaven's Child. Hong Yi made a sound between a cough and a groan. I don't think the question required bragging. I'm coming to it, Wang Jun snapped, annoyed. Then he continued, undeterred. The point is, I hit the bottleneck early. Too early. There was no path to the nascent soul realm. Not anymore. No manuals. No teachers. The old world was ash, and I was stuck. Worse, I had already mastered everything available to me. Techniques, arts, domains. Nothing pushed me forward. He exhaled softly. So I turned to soul cultivation. That caught everyone's attention again. In one of my expeditions, he said, I found fragments of a lost legacy. Manuals, incomplete, scattered, but enough. I began studying them, practicing. And what I found, it changed everything. He paused. Soul cultivation didn't just work with my void affinity, it enhanced it, balanced it. I began to see things others couldn't, perceive more than spirit and flesh. He looked at each of them in turn. Years turned to decades, then centuries. Eventually, my brother and I created the Void Blade sect. I shared what I'd learned with him. I wanted him to rise with me. Chen Ren raised a brow. That still doesn't explain why you're just ahead. Wang Jun went quiet for a beat. Because the world was too jealous of me. The bitterness in his voice was thick. I had both, soul cultivation and body cultivation. I was already stronger than anyone alive, and that made me a target. His eyes gleamed with quiet fury. People fear what they can't match, and so they plot. A group of domain manifestation, cultivators, 6 of them, ambushed me. I killed 2. The others, they destroyed most of my body, nearly ended me. Wang Jun paused, the fire in his golden eyes dimming for just a moment. When he spoke again, his voice was quieter, but no less intense. That day, I realized I wasn't immortal after all. He breathed out a soundless sigh. One of the cultivators had a poison-affected domain. A rare one. It didn't kill me immediately. It was worse. It rotted me. Day by day, my body began to disintegrate. My flesh, my bones, falling away. So, you cut your head from your body? Anji asked, putting 2 and 2 together. Yes, he said simply. I poured as much of my soul into it as I could, and then let the rest of my body rot away. There's an ancient soul cultivation technique. Long forbidden, of course. That preserves the soul within the last intact vessel of the body. His voice dropped. I used it. I lost everything tied to my physical cultivation, but I retained what I could of my soul strength, and I survived. He paused, and something softened in his eyes. My brother promised to look for flesh puppet techniques, a way to give me a new body. He said it might take decades, centuries. So I told him to seal me away, build me a resting place, a tomb. I entered hibernation and set the deadliest arrays I could to guard me. His eyes moved slowly across the chamber. But it seems all that's undone. My brother? He changed it, turned my grave into a storage vault. His face twisted an expression of profound disappointment. Chen Ren could understand everything now, and he calmly watched the storm of emotions swirl and harden the head's ancient face. So you know a good amount of soul cultivation then? Enough to teach? That drew his attention. I dare say, the head said proudly, I'm one of the best living experts in the art. Good, Chenren said. Then you can teach Anji? The head blinked. She's immortal. Chenren crossed his arms. It doesn't matter. She's from the Void Blade sect. Surely, Wang Jun scoffed. Surely there's someone better in the sect to take as a disciple. There isn't, Chenren cut in. She's the best they have. There was silence. Wang Jun stared at them. Everyone else, Chenren said quietly. Alongside your sect is dead. The words struck like thunder. The golden irises dilated slightly, and then, son of a snake-fanged maggot hugger, the head screamed toward the ceiling, launching into another furious storm of curses. so vicious the vault itself seemed to vibrate. Foul-breathed lizard spine, blood-soaked traitor, pissing fungus rat. Chen Ren stood calmly, arms still crossed. Yalan just sighed and flicked her tail. Hong Yi murmured, "He's got a creative vocabulary." And Anji stood silently, staring at the man with an unreadable expression. Asterisk, 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 AN. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression fantasy epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here. Chapter 1:16. Honestly, Chen Ren had no idea what to do with the head, leaving a hidden vault with the severed. Still living head of a former domain manifestation realm cultivator was never on his to-do list. Yet here he was, with the thing staring at him, occasionally muttering, and holding what could very well be the true inheritance of soul cultivation. It was the kind of bizarre twist that would have made him laugh if it didn't feel so damn serious. He kept asking himself why Anji's father had never told her about the head. But when the man in question claimed that his own brother Wang Dead, the sect's founder, had rewritten history to make himself the sole creator of the sect's legacy, it started to make uncomfortable sense. If that was true, then not even Anji's father had entered the vault. No one had. For centuries, all they'd done was maintain the outer array, checking it every 100 years or so, treating it more like a sacred monument than a treasure trove. Talking to Anji afterward confirmed most of his guesses. She said the techniques they had were passed down by word of mouth, not scripture. Rumors of soul cultivation had survived, sure, but they were like smoke without fire. If someone with unfathomable soul talent had appeared, the vault would have been open to them, but no one had, not in generations. And so the head remained sealed and forgotten, like a locked book no one ever tried to open. After some basic questions, Chen Ren left the head with Anji. The man didn't seem dangerous, just confused, bitter, and tired in a way that went beyond physical exhaustion. More like a man who'd waited too long and was still unsure what to feel. He didn't give off killing intent. That made him believe that Anji was safe. Besides, Chen Ren had other things to do. He didn't want to linger in the vault. The place smelled too much like secrets and dust, so he called Yalan, instructed her to burn the bodies, bought the dead cultivators and the hound, then store their ashes in a pouch to scatter on their journey. After that, they moved to the living quarters where the last 2 dead cultivators had fallen. Yalan burned those 2, the flames rising clean and hot under her control. Only one task remained now, moving to visit the library. Chen Ren walked alone toward it, following Anji's directions. He felt a slight giddy feeling in his chest at the fact that the library mattered, maybe even more so than the treasures they had found in the vault. He just had hoped the books he needed had survived. Anji had warned him that some of the library's protective arrays had failed over time. Several bookshelves near the entrance had collapsed. The books upon them rotted beyond recognition. But a decent number still stood tall, untouched by decay, and Chen Ren hoped that they held the manuals he was looking for. On the way, he peeked into the other chambers lining the corridor. One looked like an old kitchen, complete with dusty jars and long dry storage pots. Another resembled a storeroom, shelves still stacked, with dried herbs turned to powder. A few doors led to rooms so dark even his vision couldn't pierce them. But Yalan tensed near one and quietly whispered, "Beast guardians, they're asleep." Apparently, these slumbering beasts were only meant to awaken under 2 conditions. If someone failed to open the vault and triggered the traps, or if someone, like Chen Ren, waltzed into their den and punched them awake like he did with the puppet. Not in the mood for another fight, he wisely left them alone. The library door creaked as he pushed it open, and what greeted him made his eyes widen. It was massive, not as vast as the main vault chamber, but easily half its size with shelves towering around him. Books stretched from wall to wall, row upon row. It felt like an ocean of forgotten knowledge. A few shelves at the front and back had collapsed, and the books there were too far gone, molded and blackened by time. But most stood intact, their spines still sharp, the array glyphs faintly humming. We start with Earth-aspected manuals and anything on beast mastery, Chenren said, his voice hushed by instinct. But we're taking everything. Yalen gave a small nod. I'd like to read some of these too. He raised a brow. I've never seen you read, she snorted. That's because this world's current knowledge bores me. But this, she gestured around, this is legacy. Established sects sometimes have tomes that can change the way you see cultivation itself. Chenren only nodded, quietly agreeing, and moved deeper into the library. In the center, he noticed a strange shelf different from the others. It looked reinforced and held a strange mechanism embedded into its frame. A few books lay fallen before it, untouched by mold, but he ignored it for now. Instead, he started scanning each shelf, pulling out books to check their contents. They were well organized. One entire shelf was a bestiary, filled with sketches and descriptions of spirit beasts. He made a mental note to pass it to Ziwen. Another held volumes detailing the history of the Voidblade sect, which he now suspected was at least half false, crafted by the founder's brother to hide the truth. Further along, he found odd collections, manuals on herb gathering, ancient recipes written in archaic script, even an entire shelf dedicated to esoteric cultivation theories. One scroll, tucked between thicker books, claimed to teach a method to cultivate while sleeping. He chuckled at that and pocketed it for later reading. Finally, in a dusty corner of the library, he found what he had truly come for, manuals on elemental cultivation. The shelf was crammed with books bound in different colors, each marked by an element. Fire, water metal, and then, there it was, an earth cultivation manual titled Earth Resonance. He didn't know its grade yet, but the moment he touched it, he knew Luo Feng would lose his mind when he saw it. There were others too, at least a dozen more on similar techniques. Without wasting time, he pulled out one of the empty spatial rings he'd found in the vault and swept every book from the shelf inside. He didn't just throw all the books into the spatial ring at once. Instead, he paused, letting his fingers brush across the spines, scanning for anything he might want to read during the long carriage ride back. It didn't take long to find something interesting. There was a worn manual discussing the many aspects of Qi, not just elemental, but spiritual, conceptual, and emotional. It intrigued him. Then, he found a slim, faded book on the nuances of tea-making and cultivation harmony. He tucked it aside, already knowing Qing he would appreciate it. But the one that truly caught his eye was a book with a dragon etched into the cover. Not gold like legends often described, but crimson, coiled around the book like it was guarding the words inside. He picked it up without thinking. Just as he was preparing to store the rest into the ring, Yalen's voice cut through the silence. What are we going to do about the head? Chenren didn't answer right away. He glanced over at her, then let out a sigh. Honestly, he said, I wanted to just leave him somewhere. Somewhere no one would find him. Yalen tilted her head. Why? Because he's a variable, Chenren replied in a whisper. Old monsters, especially ones who lost everything, can't be trusted. He knows his sect is gone. We've already killed Blazing Ember sect cultivators, but he might want a whole crusade against them. If word spreads, I don't want more trouble. He might be weak now, just a head with no body and no power. But variables become problems when you stop watching them. He paused, rubbing the back of his neck. But thinking more about it, I don't think we can leave him here. Anji's inheritance lies with him. Whatever truth about soul cultivation is probably tied to that man. And I know you're curious too. Yalen exhaled. I am, but I don't want to risk anything. Neither do I, he said. But it's like a pet you can't abandon. Anji needs him, and I want to understand soul cultivation better. He might be the only source left, but the only question is... He trailed off, looking back toward the direction of the vault. Will he be an ally or an enemy? Silence fell between them, broken only by the soft rustling of pages as Chenren pulled more books into the spatial ring. For a while, Yalen said nothing. Then finally her voice came soft but certain. I believe he can be trusted. Chenren glanced at her, his brows raised just a bit. I don't know, she admitted, but I believe it. You'll make sure he won't become a threat. Chenren didn't reply, but the grip on the dragon-covered book in his hand tightened slightly. He needs us, Chenren said after a moment. To build a body, Yalen nodded. By his own words, he's one of those cultivators who always wanted more stronger realms, deeper comprehension, greater heights. He won't be content staying as just ahead. That's our advantage. Chenren's eyes narrowed slightly in thought as she continued. He's vulnerable right now, and we need his knowledge. So if we give him what he wants, he'll give us what we need. Like answers, Chenren murmured. About the medallion, the golden dragon, everything Qing he told us. He might have some clue about it. Yes, Yalen said firmly. He might even know about the devourers. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. That name lingered in the air for a few more seconds. He said he was born centuries ago. If the stories existed back then, he might have heard them before they became myths. Chenren nodded. He had thought the same thing. Deep down, he'd already accepted it. No matter how much he tried to shape his own fate, there was a larger design unfolding around him. A deeper plan. He had been so focused, building his sect, growing his businesses, training, preparing, but there was a looming shadow beyond it all. Something bigger than just him or even the sect, the medallion. The vision, the golden dragon, and worst of all, he knew the danger was coming, but he lacked the information to face it. The head might finally fill that gap. If he really knows something, Chenren said slowly, then I might finally understand the threat and start preparing for it properly. He turned to Yalen and let out a long breath. So we're taking him back to Meadow. Then he sighed and touched his forehead. Let's just hope none of the kids see him. They'll toss him around like a ball. Yalen chuckled. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Then her expression shifted, becoming a little more serious. I want you to get closer to him in the carriage. Talk to him. Learn who he is. If we're going to rebuild his body, we need to prepare. Chenren gave her a long look, then let out a low, wry laugh. So more work for me, huh? I can't even sleep on the carriage now. You can sleep in the village, Yalen replied smoothly. Besides, don't pretend. I know you're curious. You want to learn more about him. Chenren didn't deny it. He simply gave a small nod, looking back at the crimson dragon on the cover of the book in his hand. Well, yeah, I am. Li Xuan walked alone down the dirt path, the wind cold against his back, sharp enough to cut through his robes. The path ahead was empty, but his steps never quickened. His gaze kept drifting over his shoulder. Something was following him. It could have just been the wind. Any normal person would have thought so. But Li Xuan trusted his instincts more than his senses. He had honed them too long, too carefully, to mistake the weight of a gaze for a breeze. Still, he didn't stop. Whatever followed him would reveal itself in time, and he didn't have to work for it. He walked with his spine straight and his aura sealed, but anticipation stirred in his chest, not from fear, but from excitement. Soon, he would meet the one who had unknowingly marked the end of his cultivation journey, Chenren. Ashen City had given him far more than he'd expected. Ever since he saved the Zhu clan's young master, and they took him in, his days had been full. A blur of training sessions, sparring bouts, and conversations, more than he was used to. The girls in the clan hadn't missed a chance to talk to him either. He hadn't known how to handle that at first. He'd spent most of his life under strict training, sheltered and focused, so when they smiled or lingered near him, he didn't know whether to run or bow. In the end, he let them talk, let them flirt. A cultivator, after all, was meant to experience all things: battle, spirit, hardship, and women. But indulgence wasn't his weakness. He wasn't like the soft-hearted sons of nobility who fell at the first taste of wine and perfume. He trained every day, no matter the distractions, sparred without fail. And there was no shortage of opponents in Ashen City. The Zhu clan had no lack of fighters. Dozens had challenged him, and he'd learned from each one. When they had fallen short of expectations, he had found opponents beyond the clan. And it was Shenbao who stood out head of one of the more aggressive hunting groups with ruthless instincts and no hesitation. Sparring with him had left Li Xuan sore, bruised, and better. Still, as valuable as this time had been, he knew he couldn't stay. Chen Ren was the reason. A name he hadn't expected to remember, let alone pursue. A man who had risen in the chaos, not through luck, but will. There were other factors that backed him up: determination, strength, and strategy. And when Li Xuan looked at him, he didn't see a rival anymore. He saw everything he had wanted to become. That was the truth. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but it was clear. He didn't need a home, a clan, or even a city. What he needed was that one moment, that final battle, to see who he truly was when everything was stripped away. And so, with his sword at his back and his mind set, Li Xuan had taken off toward Meadow Village, the place where Chen Ren had founded his new sect. He didn't know what to expect. A part of him imagined a fledgling sect barely held together with discipline and luck. He had tried one of their products' alcohol called moonshine. They brewed and sold, apparently good enough to catch the attention of most cultivators in Ashen City. But surely that wasn't what the sect was about. Chen Ren didn't strike him as the kind to waste cultivation potential chasing after liquor. Would there be powerful cultivators waiting there? Unlikely. Most sects took decades, centuries, even to gather real talent, especially those built from scratch, without ancient backing or long-standing bloodlines. As he walked, the wind stirred again, curling down his collar like a warning finger. The sense that something was following him returned, this time heavier, almost oppressive. His instinct screamed. He spun on his heel and landed in a ready stance just as the creature came down in front of him with a thunderous thud. Li Xuan's eyes narrowed. It was a wolf, but no ordinary one. No, this one looked nothing short of a behemoth. It stood easily a foot or two taller than any spirit beast wolf he had ever seen. Its limbs coiled with lean, corded muscle. Its fur, once perhaps a dusky gray, had darkened into something far more menacing, blacker than obsidian, absorbing the light instead of reflecting it. It radiated an overwhelming pressure, and when it bared its fangs, Li Xuan caught sight of teeth like daggers, far more than a wolf should have had. Every instinct told him to draw his blade, until his gaze rose just a little higher, and he froze. A man was sitting on the beast's back. Li Xuan's sword slid half out of its sheath before he raised it and pointed directly at the rider, who, judging by the relaxed posture, had no intention of hiding. The man tilted his head, expression unreadable beneath the shadow of his hood. "Who are you?" Li Xuan's eyes narrowed. "Why should I tell you anything?" he replied coldly. "You're just a bandit blocking a road." The rider laughed. "Bandit? Haven't been called that in a while." He leaned forward slightly, patting the beast's thick neck. "I only asked because you're heading toward my sect. It's not every day someone like you strolls in, strong, armed, quiet." He gestured lazily with one hand. "State your purpose." Li Xuan's grip tightened on his blade. Was this man talking about Chen Ren's sect? A sect with beast tamers already? That was unexpected. Impressive, even. Still, he wasn't one to be interrogated on the road like a criminal. "And what if I don't?" Li Xuan said. "Then I'll have to force it out of you," the man replied, a grin tugging at the corner of his lips. Li Xuan's stance shifted slightly. "You and your pet will lose your lives." "Maybe," the man said, utterly unfazed. "But who said I was alone?" Li Xuan's eyes flicked to the trees for a moment, sensing no other presence. But then the man spoke again, calmly. "And even if I fall, sect leader Chen will take revenge. That, I promise." At that, Li Xuan lowered his sword. So Chen Ren already had followers willing to die for him. Li Xuan's thoughts turned thoughtful. The sect might be further ahead than he had imagined. There was no doubt anymore. The man in front of him was one of Chen Ren's people, knowing he hadn't come seeking trouble, only a match that would settle the restless fire in his chest. Li Xuan exhaled slowly and lowered his blade. The gesture made the rider raise a brow, clearly surprised. "Sect leader Chen?" Li Xuan asked. "You mean Chen Ren?" Yes, I do." "You know him?" Li Xuan nodded once. We've sparred in the past. I've come to find him. He stepped forward. I'm here to challenge him to another duel. The man atop the beast gave a low whistle, lips quirking in amusement. You're the first person I've met on this road with a reason like that. He leaned down slightly, studying Li Xuan more closely. Well then, I guess you are not lost after all. Asterisk, 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 AN. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression fantasy epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here. Chapter 117. Chen Ren had intended to learn more about Wang Jun, the head in the carriage. But as soon as he started asking, he realized one thing: the head never shut up. What began as a simple question, what was your life like before losing your body, turned into an endless flood of life history. From his birth as a farmer's son, to finding a mysterious treasure hidden in the mountains that propelled him into the path of cultivation, to the chaotic clashes with young masters of more established clans. A phenomenon that seemed eternal no matter the era. Wang Jun rambled on. He recounted his early breakthroughs, his first loves, grudges, betrayals, duels. Nothing was left out. By the end of day 1, Chen Ren and the others trapped in the carriage had long since stopped trying to process the sheer volume of detail. Meanwhile, Wang Jun showed no signs of tiring. After spending so long sealed in sleep, he seemed almost manic for conversation. Unfortunately, Chen Ren's group bore the full brunt of that enthusiasm. The only relief came during rest stops to eat. Amusingly, that was when Chen Ren realized Wang Jun, having no body, didn't and couldn't eat. Instead, he explained that his current existence was something unique. He now absorbed qi directly through his soul. It fascinated Chen Ren, though he refrained from probing further. Anything about soul cultivation was tied to Anji's inheritance, and Chen Ren wasn't eager to overstep. Still, he couldn't help but wonder if he could gain even a basic lesson or two from Wang Jun. Adding soul techniques to his arsenal could one day be invaluable. Another thought had been eating at him. How strong was Wang Jun's soul? Chen Ren's own soul, originally from Earth, had crossed dimensions and fused with the fragments of this world's Chen Ren. Did that make him capable of going further in soul cultivation? He was almost impatient to ask Anji if he could join her in training. Apparently, she had already brought up the idea with Wang Jun, and the head had agreed. Chen Ren didn't know why, but he also knew how delicate the topic was. To ask for a share in her inheritance, without offering something valuable in return, would be an insult. He had already profited greatly from the Voidblade sect's vault. His sect might have lacked recognition, but his treasury had elevated it to the level of ancient sects. With the books, techniques, and weapons he now possessed, Chen Ren could nurture a force of cultivators powerful enough to shake the region. And yet, he knew such fortune came with a price. Trouble would follow him. That was certain. After all, he had robbed the treasures of another established sect one that would surely discover the loss of their expedition team. Even if they found no trace of the culprits, the true danger lay in the fact that they were demonic cultivators in disguise. To what degree, he couldn't exactly say, but he wasn't about to take chances or find out. It was only wise to prepare for retaliation. Even if he was fairly confident, they wouldn't be able to trace the deed back to the Divine Coin sect. As Yalen had once told him, paranoia served cultivators well. Chen Ren intended to put the new treasures he had acquired to good use. If they came knocking, he would be ready. Even with the gap in strength, he believed he could overcome them. But before that inevitable conflict, increasing his own power was the first step. The moment he returned to the sect, that would be his focus. Not only for the Blazing Ember sect's survival, but also to prepare for the coming winter. What had initially been a plan to test his firearms in the wilds now served a dual purpose. He would test himself as well, hunting beasts and gaining real combat experience. The opportunity to fight cultivators had been plentiful. Beasts were a different matter, and he needed that knowledge. The days passed in a blur of steady travel. They stopped less and pressed harder, cutting down the distance swiftly until finally, the familiar shape of Meadow Village came into view. At that moment, Wang Jun was still droning on about a chapter of his life, recounting his time aboard a ship to a distant island. Hong Yi, seated at the front of the carriage, interrupted sharply. I see the village. Chen Ren leaned toward the window, catching sight of the wooden walls rising against the horizon. Chief Muyang had clearly taken his suggestion to heart. The palisade was being built. Parts were already standing, sturdy and well-crafted, while other sections remained under construction. As Chen Ren watched in quiet satisfaction, Anji grabbed Wang Jun by the hair and pushed the head forward so he could see. So this is where I'll be staying until I get a body, huh? Wang Jun said, in an oddly cheerful tone. Yeah, Chen Ren replied with a faint grin. This is home for now. Looks like one of those small villages that used to treat cultivators as gods. Chen Ren huffed. That's close enough. They're more cautious around us than reverent, though. Times have changed. Wang Jun's head was pulled back inside the carriage, and after a moment of quiet, he spoke again. Are they good servants? I want 2 for my needs. One of them can hold me so I can take morning walks. Chen Ren frowned immediately. They aren't servants, and you're not getting morning walks. If I let a talking head wander around, there'd be mass panic. I doubt the world has gotten used to disembodied heads strolling about in the centuries you've been. Napping, Wang Jun scowled. So I'm to sit in a room and be brought out only when you want to extract knowledge from me? Am I some dusty old relic on a shelf? By now, Chen Ren knew the head had already figured out their intentions. For all his endless rambling, Wang Jun had once been the founder of a sect that had stood for centuries after him. He was sharp enough to see through them. We can talk about your request when we arrive, Chen Ren said carefully, not wanting to come off rude. Of course, I won't demand your knowledge for free. I'm not your disciple, nor will I act like one. Whatever knowledge I seek, I'll offer something in return. It'll be fair, a give and take. Wang Jun sniffed. Even if you were my disciple, I wouldn't answer everything. My last disciple tried to steal my lover. They had an affair, then ran away together. Did you kill them? Chen Ren asked immediately. He couldn't have imagined anything else happening to the disciple at the cost of his actions. No, Wang Jun replied, sounding almost insulted. Those idiots hid inside a wyvern's nest and got eaten. I had to kill the wyvern and slice open its stomach just to confirm they were dead. The whole thing was complicated. I'll tell you the full story one day. Chen Ren simply nodded, still a bit stunned as the carriage finally rolled past the gates and into the village. The crude but solid palisades surrounded them as the familiar buildings came into view. As they neared the sect's entrance, Chen Ren let out a long, quiet breath of relief. When Wang Fu had transformed, there had been a time he wondered if he would ever see this place again. But now, here it stood in front of him, solid and real. Home. There, at the entrance, Shulan stood waiting for him alongside a few mortal sect members. Chen Ren smiled faintly at the sight of her before leaning toward Anji. Get the head out under a cloth once there are fewer eyes around, he whispered. I'll go talk to Shulan. Anji nodded, and Chen Ren sighed inwardly. If only Wang Jun could be tossed into a spatial ring. Unfortunately, living beings, or in this case, something close enough, couldn't survive in dimensional space without catastrophic consequences. He wasn't eager to test that theory with a talking head. He climbed down from the carriage with Yalen following close behind. Shulan approached with a bright but tired smile. You succeeded, she said, then glanced toward the carriage. Are the items you found in there? Chen Ren shook his head and raised his hand, flashing the spatial ring. Number everything is safe inside here. I'll explain later. There are complications. We also brought someone back with us. Shulan's brows lifted. Another disciple? No, Chen Ren said with a tired chuckle. It's difficult to explain. You'll see soon enough. For now, I just want to sleep. A lot happened this week, and I need rest before we talk. Shulan nodded but hesitated. Her eyes darted nervously toward the carriage and back. Well, love this novel. Read it on Royal Road to ensure the author gets credit. Chen Ren caught it instantly. What is it? There's someone here for you. Who? Li Xuan. The name made Chen Ren sigh and rub at his temple. Li Xuan. He arrived yesterday asking to spar with you. Ziwen found him walking near the village and brought him here. He was disappointed you weren't around, but he's been waiting for your return. Chen Ren groaned inwardly. The last time he'd seen Li Xuan, the man had barely survived Gutian's assault and had been left paralyzed. They had only interacted once since Chen Ren had taken over this body. Thou Li Xuan had always struck him as one of those rigid cultivators who lived and breathed cultivation. He was neither reckless nor impulsive. Still, Chen Ren couldn't fathom why the man would now seek him out for a spar. Chen Ren considered refusing outright. He liked to think of himself as more of a strategist, a planner, not someone eager to fight duels. But letting an unknown variable roam his sect unchecked wasn't an option. Take me to him, he said at last. The next few weeks are going to be critical. I can't afford loose ends, especially not a variable like Li Xuan. Shulan nodded and led the way. They wound through the sect buildings, heading toward the training grounds at the back. As they approached, Chen Ren spotted Ziwen in conversation with a tall figure clad in plain robes, Li Xuan. At their feet, little Yuz lay sprawled comfortably on the ground, rolling lazily like a large pup under the afternoon sun. Chen Ren hadn't seen Li Xuan in some time, but he noticed the change immediately. The man's aura had shifted. His long, flowing hair was now cut shorter, and there was a calmer, more disciplined air about him. The rigid arrogance Chen Ren remembered had been softened. A small, relaxed smile lingered on Li Xuan's face as he conversed with Ziwen, the two standing under the gentle warmth of the afternoon sun. As soon as they heard footsteps, both men turned. Their focus pointed toward Chen Ren almost instantly. Chen Ren, Li Xuan called, stepping forward. It's good to see you're already here. I was prepared to stay here for weeks just to have the chance to challenge you to a spar. Well, wouldn't that be convenient for you? Chen Ren thought. Noticing how the man looked simply happy seeing him here, he stopped a few steps away, hands loosely at his sides. It's been a while, but I have some questions, he said, not wasting any time. Did I offend you by winning the city tournament instead of you? Number you deserved that victory. After I lost consciousness, I was told everything. I heard how you defeated Gutian. I'll admit it, you were my better in that tournament. I fell for his underhanded methods. You prevailed. Chen Ren raised a brow. Then why are you here now, asking me for a spar if you hold no grudge? That was the only question he had in mind. He knew cultivators were egoistic men who'd do anything to get back on someone if they lost. But if that wasn't the case, why was he here? Well, Li Xuan straightened his shoulders. To know if I am better than you. I never imagined I'd say this, but I've come to see you as a wall I must overcome. You succeeded where I failed, and since that day, I've trained tirelessly to surpass you. I'm confident now. So, here I am. I want to climb over that wall. Chen Ren inwardly groaned. Wall? He had never seen himself as one. On raw cultivation strength, Li Xuan almost certainly surpassed him now. The man's qi was denser and more stable than before, clear proof of his progress. The only reason Chen Ren had survived against Tutian was because a literal dragon had intervened. But knowing the Cultivation Society, spirit manifestations were just a part of a cultivator's strength. Li Xuan's eyes gleamed with unspoken challenge, practically begging to fight here and now. Chen Ren hesitated. Should he just accept and lose? No, that might only insult and antagonize Li Xuan further if he saw through the ploy. Could he refuse altogether? Testing the waters, he replied. I don't want to fight you. Li Xuan's brows furrowed. Why not? I have no interest in sparring. I think you're stronger than me, Li Xuan frowned deeply. We won't know that until we spar. It doesn't have to be life or death. I know you have your sect to think about. Chen Ren sighed. The man was adamant. Even so, I don't see any benefit. You see me as a wall, but I'm not even fond of fights, and this is one I can avoid. So my answer is no. Li Xuan stared at him for a long moment, clearly weighing his next words. For a moment, he thought Li Xuan would say okay, accept his no, and be on his way. But instead, he offered, if you win, I'll teach you a sword technique that has been passed down through my family for generations. I believe that would make it interesting enough for you. Chen Ren might have been tempted under other circumstances, but after looting an entire sect library, he was certain he already possessed countless sword techniques. Even if Li Xuan's style was superior, Chen Ren didn't use a sword to begin with. None of his disciples were sword cultivators either. I don't use a sword, Chen Ren said flatly. Li Xuan's brow creased, but he quickly recovered. Then I can offer a spear technique, or a movement technique, or even a body refinement method. Each offer was met with the same quiet shake of Chen Ren's head. Number, 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 number with every rejection. Li Xuan's expression darkened, frustration creeping steadily onto his face. He tugged his hair in the end. The silence that followed stretched uncomfortably between them. Chen Ren let out a slow breath, convinced the man had finally given up. I believe I've rejected it enough. I'll be taking my leave now to get some rest. If you win, Li Xuan interrupted, his voice suddenly sharp with purpose, I'll speak to my father to secure tax concessions for your business in Cloud Mist City. I'll also help you obtain permits and better connections in other nearby cities. Chen Ren froze mid-step. You know my family has held lordship over the region for generations, Li Xuan continued calmly. I have ties with many nobles. I can open doors that would otherwise take you years to unlock. For a moment, Chen Ren simply stared, his mind racing. This is too good to be true. Greed tugged at him insistently. It was an offer no merchant could ignore, but still, if I lose? Chen Ren asked warily. Nothing, Li Xuan said at once. I only want to prove to myself that I'm stronger. That's all. Chen Ren narrowed his eyes. No tricks? No hidden conditions? I don't like scheming. I'm not trying to trap you. I just want a clean answer to a single question. Am I better than you? Chen Ren fell silent, gaze flicking between Ziwen, Shulan, and Yelan, all of whom were quietly watching the exchange. Finally, with a resigned sigh, he nodded. Fine, I'll spar with you. Asterisk, 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 AN. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression, fantasy epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here. Chapter 118. With everything that was going on, a duel with Li Xuan was the least important thing on his mind. But he agreed. He wasn't about to pass up an easy opportunity to expand his business and tax concessions, especially not one handed to him so neatly. Besides, the man had been persistent. It left him with little choice. If there was one thing he knew, it was that Li Xuan would have found a way to challenge him eventually. It wasn't just rivalry either. He could tell. The path of cultivation was as much mental as it was physical. If Li Xuan truly saw Chen Ren as a wall in his path, then sooner or later his cultivation would stagnate under that belief. Overcoming Chen Ren might be the key to unlocking his next breakthrough, or so Li Xuan believed. But with the added offer of business connections, Chen Ren wasn't about to make it easy for him. Li Xuan wasn't his enemy. Stubborn, sure. Arrogant, perhaps. But not malicious. He struck Chen Ren as someone who lived by his word, and that was all he really needed. Ansei accepted. Li Xuan insisted they fight immediately. Chen Ren, despite the fatigue of the long journey home, agreed. Better to get it over with quickly than let it hang over him. Besides, preparation would be useless. From what he could sense, Li Xuan's chi hovered somewhere at the 5th or 6th star of the chi refinement realm. Chen Ren had seen his fighting style during the tournament. But time had passed, and training changed people. The Li Xuan standing in front of him now might fight in a completely different way. Any plan Chen Ren made in advance would likely fall apart the moment the battle began. Then again, he wasn't the same person from back then either. He would face him as he came. On the other hand, word of the duel spread faster than Chen Ren thought possible. Most likely, some wandering mortal disciple had overheard him agreeing and rushed to tell everyone. Soon, a small crowd had gathered at the sparring grounds. Most were mortals, curious and whispering amongst themselves. But a handful of familiar faces stood out. Anji watched from the side, looking at Li Xuan warily. Lo Feng leaned casually against a tree, arms crossed. Ziwen stood nearby, with little Yu's curled at his feet and Whiskey perched quietly on his shoulder. Feiyu stood right next to Shulan. Even Qing he had made the effort to come and observe. The only one missing was Hong Yi, but Chenren had a good guess where he had gone. No doubt locked away in his workshop, already tinkering excitedly with the puppet parts they'd had brought back from their journey. His eyes briefly met Angie's across the crowd. She gave a small nod, a subtle signal that she had secured Wang Zhen's head out of sight. Chen Ren allowed himself a silent breath of relief. Just then, Yelin's voice echoed calmly in his mind. "How are you going to win?" Chen Ren smiled faintly. "Old tricks and new ones. Will it be enough? I don't know," he admitted, flexing his fingers lightly. "But I think I can catch him by surprise. After that, it'll come down to who can last longer." As the crowd quieted, Shulan stepped confidently between them. She raised her hand and gestured for both to approach. The audience instinctively pulled back to form a wide circle around the two fighters. This will be a duel between Chen Ren of the Divine Coin Sect and Li Xuan of the Soaring Sword Sect. Shulan announced clearly. "There will be no deaths. Any lethal injuries will end the fight. Weapons, pills, arrays, and talismans are permitted. Use of any forbidden technique will result in immediate disqualification. Are you both ready?" Chen Ren gave a silent nod. Li Xuan smirked. "I've been ready for months." With a single sweep of Shulan's arm, the duel began. Lightning crackled in Li Xuan's blade as he shot forward with a terrifying speed. He looked like he wanted to end the battle in one swift blow. Chen Ren had anticipated it. He shifted sharply to the side, narrowly dodging the arcing strike. As his feet touched the ground, Chen Ren retaliated instantly, launching his lightning frenzy in a wave of crackling energy. Bolts lanced toward Li Xuan, but a shimmering shield of lightning chi flared to life around him, absorbing the strikes. Li Xuan laughed sharply. "Too weak!" He charged again, calling out, "Storm Piercer, Lightning Blade." Chen Ren activated his defense technique. A faint blue radiance enveloped his form as he braced and met the blow head-on for a single heartbeat. Then, with barely a ripple of motion, he vanished from that spot using his movement technique and reappeared behind Li Xuan. His palm lashed out, striking squarely against Li Xuan's shield. The barrier held, but that wasn't his true aim. Flames erupted beneath Li Xuan's feet. As Chen Ren burned one of his talismans he had left there, Li Xuan reacted immediately, leaping high into the air, but not before the searing flames licked through the cracks of his shield and scorched the edges of his robes. Li Xuan landed lightly. Always crafty. In a real fight, you don't expect your opponent to play fair, Chen Ren replied with a shrug. "Very well then." Li Xuan cracked his neck and looked at him. "But I'm a cultivator of the Tao of Sword. I will not be outwitted so easily." Qi gathered rapidly along his sword, the air itself humming ominously. As Chen Ren prepared to evade, his sense screamed danger. 7 spectral blades materialized around him in an instant, converging toward his position from every direction. For a split second, Chen Ren froze, and that hesitation was enough for Li Xuan. The latter's primary blade crashed down. The blow struck Chen Ren's armor with a loud noise, but he reacted in the same instant, thrusting his palm against the blade and surging his own lightning chi into the steel. The clash sent both fighters skidding backward. Chen Ren used the momentum to leap away and widen the distance between them, breathing hard, muscles tensed. Li Xuan spun sharply, eyes blazing as he locked onto Chen Ren's position. Without hesitation, he surged forward once again, lightning crackling along his form, boosting his speed to near blinding levels. His blade flashed over and over. At his speed, Chen Ren could barely keep up. His eyes struggled to track the blur of movement, and he quickly stopped relying on sight altogether. Instead, he focused on the minute fluctuations of qi in the air, the faint ripples that marked where Li Xuan's presence shifted. It was the only reason he avoided a direct hit. Fortunately, Li Xuan didn't seem to have caught on to that method, continuing to rely on pure speed and force to corner Chen Ren. Chen Ren adapted fast, retreating to maintain distance, laying down burning talismans along Li Xuan's path. Every burst of flame forced Li Xuan to adjust or slow just enough to avoid getting caught. The field of battle soon erupted into chaos. Arcs of lightning, pillars of flame, and sudden gusts of wind surged across the grounds. The spectators, already wary, kept moving farther and farther back to avoid being caught in the crossfire, but not one of them looked away. The duel was becoming something far more brutal and spectacular than they'd expected. Both of them bore the marks of the ongoing clash. Their defenses had held, but only barely. As lightning cultivators, they had managed to evade the worst of each other's strikes. But there was no doubt the fight was taking its toll. Chen Ren got caught in several strikes, and even if his armor held, bolts of lightning did shock him. He had to take pills to keep going without his focus getting distracted. Minutes dragged by in a blur of motion. When the 7 illusionary swords once again materialized and shot toward him, Chen Ren instinctively dodged. And, in that moment, realized something profound. He was holding his own. He was using talismans freely and popping pills to recover when the pain became too sharp. Yet he stood toe-to-toe with Li Xuan. The same Li Xuan who, in the sect entrance examinations, had effortlessly crushed the former soul of this body. Chen Ren wondered for a fleeting second if the stubborn will to win was a remnant of the soul that came before him. But deep down, he felt it clearly. This desire to beat Li Xuan was his own. Not for the reward, but for the satisfaction of proving himself. Spurred by that realization, his counterattacks became sharper, faster, and more aggressive. Li Xuan laughed, exhilarated. "You're finally taking this seriously," he called out, his blade weaving between Chen Ren's attacks. Instead of retreating as before, Chen Ren advanced. He layered the armor made from his starlight defense around his arms and fists, stacking it thick enough that his reinforced hands became weapons in themselves. Without drawing a blade of his own, Chen Ren met Li Xuan head-on. Fist met sword in a savage, close-quarters exchange that sent sparks and ripples of chi bursting outward with every impact. Li Xuan gritted his teeth and pressed forward. Chen Ren matched him blow for blow, surging his own lightning frenzy technique at point-blank range to disrupt Li Xuan's rhythm. Sparks burst wildly between them. The strain was evident. Li Xuan's thunder armor, already weakened by the constant barrage, flickered and failed to absorb the full brunt of the assault. The lightning danced painfully along his body. Yet Li Xuan only clenched his jaw tighter and kept going. You might be reading a pirated copy. Look for the official release to support the author. "You should give up," Chen Ren said evenly between breaths, sidestepping another vicious swing and using his momentum to launch a punch. "You're too exhausted. Never." Li Xuan's eyes blazed with raw determination as he dodged. He suddenly halted and drew his blade back in both hands, the chi around him violently compressing into a singular, focused point. The oppressive killing intent that erupted in the next heartbeat sent cold prickles down Chen Ren's spine. Li Xuan roared, calling the name of his technique. "1/strike!" "Chen Ren's instincts!" screamed at him. Even if this wouldn't kill him outright, it would cripple him badly. All of Li Xuan's remaining chi was pouring into this final, desperate blow. Without hesitation, Chen Ren vaulted backward, hastily flinging out a handful of talismans. Thick earth walls surged up between them with loud, rumbling cracks. But the moment Li Xuan swung, the air itself split. A blinding crescent-shaped sword. Aura blasted forth from the blade, a sharp beam of energy that effortlessly carved through the stone walls like paper. Chen Ren barely twisted out of the way, the edge of the attack slicing past him and detonating against a nearby tree. The thick trunk exploded into splinters, the upper half toppling to the ground. With a heavy crash, Chen Ren stared for half a second, throat dry. If that had hit me, more sword auras followed, each like a scythe of pure destruction arsing across the battlefield. Chen Ren immediately went full defensive, dodging and weaving with every ounce of speed his movement technique could offer, leaping over the attacks, sliding under them, barely staying ahead of the slicing beams hunting him down. The battle had reached its deadliest phase, and Chen Ren knew he could no longer afford a single mistake. "You can't run forever," Li Xuan shouted, his voice crackling with the same intensity as the sword auras he kept launching across the battlefield. "And you can't keep throwing them for long," Chen Ren shot back, breathless but still moving. Even as he spoke, Chen Ren frowned inwardly. Li Xuan showed no sign of stopping. Either his qi reserves were far greater than expected, or, more concerning, he was recklessly burning his life force to fuel the attacks. It was insane for a simple spar, but Chen Ren knew the man's obsession with breaking through his imaginary wall could push him this far. At this rate, he realized, I'll lose if I keep running, so he decided to gamble. In a sudden blur of motion, Chen Ren sprinted straight at Li Xuan. The unexpected charge caught Li Xuan off guard, but instinct kicked in as he swung out another lethal arc of sword aura. Chen Ren twisted his body at the last possible second, narrowly evading the beam, and closed the distance between them to barely 10 steps. With a smooth, practiced motion, Chen Ren channeled his qi into his spatial ring and drew the weapon he had kept hidden for emergencies. The gun gleamed dully in the flickering light of the battlefield. Li Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief at the strange, foreign object aimed at him. Chen Ren gave him no time to react. With a sharp click, the first bullet roared from the barrel. The sharp report of the shot tore through the air like a thunderclap, causing Li Xuan's concentration to falter. His sword aura flickered wildly. He hastily deflected the first bullet with the flat of his sword. But Chen Ren had already fired again, and again. Click, click, click. The relentless barrage left Li Xuan scrambling defensively. The sword was a poor match for the strange speed and trajectory of the small projectiles. Finally, 2 bullets struck home, one in each shoulder. The rounds didn't pierce skin, merely slamming into him with bruising force, but the pain and shock staggered him. Chen Ren didn't hesitate. He surged forward like a predator, closing in on wounded prey. Li Xuan swung reflexively through the haze of pain, but the former ducked under the blade, stepped inside his guard, and drove a heavy punch into his chest that knocked the air from his lungs. With a twist of momentum, Chen Ren forced Li Xuan to the ground, straddling him. Cold metal pressed against Li Xuan's neck as Chen Ren leveled the gun just beneath his jaw. The crowd gasped. Li Xuan stared, stunned, his sword falling from his numb fingers with a dull clatter onto the dirt. Chen Ren stared down at the defeated cultivator, the cold barrel of the gun still pressed lightly against Li Xuan's throat. Even with your toughened body this close, the next shot will pierce your skin, Chen Ren said calmly. Surrender. In truth, he had already used every bullet. The musket was empty, but Li Xuan had no way of knowing that. His eyes flicked between Chen Ren's expression and the strange weapon for several tense heartbeats before he finally closed his eyes and exhaled slowly. I surrender. Chen Ren immediately stood and stepped back, slipping the gun back into his spatial ring with a faint, satisfied smile. He then extended a hand toward Li Xuan. It was a good fight. Li Xuan stared at the offered hand, surprised, then grasped it and let Chen Ren pull him to his feet. His expression shifted to a frown. You won. I almost lost, Chen Ren replied, shaking his head. You should have used a healing pill. Li Xuan straightened, brushing the dust off his robes. It's against the ideals of my sex duels. No healing pills are allowed once the fight begins, Chen Ren chuckled softly. I'm glad you have such strong ideals. The tension dissolved as others hurried forward. Shulan reached him first, eyes sharp as she looked him over. Are you all right? I took a healing pill midway through the fight, Chen Ren reassured her. My injuries aren't too bad. We might need to let Li Xuan rest, though. Li Xuan, who had been standing stiffly with a somewhat distant look in his eyes, shook his head quickly. I'm fine. My injuries aren't severe. Chen Ren gave him a knowing glance. I'd still prefer you stay at the sect until you've fully recovered. It's the least we can offer. Li Xuan hesitated, visibly conflicted, then inclined his head slightly. Chen Ren expected for the man to say no, but surprisingly, he accepted easily. Thank you for your generosity. After a pause, he added, I will keep my word. Your sect will have no difficulties entering many cities in the Empire. I'll personally ensure you receive the connections and tax concessions I promised. Chen Ren smiled and clapped him lightly on the shoulder. Thank you. As he glanced around, he noticed the expressions of wonder and excitement on the faces of the crowd. Most of them were mortals who had never witnessed a duel of such scale before. They whispered animatedly, pointing at the now calm battlefield and replaying the moments of the fight in hushed awe. Chen Ren let out a light laugh. "All right, everyone, I hope you enjoyed the show," he called out. "Now, back to work." No one argued with Chen Ren's dismissal. The crowd reluctantly dispersed, though the energy of excitement lingered in the air. Chen Ren had no doubt the story of the duel would ripple through the entire village by nightfall, likely growing more exaggerated with each telling. Still, he didn't mind. A bit of added reputation never hurt, and right now he had more pressing matters to handle. He turned back to Li Xuan. "We'll discuss how you'll help us over dinner tonight?" Li Xuan, still catching his breath but recovering quickly, gave a short nod. "That would be good!" Chen Ren gestured toward Ziwen. "Go with Ziwen! He'll show you to a room. Make yourself comfortable." Zhu Wen gave a respectful nod and led Li Xuan away from the training grounds. Chen Ren then glanced at Anji Yalan and Shulan as they approached him. He gave them a wry, almost tired grin. "Help me out a bit." Shulan tilted her head curiously. "With what?" Chen Ren's smile widened slightly as he turned toward the main hall. "We need to sort and catalog all the treasures we brought back. I hope you've got a few empty storage rooms ready, because we're going to need them." ******AN. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression fantasy epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here. Chapter 119. The perks of being a sect leader were simple. People always listened to you. The downside? You never got time to rest. As soon as the duel ended, Chen Ren wasted no time. Alongside Yalan, he emptied the contents of his spatial rings. The flood of treasures, weapons, scrolls, herbs, and artifacts filled not just one, but 2 entire rooms, and spilled over into a large portion of his workshop. The look on Shulan's face was something Chen Ren doubted he would ever forget. She stared, frozen in wide-eyed horror, already exhausted at the sheer thought of organizing so much, only for Chen Ren to casually pull out yet another pile and add it to the growing mountain. It was funny in its own way, but he knew the work ahead was no joke. For the sect's safety, they couldn't allow mortal servants to help. It wasn't that Chen Ren distrusted them, but loose talk bred unwanted attention, and secrecy was essential. He had no doubt the Blazing Ember sect was going to be on high alert, especially after discovering their prized sect. Vault had been stripped clean, and their members dead. Discretion was survival. Worse, the sheer scale of the haul brought fresh complications. The artifacts needed to be sorted, dangerous ones separated, fragile ones sealed in preserving arrays, and the rest organized into secondary storage rings. He was already resigned to the fact that this task might take a week, perhaps even longer. Yet, despite the looming workload, Chen Ren was quietly thrilled. Ever since he'd glimpsed the soaring sword sect's treasury, he had longed for the chance to examine such a collection himself. Now, standing amidst the piles of rare cultivation artifacts, that dream was finally his reality. But that could wait. First, he had to settle matters he'd left unfinished. He had taken in disciples, yet beyond nudging them toward their Tao paths, he hadn't done nearly enough for them. Now, it was time to change that. After spending an entire day sorting manuals and cultivation books, and finally managing a few hours of real sleep, Chen Ren sat cross-legged in his chamber. Before him stood Feiyu, Ziwen, and Luofeng, all wearing expressions of curiosity and confusion. The pile of books beside Chen Ren only deepened their curiosity. Hong Yi was absent, having already secured anything remotely related to puppet refinement in his own spatial ring and quietly excused himself. Chen Ren's gaze settled first on Feiyu, who, despite trying to hide it, looked utterly drained. His eyes had sunken, lips were dry, and even his posture was shrunk. Long nights at the forge and constant tinkering with firearms had left him worn thin. "Thank you for coming," Chen Ren began. "I know I helped you escape your old life, but I've done little to push you further in your cultivation and smithing." Feiyu shook his head firmly. "You've done more than enough, sect leader Chen. I've already progressed far." Chen Ren gave a small, knowing smile. He was grateful. He'd always been grateful. Not far enough. I want you to be the best. The best blacksmith in the entire empire. With that, he picked up a neat stack of thick, aged tomes and placed them into Feiyu's arms. The sunken man staggered slightly under the weight, eyes widening as he read the titles. These are ancient smithing techniques and forging manuals. There's also a book on rare and spiritual metals that might aid your craft. Feiyu flipped through the first few pages, a mix of excitement and worry flickering across his face. This is too much. It's exactly as much as it needs to be, Chenren said with a warm smile. If you want to meet my expectations. Feiyu bowed low, clutching the books with renewed resolve. I won't disappoint you. Chenren then turned to Ziwen, who straightened under his gaze. As for you, I gathered these. He motioned to another small stack and handed it over. Bestiaries. Ziwen blinked. Bestiaries? Chenren nodded. I don't have any books on the Tao of Taming, but these hold detailed information on spirit beasts, habitats, traits, weaknesses. It will help you in your training. I heard you've been struggling with avian beasts. Ziwen flushed slightly, rubbing the back of his neck. Yes, they always fly away before I can form a bond. If I try to force them down, their wings get damaged. They're useless after that. Then use knowledge, not brute strength, Chenren advised. Read, learn, and adapt. That's how you'll master the Tao of Taming, Ziwen bowed deeply. Understood, sect leader. He lastly turned to Luo Feng. The young man sat with perfect posture, back straight, shoulders tense, and nervous energy radiating off him. His hands tightened slightly in his lap as Chenren pushed another small stack forward. These are Earth-aspected cultivation manuals, Chenren explained. They'll help you take your first steps on the path of cultivation. Lo Feng's eyes widened slightly as Chenren continued. I've also included 2 books on spiritual herbs and farming techniques. They're low grade, and the information is very basic, but I thought they might still be of help. Lo Feng picked up the book on top, carefully flipping through the pages as if it were made of gold. His expression softened, and without hesitation, he slid off his cushion into a full kowtow. Thank you, sect leader Chen. Chenren smiled faintly. Study them all, and choose the one that feels most compatible with you and your Tao. Some are mortal grade, but there are also a few earth grade manuals mixed in. At that, all 3 disciples stiffened. Chenren didn't miss the rapid flicker of shock passing across their faces. They had clearly assumed the books he'd handed out were nothing more than ordinary manuals, and now looked at them in a different light. Yet none of them dared to ask where such rare texts had come from. It was an unspoken understanding. They likely guessed the answer wouldn't come even if they did ask. Looting the treasury of another sect was not something that was ever going to leave my mouth. Chenren thought dryly. I'm also planning to establish a formal merit system soon, Chenren continued, shifting the conversation forward, and a proper library for the sect where you'll be able to access other techniques as you earn the right to study them. The collection will be substantial. Ziwen raised a hand hesitantly. How will the merit system work? Sect leader Chen? According to what Chenren knew, nearly every sect in the empire ran on a merit system. Disciples were expected to take on tasks or quests to earn points, which could then be exchanged for items, artifacts, or privileges. No one was rewarded simply for sitting around and cultivating. Even entry to higher floors of a sect's library came with a cost. It was an effective system, and one Chenren had learned a great deal of from his memories and talks with Qinghe. But his own system would be different. It would be better. He glanced at the trio of disciples, who waited quietly, their curiosity barely contained. The sect will grant every member a fixed number of points each month, Chenren said. Mortals only need to fulfill their daily responsibilities to earn them. Cultivators will receive theirs through consistent work on their Tao and contributing to the sect. He paused to let that sink in before continuing. These points can be exchanged for coins, items made by our sect, like alcohol or even perfumes, services from other cultivators, spirit stones, or even unique resources. Feiyu raised a hand. Will these points be used to gain access to the library as well? Chenren shook his head. Number the library will remain open to all, even mortals. Mortals, however, will be limited to books that expand general knowledge, history, geography, basic theory, but not cultivation manuals or techniques. He locked eyes with each of them in turn. Cultivators may study any available technique, but they must first seek my permission. That way, I can track your progress and ensure you're not practicing anything dangerous or defective. Beyond that, I'll also be introducing regular classes. What kind of classes, sect leader? Lo Feng asked. Reading on Amazon or a pirate site? This novel is from Royal Road. Support the author by reading it there. Chen Ren smiled in return, like the introductory lessons you received when you joined the sect, but much broader and more frequent. Topics will cover everything from the Taos to the things you've likely never even imagined. I will personally conduct some of them, he continued. And when I cannot, I'll prepare notes and appoint someone capable to take over. I'm aiming to make them weekly, at the very least. So Wen shifted uneasily. Won't that be dangerous, sect leader? Giving out knowledge so freely? Chen Ren's eyes sharpened. Number-locking knowledge behind barriers is what's dangerous. Most sects treat learning as something you must claw your way toward, and I understand the caution some techniques can harm the user. But the knowledge I intend to offer will be different. It will broaden your understanding of the world, not endanger your life. It's something that needs to spread as far as possible. The three disciples looked at each other, uncertain, until Ziwen finally voiced the question lingering in all their minds. What kind of knowledge, sect leader? Chen Ren gave a small, almost amused smile. Have any of you heard the term science? All three shook their heads. It's the study of the world around us, Chen Ren explained patiently. The understanding of things you interact with every day, even if you don't know why they work. It covers everything, from the forging of metals to the workings of the human body to the mysteries of alchemy. It's science. I'll be teaching you what I can of it. There will even be classes on farming. At the mention of farming, Lo Feng visibly straightened, eyes brightening with interest. Chen Ren had passed him a few simple farming techniques in the past, and the man had applied them with surprising success. Even Feiyu and Ziwen, normally more focused on cultivation and taming, leaned in with curiosity. By now, Chen Ren's reputation as a man with knowledge far beyond his years was solid among them. This had always been part of his plan. He wanted more than just a sect. He wanted a foundation one that would make both his mortal and cultivator followers stand above their peers. Where they lacked in cultivation manuals, he had already compensated. Now, it was time to elevate their understanding to push them closer to the standards of people from his original world. If nurtured properly, especially in areas like finance and business, they could become a power of their own, a self-sustaining force. One day, they could run the sect without him, leaving Chen Ren to simply sit back and watch the profits flow. That had been the true, long-term reason for building a sect, not only for the resources and protection it brought, but to cultivate a talent. For over an hour, they continued to discuss the merit system, how the lectures would be organized, who would supervise in Chen Ren's absence, and how he planned to balance it all with his ever-growing network of businesses. The energy in the room shifted from confusion to excitement. They could sense that something very different and very grand was about to take shape. But once the meeting finally ended and the disciples left, Chen Ren's thoughts drifted to something far heavier, the severed head. Ever since they had obtained it, Chen Ren had debated whether to ask him the questions that bothered him. He had discussed it with Yelin just the night before. She had agreed with his caution. This kind of trust, with something so potentially dangerous, could easily become fatal. But so far, the head had proven itself neither deceitful nor unreasonable. Still, Chen Ren had grown tired of walking in the dark ever since the fight with Gutian. The unanswered questions clawed at him, the medallion, the devourers, the ancient dragon locked in his star space. Was the medallion truly something of importance? Or had Gutian hunting for it been nothing more than a false alarm? He needed answers. With firm determination, Chen Ren rose and walked through the silent halls of the sect toward the private chamber he had assigned to the head. The time had come to confront the biggest mystery of his current life, to finally lay bare the truth or at least the next piece of it. Hao Chenren stared at Wang Jun resting calmly atop the pedestal before him. For a long moment, neither spoke. Finally, Chenren broke the silence. "Does she need to be here?" he asked, glancing at Anji, who stood quietly by the wall. The head's ancient voice rasped out, "Yes, if you want my assistance, that mortal must remain. She is my disciple now, until I pass on what I know of soul cultivation, the last member of my sect." Anji blinked in surprise. "I can leave if it's something private," she offered respectfully. "No," Wang Jun replied firmly. "You will stay. If I tell you to remain, you will remain." Chenren exhaled slowly, pinching the bridge of his nose. Why is he suddenly so possessive of Anji? He wondered. But there was little point arguing. He could only adapt. He shifted his gaze to Yelin, who nodded slightly before turning to Anji. "I would appreciate it if you kept whatever is said here to yourself." Anji bowed her head. "You have my word." "Well," with the tension slightly eased, Chenren stepped forward and looked the head squarely in the eye. "What I'm going to show you is something passed down in my family. For most of my life, I believed it was just an ordinary inheritance item. But recently, I've come to suspect it's far more than that, and since it is at least hundreds of years old, I can't find anyone who knows its purpose." The head's tone grew more curious. "And you want me to see if I recognize it?" Chenren nodded. "And I want to know what it truly is, its purpose, if any." Wang chuckled dryly. "Is it a sword? Then its purpose is to kill." Number Chenren shook his head. "It's a medallion. A medallion." The head mused aloud. "Then it may be a key to something. Go home and ask your family." "I can't," Chenren said simply. "I'm banished." At that, Wang Jun's brow lifted ever so slightly, the faintest flicker of interest flashing across his expression. Clearly, he was interested in his past. But Chenren pressed on without giving him the chance to ask. "Either way, I doubt they know what it is. I will show you." Without another word, Chenren reached into his robes and carefully pulled out the medallion. Its surface caught the faint glow of the lanterns in the chamber, glinting in the dim light. He stepped forward and set it gently before the head. The head stared at it intently, his aged features tightening as he squinted, studying every curve and marking with unsettling focus. The room felt unnaturally still as the seconds dragged on. As the head examined it, Chenren spoke quietly. "Samoni mentioned it might be connected to something called the Gate of Immortals." The effect was immediate. The head froze, slowly, impossibly. His golden eyes lifted to meet Chenren's. A storm of emotions flickered through them. Shock, disbelief, fear, and something close to awe. A subtle, crushing pressure radiated outward for the briefest heartbeat, enough that Chenren felt the air itself grow heavier. Then the head spoke, his voice barely above a whisper, yet sharp enough that it could harm someone. You have a key to the Gate of Immortals? Asterisk, 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 Aeon. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression fantasy epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here. Chapter 120. Wang Jun looked at the medallion, as if it were the secret of immortality itself. And by the way he had called it the key to the Gate of Immortals, that might just be the case. Questions burned through Chenren's mind as he waited in silence, watching Wang Jun examine the object with an intensity that made even the air feel heavier. He glanced at Anji and Yelin, both of them equally absorbed, their eyes fixed on the medallion. Whatever this thing truly was, they all wanted answers. He'd heard of the Gate of Immortals before back from Guqian and the Spectre, but no one ever explained what it actually did. Was it a gate to the heavens? A trial that only immortals could pass through? Or was it something more? Chenren's curiosity itched at him, made him want to urge Wang Jun to speak. But he forced himself to wait still, swirling his qi in his dantian to keep his mind calm. Finally, the head let out a dry, rattling laugh, his golden eyes strangely gleeful. He nearly toppled from his perch with the force of it. "Ah, The heavens have their own games. I never would have thought I'd wake to find myself face to face with an inheritor of the key to the Gate of Immortals. Chenren's eyes narrowed. So, it really is a key to it? Wang Jun sobered slightly, glancing up at him. I can't say for sure. I don't understand the writing on the back. Yellen frowned, her whiskers twitching. Then why say it's the key if you can't even read it? Because, Wang Jun said, voice tinged with a grim certainty, even if I can't read it, I recognize the script and the metal it's made of. That's more than enough to confirm it. Chenren leaned forward. What kind of metal? Wang Jun lowered his gaze again, staring at the medallion as if seeing something ancient and long buried. Soul steel, a metal forged by infusing parts of the Dantian of domain manifestation, cultivators into an alloy. He lifted his gaze again, hollow eyes gleaming. Don't ask me how it's made. It was an ancient practice, a dangerous one, but I've only ever heard of one thing that used this script and soul steel together. Chenren glanced at the medallion again. Made from a Dantian? The thought made his stomach twist. He had been carrying that thing around for months tucked in pockets, hung around his neck at times, never realizing it might have once been part of someone's core. Still, he pushed the image aside and turned his attention back to Wang Jun, who, as always, had more to say. Since you all look both curious and disgusted, Wang Jun drawled, eyes glinting. Let me explain. It's not as bad as you think. His eyes shifted slightly, the faintest rattle in his voice as he continued. Back then, there was a battle called the War of the Immortals, a catastrophic era where countless cultivators perished. In the face of such destruction, some chose to offer up their bodies after death, to have their remains forged into weapons or tools. It was a way to continue protecting their sex even after death. He paused, letting the weight of that sink in before adding, as you should know, cultivators at higher realms, especially those who've stepped into domain manifestation, are unique. Their blood, their bones, their very Dantian, all of it holds tremendous value. And so, metals like soul steel came to be. Anji wrinkled her nose. That still sounds like something demonic cultivators would do. Wang Jun gave a creaky laugh, his eyes cold and clear. In war, there's no righteous path, no taboos, only what leads to victory. If you want to make a name for yourself in the wider world, no matter how weak it's become from what I've heard, you'd better understand that. Chenren nodded slowly. As distasteful as it sounded, there was logic in it. It reminded him of the war Qing he had once mentioned, the one against the Devourers, a conflict so devastating that it reshaped the world entirely. Was that the same war? He wondered. The War of the Immortals. He filed the thought away for later and brought his focus back to the medallion. What about the script? He asked. And how can you be so sure it's a key just from that in the metal? Wang Jun snorted, as if insulted. Heaven's script isn't used for anything mundane. That writing is reserved for the divine gates, seals, trials, inheritances, things crafted by cultivators who stood at the edge of godhood. His voice lowered. You don't write in heaven's script unless you want the heavens to notice. Wang Jun didn't stop there. His tone grew sharper, more intense, as if he was lecturing a group of stubborn disciples. It's not just a script. Do not even think of it as such, he said. It's a language of the heavens. Every word carries power, so much so that even inscribing it can leave the writer vulnerable. And the metal it's carved into, soul steel, isn't something used for everyday trinkets. He gestured toward the medallion with a slight tilt of his head. When you combine heaven's script with soul steel, there are only a few possibilities. And more than that, this wasn't just legend. During my formative years, tales of the keys to the Gate of Immortals were common. Spoken like myth, yes, but known well enough that the powerful coveted them. If people are coming after you, calling it that, then it likely is that. And you just can bind it to you to confirm it. Chenren leaned in slightly, his eyes narrowing. So there's a way to confirm it? There is, Wang Jun said with a crooked grin, and it's fairly simple. Yellen folded her paws and cleared her throat loudly. They all turned to her and she asked one question. How? Wang Jun turned to her. From what I remember, each of these medallions was meant to be bound to a guardian, someone chosen to protect it until the time came to use it. The binding was done by blood. Chen Ren stilled. Wang Jun continued. Since you inherited it, I'd wager someone in your bloodline was that guardian. Or, his tone turned sly, your ancestor took it from whoever it was bound to and ended up binding it to himself. Chen Ren's gaze flicked to Yalan for a heartbeat before returning to the medallion. His mind spun. Could someone in Chen Ren's family have fought in the War of Immortals? It seemed possible. This thing had been passed down for generations. But if it was truly so important, why had his family let him take it when he was exiled? Had they forgotten what it was? Or had the truth been deliberately hidden to prevent future descendants from ever trying to use it? The more he thought about it, the more plausible that sounded. Not forgotten, erased. Still, he hesitated. The idea of binding it by blood unsettled him. It felt like stepping deeper into something far larger than he could yet grasp. But at the same time, knowing more might save him later. If this really was what Wang Jun claimed it to be, then others, especially demonic cultivators like Gutian would certainly come for it. And even if the medallion's purpose remained unclear, the value of soul steel alone, refined from the dantian of a domain manifestation cultivator, seemed staggering. Chen Ren stared at the medallion, a quiet weight pressing on his chest, to bind or not. But the longer he thought about it, the more he realized something vital binding the medallion to himself would mean little if he didn't even understand what the Gate of Immortals truly was. Without that knowledge, it was just an ominous relic wrapped in mystery and danger. He opened his mouth to ask, but Yalen beat him to it. What is the Gate of Immortals anyway? She asked. In all my hundreds of years, I've never heard of it until recently. Wang Jun scoffed, as if she'd asked whether the sky was real. Obviously you haven't, he said. This thing is thousands of years old. Even in my time, few had ever heard of it. And only after I reached the pinnacle of cultivation did I find the first real evidence of it. It is very likely that whatever knowledge once existed was either erased forcefully or sealed away using some kind of technique. Only scraps of records remained. He paused, letting the weight of that settle in. Either way, to answer your question. He looked at them sheepishly. I don't actually know. Chenren stared at him, hard. For a long moment, he genuinely considered punting Wang Jun across the room, but the man only met his glare with a raised brow. Don't give me that look, Wang Jun said flatly. It's not like I've seen the gate myself. I only know fragments, and I wasn't even sure what they referred to until you showed me that medallion. Chenren exhaled, annoyed but not surprised. Then tell me the fragments. Any knowledge is better than none. For once, Wang Jun went quiet. His gaze drifted downward, like he was searching through his memories as the seconds dragged. Chenren folded his arms, impatience growing. This man babbled endlessly in the carriage about minor things like the type of spirit grass used in an emperor's burial incense. But now, when it was something that actually mattered, he was silent. And the silence continued for a little longer. He was about to butt in when Wang Jun stirred. Ah, yeah, I remembered, he said, voice a bit lighter now. Took some time. I was just filtering out all the nonsense. When I found the records, I found a lot of theories. Wild speculation. Lies, guesswork. He looked back up, eyes gleaming. But what I focused on was what exactly the Gate of Immortals is a gate to. Wang Jun let out a breath and settled into his usual lecturing tone. Like its name suggests, many believe it's a gate to the heavens. A place where cultivators who reach the peak of immortality dwell. Open it, and you get to join them. He snorted. Bullshit, Anji blinked. Why? Obviously, Wang Jun said, rolling his eyes as much as a severed head could. The heavens aren't handing out immortality passes through some door. That goes against everything we know. If immortality was just one gate away, half the continent would be camped outside it by now. Unauthorized usage. This narrative is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. Chenren couldn't argue with that. The second theory, Wang Jun continued, is more grounded. Some believe the gate isn't a gate to heaven, but a locked one that guards the secret inheritance of a cultivator. who reached the transcendent realm, a realm that's known to be the peak of immortality. That made Yalen and even Anji pause. But again, Wang Jun said with a shrug, that theory has holes. If there was truly an inheritance behind it, why didn't the people who held the key take it for themselves? Why pass it down? Why hide it? There was a brief silence, and then the floodgates opened. Wang Jun launched into theory after theory. Some mystical, others absurd, a few disturbing. One involved a portal to another plane. Another insisted the gate was a prison, holding in something terrible. There was even a theory that the gate didn't lead anywhere, that it was a test by the heavens to see who was foolish enough to seek it. By the end of it, Chen Ren felt like his brain had been turned into soup. He slumped back, rubbing his temples as Wang Jun finally fell silent. Despite how exhausting it was, he could tell that Wang Jun had spent years, maybe even centuries, thinking about this. Obsessing over it. And yet, for all the wild speculation, none of the theories sat right with Chen Ren. Not one of them mentioned the Devourers. His instincts whispered that it had to be connected. After all, the golden dragon that lived within him, one that had been injured fighting the Devourers, had only recently stirred. And now, at the same time, a demonic cultivator had come for the medallion. The same medallion tied to the Gate of Immortals. Coincidence? He didn't think so. He leaned forward again, eyes narrowing, and decided to ask the question he had to. Do you know anything about the Devourers? At Chen Ren's question. Wang Jun tilted slightly, his brow furrowing as if he hadn't understood. Devourers! He echoed. Is that some kind of beast? Chen Ren leaned forward, his expression sharpening. You've never heard of them? Nothing at all? I thought they fought in this war you talked about. Wang Jun gave a jerky shake, which looked more like his body trying to twitch rather than an actual nod. Number the records of the War of the Immortals are nearly non-existent. Most theories say it was just cultivators fighting each other. Sect wars on a divine scale. But there is no proof. No names. No enemy known by that title. If the Devourers were part of it, I wouldn't know. He paused, then added. The only reason I even know about Soul Steel is because I saw it once. In a ruined clan estate, long abandoned and buried under ash. That's how I recognize the metal in your medallion. Chen Ren nodded slowly, trying to suppress the disappointment curling in his chest. He'd hoped for at least a hint, anything to tell him what those beings were. But this led to nothing. And then Yalen, frowning, said what he had been thinking all along. Even with everything you've told us, it doesn't explain who made the Gate of Immortals or its keys. It's clearly man-made. Someone forged it. Wang Jun growled, his face twisting. How should I know? It's not like I was there watching them hammer the damn thing. He let out a sharp breath before continuing, voice lower but more focused. But what I do know is this. There are keys, plural. Many of them. Each one is necessary. They must be brought together to unlock the gate. That much I'm certain of. He pointed. Well, looked at the medallion. And the existence of that proves it. Chen Ren and Yalen exchanged a look. That opened a flood of questions they couldn't hold back anymore. Where was the gate? Has anyone ever tried to gather the keys? What would happen if they were all brought together? How many were there? Did any sects or empires still hold them? But by the time they ran out of breath, it became obvious. Wang Jun's knowledge was limited, frustratingly so. And the more Chen Ren looked at him, the more he wondered if that knowledge had once been whole. Maybe Wang Jun had known more. Maybe, over time, through whatever rituals or madness had kept him alive, pieces of his memory had faded. It was entirely plausible. After all, surviving for centuries as a disembodied head couldn't have come without a cost. In the end, Wang Jun just sighed, his voice rasping with impatience. If you really want to know more, why don't you just bind the damn medallion to yourself? His eyes locked onto Chen Ren as he spoke, as if daring him to back down. Chen Ren raised a brow. How? Wang Jun grumbled. I would love to meet your clan's patriarch. Sitting on a treasure like that and not knowing how to use it, what a waste. He shook his head, or tried to. It's simple. Cut your finger and drop some blood onto it. If it's what I think it is, your chi will flow into it and bind it to you. At least, that's how it should go. Some artifacts are soul-bound, but I doubt you want to cleave off a piece of your soul. We can try that if this doesn't work. Qin Ren gave a dry laugh. Let's hope it works with just blood. He glanced at Yalen, who gave him a firm nod. Her eyes, always sharp, held the same thought he'd been pushing down. It's time, no more running from it. With a slow breath, he pulled a small knife from his spatial ring and held it against his thumb and hesitated. Sigh. He already had too much on his plate. From getting his pill production system stabilized so he could finally enter the immortal market, to testing his firearms against the winter beasts, to strengthening his sect before the blazing ember sect inevitably came knocking for revenge. Every path ahead of him was already lined with thorns. Binding this medallion would only add to it all. But that wasn't the real reason he hesitated. The real reason was hope. A sliver of him still hoped he wasn't involved in something so much bigger. That maybe Gutian was wrong. That maybe the medallion wasn't a key, and he was just some unlucky bystander caught in someone else's war. But if the gate truly needed all the keys, then Chenren wasn't a bystander. He was one of them. And Gutian hadn't come for him by chance. With a quiet breath, he pushed the knife forward, slicing a shallow line across his thumb. Blood welled up, bright and hot, and he let a drop fall onto the surface of the medallion. For a long moment, nothing happened, and hope built up that it was really just an ordinary medallion. Then a strange, almost electric sensation pulsed through his body, not painful, but deep, as if something unseen had just threaded itself through his very core. Chenren's eyes widened as he felt it, like a distant hum awakening inside of him, like he was suddenly part of a whole. Chenren's breath caught as the pulse of qi intensified. Then, without warning, his vision swam. The chamber vanished. The walls, Wangjun, Yalin, and Anji, all dissolved into light, and in the next heartbeat, he was floating, suspended in a sky that didn't belong to any world he knew. Vast and endless, painted in shades of gold and gray, qi surged through the air like rivers of light, flowing around him in tidal waves of pressure and raw power. It should have crushed him. It almost did. His spiritual sea buckled under the weight, his Dantian screaming with the strain, but somehow he held on and watched. Before him floated a gate, the Gate of Immortals, massive and ancient, towering higher than any mountain he had ever seen. Its surface shimmered with divine metal, runes glowing faintly along its outer frame. Qi curled around it in spirals, reverent and endless, as though the heavens themselves circled it in worship. And then he saw them. Engraved across the top of the gate were 4 majestic beasts: a phoenix, wings half spread in eternal flame; a white tiger, muscles coiled, fangs bared in defiance; a black turtle, calm and unmoving, its shell etched with mountains and rivers; and at the center looming, regal, unchallenged, the golden dragon. Its body curled around the arch of the gate, coiled in celestial might, and as Chenren stared, breathless, its eyes opened. Not a glow, not an illusion. The dragon looked at him, right at him, as if it was peeking into his soul. And at that moment, Chenren understood. Everything he had experienced so far, every conversation, every fight, every clue about the Devourers, the medallion, the dragon inside him, had only been the beginning. Asterisk, 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 Aeon. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Also, this is Volume 2 last chapter. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression fantasy epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here. Chapter 121. Shen Linao's face folded into slow wrinkles as he listened, the report scratching at his ears like chalk on a board. The sect reagent of the blazing ember sect had grown accustomed to silence, to reports filled with praise, submission, and the occasional minor dispute. Nothing that stirred the flame in his chest beyond a flicker. But this brought a bitter taste to his tongue. Not unlike that affair, Months ago, one of his favorite concubines had shared her bed with a lowly outer disciple. A moment of amusement, perhaps, a lapse in desire. He had incinerated her personally, leaving no bones behind, only the scent of jasmine and ash, and yet, despite the punishment, the bitterness never left. It sat like char on his soul. Now it has returned again. He took a slow sip of tea, his chi swirling around the cup to hold the temperature perfectly, a small act of control in a world tilting toward chaos. Are you certain Wang Fu has betrayed the sect? The disciple, Tuesday Wei, across from him knelt, eyes low. It's either that or he was killed. I found no trace of him in the Voidblade sect vault. Not even bones. By whom? Shen Li now asked softly. Fire coiled beneath the words. No clear signs. I searched thoroughly traps, escape paths, even spiritual residue. Nothing useful remained. Whoever did it was careful. Or strong. Shen Linow's fingers tapped once against the lacquered wood. The silence between them crackled. Did you find anything from the nearby town? He asked next, already suspecting the answer would not please him. Tuesday Wei nodded. There was an altercation. Our group clashed with a young master from a minor clan. They denied everything, even after I killed one of their top cultivators. Still, Shen Linow's voice cooled, like embers before a coming wind. Still, I don't believe they're lying. Their highest cultivator is a single foundation establishment, Realm 1, and he belongs to a sect barely 100 years old. An emerging sect. Master. Their background isn't strong enough to threaten ours. Shen Li now stared into his tea and nodded slowly, eyes narrowing like slits of molten iron. So, not strong enough to do anything, he murmured. Tuesday Wei, still kneeling, took it as a cue to press on. Hence, I believe it must be betrayal. When I reached the vault, the main chamber had been opened. Everything was gone. Even the library picked clean. Only the minor sections were left untouched, mostly where the beast guardians were hibernating. Perhaps Wang Fu didn't find them worth the risk. A long breath escaped Shen Linow's lips. It wasn't quite a sigh. Not yet. His gaze didn't leave the teacup, still rippling faintly from the heat of his chi. He listened, truly listened, not just to the words, but the weight behind them. What he was hearing, it wasn't a lie, but it was being shaped into one. It could be subtle or intentional. He knew this tone, knew this disciple. The hunger behind the words wasn't for justice or truth. It was the desire to see a rival fall. Wang Fu, the most backed among the inner disciples, the one who had grown fastest, given the most techniques, survived the harshest of trials. Tuesday Wei had always hated him. Shen Li now closed his eyes for a breath, and then opened them. His aura flared silent, formless, but heavier than a mountain. It crushed the air around them and fell upon his kneeling disciple like the sky itself. The man froze mid-sentence, blood draining from his face as his limbs trembled under the pressure. His breath hitched. He dared not look up. Do you have definite proof? Shen Li now asked, voice like a slow-burning flame. That he ran away, that he betrayed the sect? When no answer came, Shen Linow's voice dropped to a growl. Answer me. Tuesday Wei collapsed into a kneeling position, his forehead touching the floor. I'm sorry, Master. I have no proof. It's only what I assumed. Based on what I know of Wang Fu, you know nothing, Shen Li now snapped. He wasn't alone. I placed others beside him for a reason. You think I gave him resources without securing his leash? All of them had family bound to the sect by oaths. They wouldn't dare turn traitor. Tuesday Wei hesitated, swallowing hard. What if Wang Fu killed them? Shen Li now's gaze didn't waver. That can't be, he said, cold certainty laced every word. Wang Fu is strong, but more than that, he knows our sect. He clawed his way up from the outer ranks, spent blood and years just to earn a seat at the inner sect. He wouldn't betray us, not unless his mind was shattered. He looked past the kneeling disciple into the distant flicker of the lanterns behind. Even if the vault held the secret to reaching the nascent soul stage, he wouldn't risk turning on us, and we both know it doesn't. That cursed Voidblade sect never had a cultivator breakthrough beyond core formation in hundreds of years. Only the founder did. Their inheritance was always second-rate. Tuesday Wei remained silent, shoulders tight. The most plausible explanation, Shenli now muttered, is that he was killed, alongside the others, then burned cleanly, so thoroughly not even the bones remained. No chi traces, no marks of technique, just silence. He paused, then asked sharply, "Did you see any signs of battle?" Tuesday Wei blinked, clearly sifting through memory. There were cracked tiles in the vault chamber and claw marks on the stone near the main vault doors. I assumed it was from a scuffle with one of the beast guardians. Maybe it awakened or resisted him during the raid. Can it be more? Shenlei now cut in. Tuesday Wei flinched. Yes, master, it can. Shenli now leaned back slightly, his hand absently brushing over the runes etched into the armrest of his chair. His eyes stayed locked on the man in front of him. Then tell me everything. Which rooms did you check? What was intact and what wasn't? As the disciple began listing chambers' inner storage, pill vaults, scroll sanctums, talisman archives, Shenli now listened in silence, every word a hammer-forging certainty in his mind. Most of the chambers had nothing inside of them, age crumbling the valuables, but the main vault and the library did. They hadn't been simply looted. It had been systematically erased. Not haphazardly, but professionally. And worst of all, when the disciple finally mentioned the last detail, there were no footsteps in the secondary passageways. At first, I thought it odd, but I assumed. The paths had naturally cleared, or perhaps the chi flow had scattered the traces. Shen Linao's face darkened. No, he said flatly. That was deliberate. It means whoever attacked them covered their tracks. Perfectly. If Wang Fu's group and the enemy clashed inside, then their footsteps would have overlapped. A simple earth-aspected technique could blend the stone surface, reset it, make it unreadable. He clenched his fist. It was no accident, no beast rampage. This was a surgical strike. Someone knew the vault's location. They knew when it would be vulnerable. And they had the skill to wipe out an entire team of elite inner disciples without leaving behind a single corpse. The tea in his cup boiled suddenly, his chi flaring uncontrolled. All my investment in Wang Fu, wasted, Shen Lai now muttered, more to himself than to the disciple. A vessel I prepared for years, broken and scattered like ash in the wind. His knuckles whitened, and someone thinks they can do that to me. Although Wang Fu had still done much, especially infiltrating the Void Blade sect, Shen Li now knew his potential was far from spent. The boy had promise, fierce instincts, and enough cruelty to survive this sect's path of fire and ambition. Shen Li now had plans. So many plans. Wang Fu was to serve their lord when the time came, one of the chosen vessels to carry his will into the next century. His death didn't just remove a talented disciple. It disrupted a carefully laid future. And now, another force had clearly inserted themselves into the game. But how? How did they know about the vault's location? His thoughts churned like smoldering coals before he asked calmly, "Was the vault gate damaged?" Tuesday Wei shook his head. "No, master. I saw no marks on it. No burn, no cracking. Though I did find parts of the guardian puppets broken, strewn across the hallway and the outer perimeter." Shen Linao's gaze lowered, shadow falling across his face. "That's bad." He said it quietly. "Love what you are reading. Discover and support the author on the platform they originally published on. We let someone go, someone from the Void Blade sect who knew how to open the vault. There's no other way in. The door requires a specific method to enter one, lost even to most of their elders. And even I have no idea on it." Tuesday Wei hesitated, brow furrowing. "Are you sure, master?" Shen Li now lifted his head and stared straight into the man's eyes. "Obviously, I'm sure." He narrowed his eyes. "Do you think I learned nothing of the vault after torturing every captured Void Blade elder for months?" Tuesday Wei flinched. "You don't even realize the weight of what we're facing." Shen Li now exhaled slowly, expression unreadable. From the man's blank stare, it was obvious. He didn't get it. Of course he didn't. This disciple Tuesday Wei was the kind who crushed problems with fists, not thoughts. If it weren't for the others being tied up in searching for the medallion, Shen Lanao would never have sent someone like him to investigate Wang Fu's disappearance, so he explained it plainly. What this means, Tuesday Wei, he said in a cold tone, is that at least one elder of the Void Blade sect escaped the purge. Someone important. Someone who knew the vault's access methods. And worse. He stood, robe flowing behind him as the warmth in the room dropped several degrees. They've allied with an established sect. One that has, at the very least, a Meridian Expansion Realm cultivator among them. No one beneath that level could have killed Wang Fu not, with everything I gave him. Not unless he was ambushed, surrounded. Tuesday Wei stayed kneeling, mind slowly catching up. A sect strong enough to hide their strength, Shen Lanao continued, smart enough to erase all traces, and ruthless enough to kill everyone. A dark chuckle escaped him, humorless and hollow. Whoever they are dangerous. Shen Lanao paused, then let out a long, weary sigh. Moreover, he said quietly, if I'm right. Wang Fu isn't the type to go down without using every trick he had. No true cultivator is. Which means something slipped. He looked away. Our secret might already be out loosened and floating somewhere in the folds of fate. Another power now knows what we've been hiding, what we've pledged ourselves to. He turned back toward Tuesday. Wei, gaze sharp enough to cut bone. Do you understand how much risk we're in now? Tuesday Wei's lips parted, but no words came. They'll go to the Emperor, Shen Lanao continued, voice rising a fraction. If they haven't already, a royal inquisition will follow, and if even a whisper leaks, just a whisper about who we serve. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. Tuesday Wei's face drained of all color. Ah, are any of the inquisitors really that strong, Master? Shen Lanao's expression turned grim. They have domain holders among them. That is strength above anything in this realm. Strength that could flatten this entire sect without lifting a finger. So yes, they're strong enough to kill every last one of us? Tuesday Wei's shoulders trembled as he lowered his head again. Then what? What should we do, Master? Shen Lanao didn't respond immediately. His mind whirred. If the Great Lord caught wind of this failure, he'd be deemed a liability, burned away without hesitation. Just like every other pawn who overstayed their usefulness. And if the Emperor caught wind, the result would be no different. His choices narrowed. The cost would be immense, but the path to immortality was paved in blood and buried truths. At last he spoke. I'll reach out to my contacts in the royal palace. We'll monitor every whisper, every scroll, every tavern drunk who mutters blazing ember into a cup. If talk begins to spread, we'll hear of it. Tuesday Wei nodded stiffly, still pale. As for the sect, whoever has taken our rightful reward, they must be found. And when they are, his voice dropped, seething. We'll crush them. But we don't know who they are. Tuesday, Wei said helplessly. Shen Lanao stood tall, power thrumming beneath his robes like a volcano waiting to erupt. Then we'll find out. He turned toward the window, where dusk had begun to descend, like ink spilled across the sky. We'll activate the Grand Divination Array of full-scale scrying. We'll find out what happened in that vault, and which sect dares to raise their hand against us. His voice echoed with the weight of flame and judgment. And once we know... His fingers curled into a fist. We'll make sure they are burned to the ground, all of them. Tuesday Wei opened his mouth, then closed it again. He understood, even with his brute instincts, even with his limited grasp of subtler arts, he understood the price. Divination wasn't just some ritual. It was a discipline of cultivation in itself, one that bled chi and burnt lifespan. It meant opening a window through the veil of time and fate, peering into threads that were never meant to be touched. We'll need to have all cultivators in our sect that know any form of divination, Tuesday Wei finally said, voice dry in his throat. A small price, Shen Lanao replied without hesitation. To avoid death, he turned his back to the disciple, gaze sweeping over the shadowed chamber as if already seeing the flames of war licking at their doorstep. They will agree if I offer them what they all desire: concessions for their families, open access to our inner treasury, and a fast track to inner sect discipleship for their children. If they refuse. He paused. His voice, when it came again, was sharp as glass. Then I'll make them agree. There was no outrage, no pause for ethics. The situation was far past that. But, he continued slowly, at the same time, his gaze turned, pinning Tuesday Wei with a spear-sharp intensity. You will join the others in searching for the medallion. Tuesday Wei blinked. The medallion, master? If we have it, Shenli now said, then we can call upon the great Lord's favor. And if he supports us directly, then even if the Empire comes, even if the heavens descend, we will not fall. Tuesday, Wei's eyes widened. He bowed so low his head scraped the floor. I will do my best to bring it to you, master. Shenli now gave a single nod of dismissal. Tuesday Wei turned and left in hurried steps. The chamber was silent again. Shenli now moved toward the window and stood still. Outside, the sky had darkened further clouds, rolling overhead like bruises painted across the heavens. Was this fate's punishment? Was it heaven itself, condemning him for choosing the easy path to immortality? For pledging his soul to something other than the heavenly Tao? His lips curled slightly. Let heaven try. Let them throw their lightning, their righteous cultivators, their domain-wielding heroes. He would break them all, because he was not Wang Fu destined to die a dog's death in a stolen vault. He was not another pawn discarded by fate. He was Shenli now, infernal spear of the Empire, and a future immortal, rising not through virtue, but through fire. And when he stood at the peak, looking down at the righteous path shattered beneath him, he would laugh. Because in the end, the heavens never chained those born of flame. Asterisk, 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 Aeon. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Also, this is Volume 2 last chapter. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression fantasy epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here. Chapter 122. Li Qingfeng ran like his life depended on it. Because it did. Behind him, thousands of zombies thundered across the dead, cracked soil of the corpse land. Wind tore through his clothes and lashed at his face, pushing him forward with every step. He was desperate to get to safety. But the horde was relentless. From time to time, the rotting mass would hurl one of its own like a projectile, hoping to strike him down with the weight of the dead. Zombies were supposed to be mindless husks, driven only by hunger. But after centuries in the corpse land, some had changed, developed the barest hint of cunning, just enough to make them terrifying. Beside him, his twin sister Li Qingshu panted hard, her black braid whipping in the wind. She kept twisting around, her bow flashing with pale light as chi-condensed arrows exploded into the horde. Each shot took down clusters of undead, but the swarm only grew, pulling more corpses into its tide with every passing breath. 10 years. They had scavenged in the corpse land for 10 years. They had hunted, fought, and survived. But never, not once, had they drawn the attention of something this large. Li Qingfeng's legs were starting to fail him. His chest ached. His chi pulsed faintly, like the final flicker of a lantern in a storm. Maybe this was it. Maybe his Tao had run its course. But before that thought could take root, Qingshui's voice cut through the chaos. Don't you dare give up, she shouted. We're almost there. Just keep running. The wall's close. I know it is. I've been running for 6 hours. Li Qingfeng gasped. My chi's nearly drained. Qingshu scoffed and unleashed another barrage of arrows. One of them exploded near him, shoving him forward with the force. 50 zombies crumpled to the ground behind him. Maybe don't go deeper into the corpse land next time, she snapped. You heard the reports. These mindless fucks have been acting weird lately. And you still followed me, he shot back. I only followed you, she said, because you'd already be dead without me. Above them, the sky was stained with drifting ash, casting a sickly pallor over the world. The air reeked of decay and dried blood, but up ahead, half shrouded by dust and distance, a silhouette rose from the horizon. The wall, their sanctuary. They just had to make it a few more steps. Li Qingfeng leapt over a jagged rock, barely clearing it as another zombie lunged at his heels. But why the hell would I know they'd start chasing us out of nowhere? I'm no diviner, he shouted over the wind. You were the one meant to scout. Li Qingshu groaned. Her bow snapped another glowing arrow into place. And I did tell you a horde was moving this way, or we'd be flat under their feet by now. He frowned but didn't answer. The banter died between them out of necessity. The wall was close now. He could feel it in his bones if they could just reach it. The defensive arrays would handle the rest. The absence of other scavengers told him enough everyone else must have heard the rumble and fled earlier. If not, someone might have shown up to help. Or maybe they were just smart enough to live them on their own, not wanting to fight against a horde. His instincts suddenly flared like a struck match. Danger. Immediate. Too close. He whipped his head around and saw a zombie nearly on him, its rotten hand outstretched, inches from his back. Without thinking, he yanked a talisman from his belt and tore it in half. A flash of light erupted, followed by a roaring wave of flame. The fire surged outward, swallowing the zombies in a burst of heat and smoke. The pressure pushed them back, buying him precious seconds. He sucked in a breath and pushed forward, his legs screaming. From ahead, Li Qingshu's voice rang out. That was a Tier 3 talisman. That was a month's worth of income. Money's no use if we're dead, he snapped. That thing nearly grabbed me. We'll argue after we survive, she muttered, and he could hear the strain in her voice too now. No more words passed between them. All their energy went into running, dodging, surviving. And then he saw it up close, the wall. It rose like a sleeping giant from the cracked earth. The surface was carved from black stone and had glowing gold arrays embedded. It was 50 meters tall. To Li Qingfeng, it looked like a salvation incarnate. Figures moved along the top scavengers, and guards in patchwork armor, some already leaning over the edge in surprise. They hadn't expected survivors from that direction, and certainly not ones this close to the jaws of the horde. Ropes dropped from the top, thudding onto the cracked soil. Li Qingxie grabbed one and swung herself upward without hesitation. Li Qingfeng followed, every muscle in his body screaming in protest as he climbed. Below, the fire from his talisman had died down, but the horde hadn't. If he had to take a guess, he'd say the wall would stand against them. It would be confirmed soon. One look at the ground made him internally shudder. The horde had finally reached the wall, and they were only halfway up. The first wave slammed into the base with a sickening crush. For a moment, his soul left his body. The sound of flesh and bone collapse against the stone echoed up to them, but both of them gritted their teeth and climbed faster. Li Qingfeng's hands burnt from the rope friction, and he felt his limbs tremble from exertion. Fuck! A little more. Please, heavens! Just as a few corpses began clawing at the stone below, the ropes jerked upward. Li Qingfeng's boot cleared the edge, and strong hands pulled him in. He rolled onto the stone floor, chest heaving, just as Li Qingshui scrambled up beside him. The ropes were yanked back, and for a moment they both lay there staring down. Below them, the horde roared. They pressed against the wall, piling on top of one another in a frenzy to climb. But the wall was too tall, too smooth. Even the most determined didn't make it more than a quarter of the way before slipping, tumbling, or getting crushed under others. Then it came, a shift in the air, a thrum of power that made the very stones hum beneath their backs. It was a sudden burst of chi in the air, flooding the arrays that were carved into the wall. They lit up in waves, activating one after another until the entire surface glowed like a sunrise. Then came the fire. Blazing torrents of flame poured from the runes, sweeping over the horde with merciless force. Screams filled the air dry, cracked howls of things long dead. Hundreds burned every second, their bodies charred into ash or blackened husks. What moments ago had been a threat large enough to consume them was now being turned to cinders. A few zombies at the back turned and fled, but it didn't matter. The wall had done what it always did. It stood, and it destroyed. Li Qingfeng collapsed fully onto the stone, arm over his eyes, lungs still begging for air. Beside him, Xianxia was in no better shape, both hands on her chest, trying to slow her heartbeat. They had been seconds away from dying. A single slip, a single hesitation, and they would have been gone. Just another pair of corpses in the cursed land, shuffling endlessly with no memory of who they were, no purpose, no name. Li Qingfeng turned to his sister, still catching his breath. "Let's take a break," he muttered. "Head back home. Tell our parents we're not dead yet. Just stay the fuck away from this cursed place for a while." Li Qingshu nodded, sweat still trailing down her brow. "That sounds good. I doubt I'll step beyond this wall again anytime soon. We've earned enough. We can live easy in the mortal cities for a while." Before either could say more, a new voice cut in. It was calm, deep, and held a certain awe in it. "That's a wise decision." They both looked up. An older man stood nearby, arms crossed, a long blade sheathed across his back. Beady eyes, bushy brows, long beard, tall frame. His metal armor gleamed even in the dim light, clearly inscribed with spiritual runes and reinforced with chi-etched plating. A cultivator, no doubt powerful and wealthy enough to make them look like fledglings. He looked at them with calm eyes and said, "There are rumors that a corpse lord is rising." Lei Qingxie sat up straighter, frowning. "A corpse lord? That's impossible, isn't it?" The man's eyes shifted to the scorched remains below. Smoke rose in curling tendrils from the corpses, and the stink of burning rot hung heavy in the air. "The undead are restless these days," he said quietly, "and that's the main theory. A corpse lord, something strong enough to influence the mindless, something sending them here, toward the walls, with a purpose." Li Qingfeng's brows drew tight. "You're saying they were commanded?" The man nodded once. "It's the popular theory among the sects and the stronger scavengers around here. Some say the horde patterns are too coordinated lately. There's word of a group being formed, an investigation team. They're pulling cultivators from several factions to go deep into the corpse land and confirm whether the rumors are true." Li Qingshu's expression darkened. "If it is a corpse lord, then we're all in trouble?" The man finished for her. "The Empire will have to intervene. It won't stay a scavenger problem anymore." They both nodded grimly. A corpse lord wasn't a myth. It was a nightmare with history. At peak Meridian expansion realm, such an existence was nearly unstoppable on its own. But worse, it could control the undead, raise them, command them, gather them into legions. It was said that when the corpse lands were first born from the Great Calamity, one such being had risen from the graves. It had taken dozens of established sects, in the leadership of the Guardian Ones, and an entire battalion from the Empire to destroy it. Since then, it had been a myth to scare off fresh scavengers. Li Qingfeng exchanged a glance with his sister. Neither of them had to say it. Their decision to leave, at least for a while, had never felt more justified. He turned back toward the cultivator. "Are they going to shut down all scavenging then? Support creative writers by reading their stories on Royal Road, not stolen versions?" The man gave a tired shrug. "Probably, but not yet. Not enough have died. The sex hell, even the Empire, they're all waiting for confirmation. Right now, it's just a theory. A disturbing one. Sure, but unless they find proof," he trailed off. "People will keep dying," Li Qingxie finished for him. The man gave a slow, quiet nod. For a moment, no one said anything. The three of them just stood at the edge of the wall, watching the blackened field of corpses below. The flames had died, but the dread had only just begun to rise. The man was still speaking when the ground began to tremble beneath their feet. The rest of his words fell into deaf ears as a deep, guttural rumble rose from the depths of the earth. Then the quake hit. The stone beneath them lurched, and Li Qingfeng had to grab the nearest railing to avoid being thrown off balance. Beside him, Li Qingxia staggered, falling into his side. "What the hell is going on?" he shouted, barely able to hear himself over the rising roar. "Another horde!" she yelled back, eyes darting toward the horizon. Around them, chaos erupted. Cries of panic echoed across the wall top as guards and scavengers scrambled to stay upright. Cracks spiderwebbed across the stone. Several cultivators flared their chi, anchoring themselves to their weapons or bracing their stance with glowing spiritual energy. But something felt off. No, the older cultivator muttered, and his voice, though quiet, cut through the panic. Look over there. Something's rising, deep from the corpse lands. Li Qingfeng's eyes snapped to the horizon and froze. Far in the distance beyond the ashen dunes and the broken hills, something was pushing its way out of the ground. A black structure, vast, monolithic. It rose slowly but unstoppably, sending tremors through the earth with every meter it climbed. The blackened trees around it cracked and crumbled, giving way to its emergence. The siblings stared, breathless. Their mouths opened, closed, then opened again. No words forming, only disbelief. It was built like a pagoda, a massive one, tiered and elegant in shape, but wrong in color. Pitch black, absorbing the light rather than reflecting it. As it climbed toward the heavens, the tremors lessened. The ground stilled, but no one moved. No one even breathed. What is happening? Li Qingfeng narrowed his eyes. He and Li Qingxi pulled themselves to their feet, barely registering the soreness in their bodies. They couldn't tear their eyes away. Now fully visible, the tower stretched high into the sky, its top shrouded in clouds. Even from this far, they could make out the carving's inscriptions, ancient and luminous, glowing with silvery light as they caught the rays of the sun. Symbols of power, they looked like array runes. The tremors died down and they took it all in. It was beautiful and terrifying, mostly terrifying. Is that the pagoda of... The man standing next to them was cut off by his own thoughts as he continued to stare at it. Pagoda of what? Tell me. The pagoda of eternity? Li Qingfeng blinked. What? The man swallowed hard. That is the tower said to hold the inheritance of the last nascent soul realm cultivator. That was the sect leader of the sect whose remains became the corpse lands. A true monster. The kind that shook kingdoms. They say it was buried long ago, sealed away beneath the corpse lands to stop others from finding it. He turned to them, and for the first time, there was fear in his eyes. I thought it was just a story, a myth, but it's real. And that changed everything. Silence fell again. Li Qingfeng and Li Qingxi looked at each other, the same thought rising in both their minds. Were they really going to go home now? Because whatever they had seen before, hordes, talismans, walls, it all felt small now. And deep down, both of them already knew the answer for the question. If it was actually the pagoda of eternity, they weren't ready to leave. Not yet. The world flowed on. Seasons changed. Small sects rose and fell. Stars shifted in the skies, and the golden dragon slept. It drifted through the spirit realm like a fading ember, its vast serpentine body coiled in a sea of mist and forgotten dreams. Time passed like breathless eternity, and still it did not stir cold not. Its strength was broken, shattered in the moment it had chosen to intervene. It had no regrets. It had acted when it must, when the demonic cultivator and the spectral parasite had threatened to snuff out the life of the one it had chosen. A reckless soul. Yes, a foolish one, often, but with something far rarer than raw strength. Potential. The dragon had revealed itself in that moment, spent the last of its might, not only to destroy those enemies, but to rebuild the boy's broken body. One too fragile to contain even a sliver of the dragon's essence. Had it not intervened, the boy's body and soul would have burned to ash, leaving behind nothing but regrets and lost fate. And so, the dragon had fallen into hibernation. It could no longer whisper guidance, could no longer shape chi into visions, could no longer teach, but it could still see. Even in sleep, the dragon watched. Its gaze stretched across rivers of energy, peering into the mortal world from beyond the veil. It saw its chosen, saw how the boy struggled to rise, step by bloody step, how he gathered people around him, people with weak potential, average cultivation, or no strength at all, but they followed him, believed in him. Potential, that was all it took sometimes, and the boy it is chosen knew it too. He believed wealth could bring power, so he chased it with feverish hunger. The dragon would have laughed. if it had lungs to do so. So wrong, and yet so right. The world ran on cycles. Even those who knew fragments of destiny rarely understood the whole. But the dragon had seen more. It had once stood at the edge of immortal gates. It had guarded them. And now, so too had its chosen begun to learn of his eventual path, the key to the gate of immortals. A relic no man held and was alive for long, and yet the boy had begun to connect to it. Slowly, blindly. It was not enough. The dragon knew the moment would come when teaching would be necessary, when strength alone could not guide him through what was to come, and that moment was near. It could feel its body beginning to reform in the void, could feel its power stitching itself together, scale by shining scale. Soon, it would awaken fully. Soon, it would once again enter the star space of its chosen and speak. But not yet, for now it rested in silence. In waiting, floating above the spirit seas, ever watchful, it was protecting, healing, and guarding. Because it could feel it now, a tremor in the strands of fate. Something was coming. Something worse, way worse than what they'd gone through. And when it arrived, the boy would need more than luck, strength, or money. He would need the dragon. The fight for the Gate of Immortals had begun. Of course. Not openly. Not yet. But the signs were there. Subtle ripples in the fabric of fate, echoed across realms both high and low. Forces long buried were stirring. Hidden sects remerging. Ancient cultivators breaking their silence. And in the center of it, all his progeny. The dragon felt it with absolute certainty. The one it had chosen, the soul it had saved and rebuilt, would be drawn into the storm. Was already being drawn into it. Such was fate, but the dragon did not intend to let him be swallowed by it. Number when the gates opened, when the final trial came. It intended for him to stand among the worthy, to rise not as a pawn, but as a force. Strong enough to challenge what came from beyond, strong enough to survive, and strong enough to survive, and strong enough to save this realm. Because if he failed, if the enemy succeeded, then nothing would remain. Forget about the sects, empires, or even the stars. Everything would be devoured. The dragon had seen such endings in other worlds. It had lived through calamities where no gods answered, where no heroes rose, where hope was just a story whispered by the dead. It would not let this world follow that path, not while it still had breath, not while its chosen still had strength left to rise. And so it waited, one eye open in the vast spirit realm, soul coiling with slowly rebuilding might. The time was coming. The enemy was coming, and the dragon would be ready to support his chosen. Asterisk, 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 Aeon. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Also, this is Volume 2 last chapter. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression fantasy epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here, Chapter 123. Just a mortal, that's all he was, and all he'd ever be. Gaoshan peered down across the village perimeter, standing on top of the newly erected ramparts of Meadow Village. The wood beneath his boots still smelled of fresh bark that was uneven and splintered in places. It was crude work. Lashed logs and hammered stakes, and it would barely hold against a real beast rising. But it wasn't meant to. Not really. He knew that. After all, this would be the 25th beast rising of his life. The real purpose of the wall, he understood, was to give men like him something to believe in, a line to stand behind, a symbol that maybe this time things would be different. Usually, he wouldn't be so sure. He'd passed most risings on the road, moving deeper into the empire when he could, sheltering in rat-cold bunkers when he couldn't. He'd seen towns hold. He'd seen towns fall. One time, he'd watched a city burn for 3 days while the nobles fled in sky carriages and left the rest of them behind. He never had the coin to go where the sects were, and even if he did, the gates of those cities never opened for refugees like him. It was saddening, but it was his reality. Not just his, but the reality for many mortals. A city could only take so much. But here, in this muddy village, where the main road still turned to soup when it rained, something felt different. He didn't want to say it aloud, but the thought lingered anyway. Maybe they'll survive this one. Because for the first time in his life, Gao Shun was standing beside cultivators. Real ones. He doubted it at first. Of course. Some new sect setting up themselves in Meadow Village. It sounded like a joke. It reminded him too much of that time in a western village, when a scam artist painted his skin gold and paraded as an immortal. They built him a shrine. Worshipped him for a year until the beast rising started. That day, the village had been annihilated. Everyone there had pinned their hopes on the so-called cultivator who blessed their wells and claimed to command the heavens. When the beasts came, he vanished like smoke in the wind. Gao Shun remembered the screaming, the silence after. That's why he didn't trust easily. Not the heavens, not sex, and definitely not men with power. But this time was different. It felt different. A massive, pitch-black wolf sat next to him on the rampart, lazily licking its paws like it didn't have a care in the world. It had the bulk of a cart horse and the muscle of a predator. No mortal could tame such a thing. And yet, the villagers walked past it like it was a well-fed farm dog. Gao Shun kept glancing at it, more curious than scared now. Something about its round belly and half-lidded eyes made him think of the mutts back in his childhood home. The ones that slept by the hearth and begged for scraps. Honestly, the beast looked less like a wolf and more like a dog that had eaten too well for too long and simply kept growing. Still, the urge to pet it stayed locked behind his ribs. He liked living. He didn't want to disturb a peaceful-looking beast. As he looked at it, something happened. His eyes widened when the wolf's ears twitched suddenly. In an instant, its body tensed. Its nails extended from its paws and it growled. It was a low and a deep growl that felt like thunder in its throat. Gao Shun froze, taking a cautious step back. Had it sensed his thoughts? Did it somehow know he'd imagined rubbing its stupid, fluffy head? Maybe he should move from where he was. He immediately noticed where the wolf's gaze was fixated. It was not on him, but beyond the wall, into the forest. Others began to notice too. The entire crowd looked beyond the wall. That was when a figure moved through the gathering of guards and villagers atop the rampart, parting the crowd with silent authority. Si Wen, one of the cultivators. The man was lean but carried himself like steel wrapped in skin, and the wolf little ewes, the villagers called him, perked up at his approach. "What is it, little ewes?" Zuen asked. The beast raised its head and pointed its snout toward the trees. A beat passed. Then the man turned and shouted, "Everyone! Bows and guns ready, beasts incoming!" That was all they needed. Gao Shun's fingers tightened instinctively. His body moved without thought, reaching for the worn bow slung across his back. He wasn't a soldier, but he'd hunted his whole life during his travels. Rabbit, deer, even the odd wild boar when he was lucky. Archery had kept him alive longer than luck ever did. He pulled the string, testing the tension. It was old but dependable, like him. Nothing moved. The forest was still. Maybe it was a false alarm. Then the ground trembled beneath his feet. Once, twice. Like distant drum beats getting closer, a roar erupted through the trees. It wasn't one beast. It wasn't even two. It was a whole damn herd, he could tell. From the edge of the forest, trees cracked and splintered as hulking shapes burst through. Bull-like creatures, snorting steam, eyes glowing with fury, charged across the open earth like an avalanche of muscle and hate. Gao Shun swallowed. The 25th beast rising of his life had begun, and seeing the beast, he wasn't sure if the ramparts or hope would hold. Gao Shun's breath caught in his throat. Those things, those beasts, were going to smash through the ramparts in a single blow. He could feel it. The crude walls would crumble like straw huts before a storm. He didn't wait. He knocked an arrow, drawing the string back until it creaked with strain. His fingers held steady. All he could do now was wait. Then the voice came. Cultivator Zuen's command cut through the air. Dozens of bows twanged in unison. Arrows flew like a swarm of wasps, raining down on the oncoming monsters. Most simply bounced off useless against the thick armor like hide of the bulls. But some, like his, found purchase. One of Gao Shun's arrows sank into a soft spot near the beast's throat. A spurt of blood followed. It didn't stop. None of them did. The creatures charged forward. Their tongues were out salivating to take a taste of their blood. It was sickening in the stomach, and Gao Shun felt death was coming. Every time an arrow hit the bulls, they didn't care, didn't stop for a second, and continued pouncing forward. Fuck, this is not working. One of the bulls leapt high, its massive frame blotting out the sun for a moment as it came crashing down toward the wall. He couldn't run, couldn't breathe. Bang. A sound came from behind, tore through the air and hit the beast. Gao Shun blinked in both awe and shock. What is that? Another sound came. Something long and metal, fast as lightning, shot through the air and slammed into the beast mid-flight. Its body jerked back, limbs twitching as blood erupted from fresh, precise wounds. More followed. Each shot drove another beast backward. Flesh tore, blood sprayed, and for the first time, the monsters fell. Loud shouts escaped their mouths when they were about to die. The beasts, once unstoppable, now writhed on the ground, howling in agony. Their charge had stopped cold before Gao Shun could even process what had happened. Little Yuz leapt from the ramparts with terrifying grace. Its form blurred, and suddenly its claws gleamed with a strange iridescent energy. No longer a lazy, oversized dog, now it moved like death-given shape. It tore into the fallen beasts with visible fury, one/dead. Another leap, another cry silenced. With every kill, the villagers screamed in triumph, cheering, shouting. Their voices filled with disbelief and hope. Gao Shun found himself yelling with them, his throat raw, his heart pounding. He was cheering Little Yuz, but even as the euphoria built, a question gnawed at him. What just happened? What had hit the beasts? Ziwen hadn't moved. He was right there, 10 paces away, watching like the rest of them. And Gao Shun knew there were no other cultivators on the rampart right now. So what was it? But before Gao Shun could think further, another growl ripped from Little Yuz's throat. Still crouched beside a mangled corpse, the wolf's fur bristled again, and then the forest howled. This time, it wasn't the bulls. They came in dozens smaller, sleeker beasts, their red fur like embers under the sun. Fox-like things with too many tails and eyes that glowed gold. Gao Shun's blood ran cold. He knew those. Ember foxes, Tier 1 beasts, swift, agile, and worst of all, climbers. He'd seen them scale stone walls like spiders, biting through tendons and vanishing into the chaos. These things didn't knock gates down. They climbed over them and tore people apart from the inside. Gao Shun's fingers moved fast, pulling another arrow from his quiver, cursing under his breath. They had to stop them before they reached the ramparts. He knocked it, lifted his bow, took aim. The same loud sound interrupted him. Then another followed, and another. Before his arrow ever flew, the foxes were already tumbling backward through the air, bodies twisted, blood spraying in wild arcs. Dozens fell in seconds. He lowered his bow, eyes wide. Little Yuz didn't even move this time. You might be reading a stolen copy. Visit Royal Road for the authentic version. He scanned the battlefield, then looked at the rampart, following the direction of the thunderous blasts. That's when he saw them. Men and women mortals, just like him, stationed behind crates and barricades at different points along the wall. They held strange metal weapons in their hands, short and stubby, gleaming with polished barrels. Gao Shun's breath caught in his throat. What is that? He looked at the people. One of them he recognized, a young man who wore the gold-stitched robes of the Divine Coin Sect. Just as he watched, the man lifted the weapon, adjusted his stance, and curled his finger bang. A flash occurred, and a projectile followed. One of the fox beasts dropped mid-leap, skull shattered. More followed, one after another. Without a break, the beasts fell to the ground, dying on the spot, all killed by that one young man. The mortals killed them, all. Gao Shun's mouth fell open. The man hadn't used any cultivation technique. No glowing runes or hand signs, meaning he was really mortal. Just a twitch of the finger, and a beast died. He looked at his own bow, then back at the strange weapons. Those foxes, they weren't weaklings. They were spirit beasts, things that would take 5 men and still leave with a leg in its jaw. And these mortals were butchering them like livestock. His eyes darted across the rampart, and realization dawned. Every single person wielding one of those weapons wore the robes of the Divine Coin sect. The pieces slid together in his mind. Gao Shun gripped the railing tightly. The Divine Coin sect had brought something new to Meadow Village. A weapon that could let mortals kill beasts. A spirit artifact, probably, but not like any he'd ever seen. Not a flying sword, nor a glowing talisman, nor a jade ring that summoned fire. Just a metal tool in a mortal's hand. One that could kill beasts, and the man who used it, just a mortal like him. Gao Shun's heart thudded with something he hadn't felt in years. Not just awe possibility, was it really just the weapon that made the difference? Could he use it too? With the ramparts quiet now, and no more beasts spilling from the trees, he looked toward Ziwen. The young cultivator stood at the edge of the wall, his robes slightly blowing in the wind, expression distant. Gao Shun took a breath, swallowed his hesitation, and walked forward. When he reached him, he gave a deep bow. Lord Ziwen, I have something I wish to ask. About the spirit artifacts that let mortals kill the fox beasts. Ziwen turned to him, brows raised. You mean the guns? Gao blinked. Guns. So that was what they were called. Strange word, but he nodded quickly. Yes, those Lord Cultivator. He hesitated, then pushed forward. Can I use one? To help fend off the beasts? Ziwen's gaze sharpened immediately. Gao Shun raised his hands in alarm. I would never dare run away with it. I only wish to defend the village. Truly. Ziwen was quiet for a beat. Then he sighed. It's not that I don't want you to fight. We need every hand we can get. His eyes turned serious. But the guns are only given to sect members. I can't give one to you unless you're part of the Divine Coin sect. Gao's brow rose at that. The door hadn't shut, only narrowed. He licked his lips, then said carefully, Then may I become one? Ziwen stared at him. You want to join the sect. What do you do? I'm a merchant, my lord. I've traveled to most of the eastern provinces. I know trade routes, supplier names, tax rates, ore prices, and even if that is useless, I have hunted a lot. He stopped, realizing he was rambling. Ziwen surprisingly chuckled. A merchant, huh? He seemed thoughtful. Then sect leader Chen might be interested. He likes merchants. Hope flared in Gao's chest. Ziwen added, If he agrees to take you in, then yes, you'd be allowed to carry a gun. Gao Shun's eyes lit up. A mortal in a sect. That alone would make him higher ranked in standing than most mortals in the Empire. Where can I find sect leader Chen? He asked quickly, afraid the offer would vanish if he didn't act fast. Ziwen's smile turned wry. You can't. He's in closed-door cultivation right now. Gao's face fell. But, Ziwen added, he'll be out soon. Likely when the next wave of beasts comes, he'll show up. Gao Shun stared at him, and then, slowly, a smile tugged at his lips. He hadn't seen sect leader Chen, only heard about him. But if he could really accept him as a member and let him use these guns, then it would change everything. Hence, for the first time in his life, Gao Shun felt the urge to meet a cultivator and hoped that he would be out of his closed-door cultivation soon. Hein Chen Ren had heard a saying before. Cultivators need a calm mind to begin their path. It always sounded like something sect. Elders said to keep disciples from running off after every impulse. A pretty excuse to make meditation feel more important than it was. He used to think that anyway. But now, sitting cross-legged in the quiet of his chambers, staring blankly at the flickering lamp on the table, he knew it was true. He couldn't enter his star space. No matter how long he sat there, no matter how many breathing techniques he cycled through, his consciousness remained scattered, like a jar of water filled with ash. It felt clouded and chaotic for no reason. Even his account books, once a comfort, lay untouched. The columns of numbers blurred when he looked at them, his focus fraying before it even began. The reason was simple. The medallion, or more accurately, what he had seen when he bound it. He felt like he was in the middle of a game of immortal chess. Not as a player, but a pawn. A small, insignificant pawn that had been picked up, moved, and now stood in a position he didn't understand. He didn't know who was playing the game, or why, or even what the rules were. But he understood this much: pawns die early if he wanted to survive. No, if he wanted to change the outcome, he couldn't remain a pawn. He had to evolve, upgrade himself, maybe even become a player. But he wasn't there yet, not even close. And that truth weighed on him like a millstone around his neck. Even Yellen, for all her knowledge and faith in him, had stepped back. She'd said this wasn't something she could help with. Calming your mind isn't a magic trick, Chenren. You have to find the stillness on your own. He'd thought about using herbs, something to still his thoughts, open the doors to cultivation. But that felt like cheating. Worse, it felt like a crutch. And once you needed a crutch, you couldn't run without it. He needed to win this battle in his own head. He inhaled deeply and decided to take a different approach. Rather than dwell on the bad, the things that hadn't happened yet, he chose to focus on the good that had. In the past year, he had won a cultivation tournament, launched new businesses, and expanded the ones he already had. They were no longer just sources of coin, they now gave him a steady income and small but consistent flows of qi. With so much of it accumulating, he knew that reaching the foundation establishment realm was only a matter of months. That kind of speed was nearly unheard of. Even once-in-a-generation geniuses, nurtured by powerful clans and blessed with heavenly roots, rarely advanced so fast. And him? He had low spirit roots, the kind most sects wouldn't even bother to take in. As he thought through each achievement, his breathing grew calmer. He knew the road ahead would be hard-filled with schemes, enemies, and involve the gate of immortals he'd glimpsed during the medallion binding. But he had come so far, so fast. Sometimes he forgot that, and forgetting was a quick way to spiral into the illusion that he wasn't doing enough, that he wasn't enough. There was always room to grow. But today, he had to acknowledge what he'd already built, and he had friends. Real ones. Yalen was first in that list. He knew she would stand with him when trouble came. Whether it was because of the pact that bound them, or their friendship, he couldn't be sure. But he hoped it was the latter. Then there was Sulan, Yuchu, Qinghe, Ziwen, Feiyu, Lofeng, and others, each one now a thread in the fabric of his life. A sect, even if not all of them were cultivators, but with the guns they now wielded, they had become something more, a force. Especially with Feiyu and Qinghe constantly developing newer designs. Thinking of these things, Chenren slowly felt a weight lift from his chest. Sometimes, focusing on the positive instead of the endless unknowns was enough to reset the mind, to let the chaos settle. And, as he held on to that quiet fulfillment, he felt it. His connection to his star space returned, gentle but firm, welcoming him. Chenren smiled. It was finally time to accumulate his gains. Asterisk, 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 A-N. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Also, this is Volume 2 last chapter. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression fantasy epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here. Chapter 124. Chenren Breathe. He found himself sitting in the center of his star space and felt qi fill his surroundings. There was a stillness here, the kind that clung to your skin and hummed in your bones, gentle and all-encompassing like warm water in a bath. He didn't move, didn't speak, just sat there with his legs crossed, eyes half closed, and embraced the silence that wrapped around him. The air shimmered with his qi. It danced around him lazily, and every breath he took seemed to draw more of it toward him. He had no idea how such a place could exist. This entire astral world suspended inside his dantian, invisible to all, yet as real and solid to him. It was absurd, fascinating, impossible. And yet, here he was, again. He exhaled slowly, letting his thoughts drift up like mist, and tilted his head back to gaze at the stars overhead. His stars. There were 3 now, suspended in that swirling void like miniature suns. each pulsing softly with life. The moment his eyes landed on them, a spark of pride warmed his chest. 3 stars, 3 successes. The first one was gentle, denoting his noodle stall. He inhaled again. Although not physically, he could smell the broth and the sizzle of oil. It was deeply etched to his memory. The way kids came to eat with their parents, laughing amongst the crowd. The customers who complimented the dish every now and then, the clatter of bowls. It was all a fond memory when he had first started, and though he hadn't pushed it as aggressively as the others, he knew it stood strong. The second star, though, that one had changed. Chen didn't need a manual to understand why. His perfume business had shifted, grown, evolved. It was no longer just scented oils and bottles arranged in a tidy little shop. It had become a mall. A smile crept to his lips. A mall in a cultivation world. Perfumes, clothes, accessories. Clothes that refined the sense of fashion in the current world that attracted clients one after another. It had become a space that people could walk into and transform. And at the center of it all, Yuchu was pushing further every day. The ideas had been his, but she had run with them, made them real. It was no wonder this star was outshining the others. He could feel it even now, chi trickling from it in steady waves, more than he'd ever refined from it before. If it kept growing at this pace, it would become his strongest income of cultivation for a long while, at least until his pill business bloomed. The noodle and chips business was still small, but he had started laying foundations in 2 new cities. Ice cream had been phased out with the seasons, but next year, when summer returned, he'd come back with new flavors, new carts, and a better plan to keep it cold for longer journeys. He wanted it to be more than a street-side treat. He wanted it to be a sensation. And as for the alcohol business, it was steady surprisingly so. It was also a slow burn, like the brews they were perfecting in their modest brewery in the village. They hadn't pushed past Ashen City borders yet. There simply wasn't enough production capacity to meet the demand a larger region would bring. But within Ashen City, especially among the local cultivators, their product had become something people praised in delight, higher than he'd expected, and his stocks in the Jew clan had just risen. His eyes lingered on the stars for a long moment, his mind drifting back to everything that had brought him here. Every challenge, every twist of fate flashed in front of his eyes. All of it had led Tothis to the stars overhead, to the chi swirling around him like a lazy river, finally beginning to rush. He exhaled softly, a breath deeper than the rest, and leaned into it. How big of a leap am I going to make this time? He was at the peak of the 4th star chi refinement realm, the middle of a realm where most would slow. But Chen knew today wasn't just another step forward, it was a leap. The signs were all around him, the fullness of the stars, the way his meridians tingled in anticipation, the calm focus within his own mind. He could feel it. Maybe not 1 star, or 2, possibly 3, but he was sure of 2. That surge would carry him to the 7th star, maybe even 8. He wasn't arrogant enough to believe he'd reached the peak of the realm not yet. But if he did, if he touched the very edge of it, then everything would change. His ability to protect himself and his ventures, his power to defend those who had begun to rely on him, and he would get the strength to stand against stronger enemies for just a bit longer. No more running. No more hiding strength behind half smiles and cheap robes. With that thought anchoring him, Chenren inhaled deeply, muting his thoughts, and the world turned quiet. He reached out first to the golden warmth of the 1st star, his food stall. The chi it released was familiar, gentle, almost comforting. Like the steady rhythm of chopping vegetables or the heat of a pot just beginning to boil. It wrapped around him like a seasoned companion, a friend who had walked with him through the dust and mud of the early days. He let it wash over him, soaking into his dantian, then coursing outward. In an instant, his limbs hummed. His breath deepened. The chi wasn't aggressive. It settled, fortified, expanded. He could feel the gentle stretching of his meridians as his body accepted more and more of it. A soft sigh escaped his lips as the last of that chi was drawn in. It wasn't enough to push him through, but it laid the path. He opened his senses to the 3rd star next. The alcohol business, the brews, the cultivators. From the moment the chi touched him, he knew something was different. It was potent, not merely denser, but alive. Energetic, almost unruly. It didn't slide into his dantian like the first it charged in, forcing his body to adapt to it on the spot. His skin prickled, his core tightened, his breath caught, then released in a quiet laugh. Cultivators, he muttered. That had to be it. The chi wasn't just from mortals drinking to forget their worries. It came from fellow cultivators, those with their own spiritual essence, their own refinement. And somehow, some part of that chi had found its way back to him. Refined once, now refined again. And it was perfect for stabilization. He let it ground him, focusing on firming his foundation. His inner sea of chi no longer sloshed around like water in a jar. It gained shape, weight, density, and it all happened slowly, painfully so. The very air around him shifted, as if the star space itself was acknowledging the change. He didn't rush, didn't force the next step. Only when the third star's chi had fully settled, leaving a radiant, molten feeling in his limbs, did he finally turn his attention to the second star. The largest, the brightest. He smiled again, almost unable to help it. The moment Chen opened himself to the final star, the brightest, most bloated with power, it surged through him like a flood that had been waiting for too long behind a brittle dam. Chi slammed into his body with the weight of a falling mountain. His back arched involuntarily, every muscle seizing for a heartbeat before relaxing again in slow shudders. His bones creaked, actually creaked, as the energy rushed into marrow and muscle, trying to make space where there was none. His dantian expanded like a bloated water skin, chi swirling with enough intensity to leave him breathless. Too much, too fast. But Chen didn't stop. He couldn't afford to. He could feel his strength rising in real-time flesh. Bone, dantian, every part of him stretched taut under the weight of transformation. His veins burned. His breath came in ragged pulls, but he gritted his teeth and leaned into it, feeling his heart pound in his ears. No. He would not stop here. His limbs trembled, sweat beading along his brow. Even in the quiet of his star space, the illusion of pain could not be muted. "Arr!" he screamed, but kept his eyes tight shut. What his Tao demanded was never easy. It was progress. And sometimes, to move forward meant bearing the unbearable. This was one of those times. He slowed his pace. Instead of gulping down entire mouthfuls of chi at once, he began to sip bit by bit, thread by thread. He let the smaller strands coil into his dantian, where they could unfold and settle more cleanly. The pressure didn't go away, but it lessened, and the flow became manageable, even if barely. He felt his body scream in spirit ache, but somewhere beneath it all, he decided he'd adapt. After all, that was what cultivators did. They were thrown into oceans. They learned to breathe underwater, dropped into flames, and they learned how to walk through them. And as the chi poured into him, filling, flooding, fortifying, he learned. Soon, as he expected, the foreignness dulled. The pain became a pattern. His breathing steadied again. And even as tremors rolled through his limbs, they no longer rattled his control. Then it came, the shift. His chi flared at the suddenness, catching him off guard. Like a mountain rising from the sea, his chi began to change. It changed even in depth. With that, he felt the threshold crumble. 1 star. 2, 3. His cultivation surged, each leap like thunder behind his ribs. The 5th, the 6th, the 7th star flared to life, and for a brief moment, he thought that was the end. He grunted in pain, but he knew it wasn't the end. The pressure didn't recede. If anything, it pulled taut again, chi still pouring in, and Chen held himself steady as he crossed into the 8, a place most people never reached in their entire lives. But he had in hours. Fuck. It hurts. The last trickle of chi faded, and his breathing calmed. For a moment, he let go. He didn't rush to test his new strength. He didn't smile, didn't even stand up. Instead, he sat still, eyes closed, feeling the echo of everything that had happened. The minor fractures in his meridians, the stretching of his dantian astral walls, the subtle misalignments that, left unchecked, could cause instability later. So he corrected them. Bit by bit, pulse by pulse, he moved chi repairing, smoothing, reinforcing. For a moment, he knew he was someone who had bent a realm to his will, and with that power came responsibility, especially to himself. Only when every vein, every channel, every whisper of his chi sang in perfect harmony did he finally open his eyes. His star space greeted him in silence. The 3 stars still shone overhead, but fainter now, their brilliant bodies dimmed by the offering they had given. Chenren looked at them quietly and acknowledged. They had grown, and so had he. A smile formed in his lips. It was tired, soft, barely more than a twitch of the lips, but genuine all the same. Even the stars above him were dimmer now, as if resting. He knew they would recover. Yet, even as that warmth lingered in his chest, it didn't erase the other feeling curling in the back of his mind. The golden dragon still hadn't returned. It had been so long since he last saw it. Since the tournament. Since that moment when it had shattered the skies to defend him, burning its own essence to do so. Since then, silence. And now, with the Gate of Immortals revealed, and more questions clawing at his thoughts than ever before, the absence stung sharper than he expected. You might be reading a pirated copy. Look for the official release to support the author. He had hoped that his breakthroughs would stir it awake, that the echo of progress would draw it forth. But it came out to be nothing. He let out a slow breath, attempting to ground himself further, only for the air to catch in his throat halfway. The star space began to shift. The once still sky began to ripple. The stars themselves, stirring as if pulled by some ancient tide. One by one, they drifted from their positions, glowing with new light golden, silver, deep crimson, until they formed a vast, twisting shape in the void above him. His eyes widened. He knew this shape, the serpentine body, the long, tapering horns, the aura that spread like curtains of light, the dragon, the same one he had seen when it first saved him. But it was different now, weaker. Its form shimmered, translucent, and every line of its body looked less defined than before, as if struggling to hold itself together. And still it appeared. And Chenren forgot how to speak. His mouth parted slightly, eyes locked on the great beast floating above him. His knees, even in the endless calm of his star space, felt weak beneath him. Something tightened in his chest, not fear, not reverence, but something deeper. A connection when he looked at him, eyes the color of gold met his, tired, wise, proud? I Chenren stuttered. The golden dragon groaned, sending vibrations through his body. I have questions, he muttered. The words felt brittle on his tongue. He hated how small his voice sounded, but they were the only words he could muster. Heavens, why do I feel weak? The dragon's head tilted slightly as if it was smiling without moving its mouth. You have time to ask them, it said finally, the voice frail and echoing like wind through crumbling stone. For now, stay alive. Wait, what do you mean? Chenren asked, the sharpness in his tone surprising even him. Why are you? But before he could finish, he saw it. The golden shimmer began to fade. The body of the dragon started unraveling, piece by piece, light unweaving like threads from silk. The tail scattered first, dissolving into particles. Then the limbs, the horns. Even the eyes began to dim. No, wait! He reached upward instinctively, even though there was no ground, no sky, no way to hold on to light. But it was already gone, and with it, the stars broke apart. No! His entire star space cracked like glass under pressure, reality folding inward as chi scattered like dust. He couldn't hold it together, couldn't do anything. It crumbled. And with it, he succumbed to darkness. Chenren gasped awake, the cold air of his room hitting his skin like a slap. He was sprawled on the floorboards, drenched in sweat, his robes clinging to his skin. His heart thundered in his chest. Every beat loud and frantic, as if his body was still caught in the moment of collapse. The world was still. The stars were gone. His cultivation had risen. He could feel it. His chi was sharper, heavier, stronger. But his mind wasn't on that. Not even close. There was only on a thing echoing through his thoughts, wrapping around his lungs like a vice. Stay alive. Why had the dragon said that? Why now? And what was coming that made even a celestial being speak such words? He stared at the ceiling, his breath slowly evening out, but his eyes did not blink. Because now, more than ever, he needed answers. And the questions only increased when he remembered the fading form. He knew the golden dragon was a being of immense power and even greater mystery, and yet it looked weak, like something only barely holding on. He let himself lay in the bitterness of it all. After a few long minutes, he finally exhaled and moved to sit upright. His limbs still trembled faintly, his back slick with cold sweat. He reached into his robe pocket and withdrew the one thing that always seemed to anchor him these days when his thoughts began to spiral. The medallion. He held it carefully in his palm and felt the cold metal. It looked the same as always, an old, slightly tarnished disc no larger than his palm, carved with overlapping symbols and inscriptions that even now he hadn't fully deciphered. But now he could feel it. There were trickles of chi running through its surface. He'd felt it before when he had bonded with it, but it had been faint, easy to dismiss. Lately, though, in the quiet moments when he clutched it during meditation or thought, the sensation had grown stronger. He had grown used to holding it. It had become something of a habit, something he reached for not studying, but when he felt unsettled, as he did now, a totem of calm. A weight in the hand that said, "You're still here." Chen-Ren closed his eyes briefly and focused, and the medallion responded. It vibrated lightly just once, and then light spilled from the carvings, growing outward in lines. Right in front of him, he felt the air move. A holographic map unfolded, made from pale gold and thin threads of chi, forming a three-dimensional display. Mountains rose in ghostly peaks. A long, winding river shimmered its way through the middle, flanked by scattered cities and marked routes. Chen-Ren leaned forward, attempting to scan every detail. He had seen this map before, but every time it left him with the same quiet awe. It was the medallion's doing, a function he had only discovered after that first strange vision of the Gate of Immortals, a vision that had not returned since. According to Wang Jun, this holographic display was not the final destination where the gate was, but a guide, a clue left behind by the creator of the medallion. It pointed to the location of the next piece, a piece he would need if he hoped to uncover the truth behind it all. Chen-Ren reached out with a finger and slowly traced the river, eyes narrowing on a valley nestled between two mountains. There were no names written here, no clear markers, just the terrain itself. He had studied this map enough times to memorize its flow. And he finally understood something. This is how Zhi found the first piece in Cloud Mist City. The realization settled like stone in his gut. Gutian must have held a similar medallion, must have stood in a similar room, watching a similar hologram flicker to life. And then, like Chen-Ren, he had followed the trail, piece by piece, until fate had led him right into Chen-Ren's path. Their meeting hadn't been an accident. He clenched the medallion tighter, feeling the faint buzz of chi still humming from within. Though he hadn't found anything else on Gutian's person, not even a trace of the medallion piece. The implications gnawed at him. Had Gutian hidden it before they fought? Or, worse, had someone else given him the information? That thought unsettled him more than he wanted to admit. Because if someone had guided Gutian, that meant there were people with knowledge of the medallion's secrets. His eyes drifted back to the glowing map, the projection still hovering silently in front of him like a suspended memory. Despite the unease coiling in his gut, the sight soothed him. There was a pull to it, a sensation that tugged lightly at his spirit, not painful, not overwhelming, but persistent, like something beneath those mountains, hidden along the river's path, was waiting for him, whispering his name, telling him to come. He knew it was the medallion. Ever since he had bound it to his chi, the connection had only deepened. But right now, he welcomed the feeling, because it was easier to focus on this pull on the mystery in the distance than the dragon's brittle voice and the ominous words it had left behind. Chen-Ren took a slow breath and let his thoughts settle. Slowly, he gathered the scattered pieces of his mind and focused. He wasn't one to lose himself in fear. He had come too far for that. Just as he was beginning to trace a path along the edge of the holographic river, a knock rang against the door. He blew out a breath, then snapped his fingers lightly, cutting off the chi flow to the medallion. The projection rippled once before dissolving into the air, leaving only silence in its place. He tucked the medallion back into his robe and moved to the door, brushing sweat from his brow. When he opened it, a young man stood outside. One of the mortals, dressed in plain brown robes. The man bowed deeply the moment the door opened. "Sect leader Chen," he said breathlessly, eyes wide with worry. "Forgive the disturbance, but we need your assistance on the wall. Cultivator Ziwen sent me personally." "What happened?" The man swallowed. "A Tier 2 pair of bloodback wolves have appeared outside the city. We had no idea such beasts were living nearby. They're coordinated, and the spiritual artifacts aren't doing enough. Our cultivators are holding them back for now. But you need strength, understood?" The man nodded, clearly relieved. Chenren didn't waste another breath. Even as fatigue coiled in his limbs from the earlier breakthrough, he pushed it down. There was a tightness in his arms, a thrum of overdrawn qi in his core. But it didn't matter. His mind was clear now. The weight of the dragon's warning, the medallion's mysteries, all of it folded neatly behind the reality in front of him. "Let's go," he said, voice sharp as steel. "I'll see for myself what this monster is!" *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Also, this is Volume 2 last chapter. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression fantasy, epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here, Chapter 125. Chen Ren walked through the stairs to the rampart with the mortal sect member. The young man followed him silently, but their shared silence was loud with what was going on up ahead. Even from here, he could hear the chaotic medley rising above the walls, crackling gunfire, beastly howls, and, through it all, the unexpected cheers of mortals standing their ground. The sound didn't reassure him. If anything, it made him wary. Had the guns really performed that well? He doubted it. He remembered the power of the beasts too vividly from the first day of the rising. The beasts had torn through the defenses, their blood-drenched hides almost impervious to anything short of higher-realmed cultivator attacks. On the first day, their rifles had worked well enough to wound, maybe kill a few weaker monsters, but certainly not something that ranked Tier 2. Still, something had changed. The cheering, the occasional pauses of the fire, the lack of panic, that all meant the guns were working, at least more than he had expected. And the entire thing was no small feat. His sex power had risen in the last few weeks because of these weapons. Production was limited now. Every musket, every bullet, took time, effort, and materials they could scarcely afford to waste, but the framework was in place. Sooner or later, Chen Ren knew they'd produce enough to arm every mortal in the sect. That thought alone sent a good kind of shiver through him. He reached the top of the rampart and paused, one hand resting on the parapet as he took in the battlefield below and understood the reason for the cheering. His brows lifted. Below him, a line of mortals in sect robes crouched behind makeshift cover, smoke curling from the barrels of their muskets. They were firing at a pack of mid-sized wolves, red and black-furred pups. Each time a bullet struck true, the impact sent a pup sprawling with a yelp that was cut short midair. Blood pooled in the dirt where they fell, but not every shot struck home. Chen Ren's gaze followed a young disciple who fired with a tremble in his shoulders. The musket kicked back, but the shot flew wide, a clean miss. The wolf pup lunged, only to be brought down by another shot from further down the line. Chen Ren winced. Too many wasted bullets. They were learning. Yes, but most hadn't drilled enough. Only a handful had spent real time in the training range, refining their stance and aim. The others still flinched when they pulled the trigger, blinking smoke out of their eyes, shocked by the sound and recoil. They'd get better. They had to. Bullets weren't cheap. Every miss cost more than just a coin. It cost time and sweat. He pulled his gaze away from the firing line, turning it beyond the mass of pups past the blood, past the makeshift barricades, and finally saw what had truly set the battlefield in motion. Two towering wolves stood at the rear bloodback alphas. Their stance looked like shadows drenched in rusted crimson. Thick tufts of black-streaked fur bristled as they growled, eyes burning with feral rage. They were here to hunt the humans, and two men stood in their way. Claws scraped against stone as one leapt forward, aiming for a figure darting across the wall's edge. Li Xuan, blade flashing as he barely avoided being torn in half. At his flank, little Yuz twisted in the air while perched on his back was Zaiwen, musket in hand, steady despite the bucking movement. Zaiwen aimed low and fired. A crack rang out. The wolf reeled with anger. Blood splattered its snout, but it didn't slow. Chen Ren narrowed his eyes. At a glance, he could tell. The two wolves weren't random tier 2s. They were a pair, mated, and the pups being slaughtered on the battlefield were their children. And each time a pup was gunned down, the alphas howled. Their low howl echoed through the hills like morning turned to fury, and they lunged harder. Both Li Xuan and Ziwen fought as if they were about to face death. Lightning crackled along Li Xuan's blade as he clashed head-on with the larger of the two bloodback alphas. The beast's claw came down, but the man lifted his sword and swung it, sending sparks arcing into the air as the force rattled through his arm. He slid back a pace, and Chen Ren saw how his boots dug into the dirt, but the man held. Across from him, the she-wolf lunged at little Yuz, only to meet resistance. Ziwen, from behind, gritted his teeth, fired another shot, and hit the she-wolf square in the snout. The beast reeled but didn't fall. Blood dripped from its muzzle, but its fury only deepened. Chen Ren narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected Li Xuan to be defending them. Last he'd heard, the man had stayed behind after losing his duel, retreating into solitude. He had holed himself up in a room, cultivating as if trying to drown his defeat in Qi. And yet here he is, Chen Ren thought, watching him deflect another claw strike, holding the line. It was a good thing, too. Without him, the rampart would have already been torn apart. He folded his arms, thoughts shifting. He didn't want to call on Yalan, Qing He, or even Hong Yi and his puppets. Not yet. From the edge of the rampart, a voice broke his thoughts. "You're late," Yalan said. He turned toward it and saw her perched on the rampart. He hadn't noticed when she arrived, but then again, he rarely did when it came to Yalan. But I suppose it was worth it. "You've reached the 8-star Qi refinement realm, haven't you?" Chen Ren exhaled, rubbing his jaw. "Yeah." It almost felt like my body was breaking. "It might just. You are pushing too hard. Even a cup breaks if you pour a waterfall into it." Her words hit home. Chen Ren's gaze drifted down the battleground again, his expression tightening. That was one of his worries these days. After the Gate of Immortals had revealed itself, he'd spoken more with the head more than he ever had before, especially about the Tao of money. Unfortunately, the head hadn't even heard of such a Tao. The conversation had shifted instead to legends about the Golden Dragon, to whispers passed down through scrolls and dreams. And, eventually, to Chen Ren himself, the head had warned him. Progression like yours is rare, unnatural. One day, your body might not keep up. He knew it could be true. But for now, he hadn't felt anything wrong. Not yet. But the words struck with him, growing louder each time he broke through, especially with the amount of pain that followed. And the only one who might truly understand was the dragon itself, which was why he had so many questions that he wanted to ask. He glanced at Yalan. "I saw it today." Yalan purred, licking her lips, and stared back at Chen Ren. "Did you talk?" Number it looked, weak, faded, and so tired. Before she could press further, and he could tell whole, a deep, snarling howl ripped through the air, louder than any before. Chen Ren's head snapped toward the front lines, just in time to see little Yuz cry out. Blood flaring as a claw slashed across his face, forcing him backward. Ziwen tumbled from his shoulder, musket clattering against the stone as he hit the ground with a grunt and didn't rise. On the left flank, Li Xuan's stance faltered, the weight of the male alpha's strikes growing heavier with each blow. It wasn't that he was growing weaker. It was the wolves that had changed. Chen Ren's eyes swept over the field and saw it. The pups were gone. Every last one of them slain, broken, still. The bloodback alphas were no longer just fighting. They were mourning, and they were enraged. "Fuck! This is bad!" He turned toward Yalan. "I'll tell you later." Without another word, he leapt from the wall. Lightning flared at his heels and the wind roared in his ears as he descended. His eyes were fixed on the she-wolf mid-charge. Its crimson-streaked claws arced forward, aimed to finish little Yuz once and for all. But Chen struck first. He dipped low, momentum surging through him like a crashing tide, and slid beneath the beast's strike, palm surging upward with precision. His lightning-clad hand slammed into its ribcage, a dull crack echoing out as the force knocked the wolf sideways, claws tearing grooves in the earth as it skidded to a stop several steps away. Dust rose around them. Chen straightened, eyes cold, and glanced back toward Ziwen as he reached Little Yu's side. Get him treated? I'll handle it. Ziwen didn't need to be told twice. He nodded and dragged himself toward Yu's, beginning to apply basic healing powder from his pouch, even as the bonded beast protested faintly. Chen didn't look again. His attention returned to the she-wolf, who was now staggering to its feet. And up close, it was easier to see. The red and black, matted fur, now thick with blood, snow, and soot, the hardened muscle that was twitching beneath torn skin. One of its eyes was bloodshot, and there was a wound just below it from a glancing shot. It was obvious that the injuries weren't fatal, but they had been carved lethally. But it still looked ready to take on 100 men. Was it rage? The need for revenge? Or was it because they were naturally resistant? Chen exhaled at the thought, and the chi within him surged. His breakthrough to 8-star had brought with it a new clarity, a tautness to his meridians, a density in his chi. And now, he would test it. Without hesitation, he moved. Lightning coiled tighter around him, not wild, but refined, condensed. It arced across his chest and shoulders as he charged. Gear, the she-wolf reacted. Its hind legs tensed, and she sprang to the side. Narrowly avoiding the downward punch Ren had aimed at her spine. Her claws lashed out in retaliation, a streak of motion too quick for most mortals to follow. But not for him. He pivoted mid-strike. Starlight burst across his skin, a shimmering pale blue glow wrapping his forearm just as the claws connected. Claws scraped against chi-forged resistance. He gritted his teeth, caught the beast's paw mid-swipe, and with a growl of his own, heaved it over his shoulder, sending it careening through the air. Its body collided with a tree at the base of the slope, the wood groaning before splintering from the impact. The wolf let out a choked whimper, rolling onto its side as it struggled to stand. Behind him, a sharp, aching howl broke through the haze. Chen didn't turn. That'll be the male, he thought. Li Xuan, I'll leave that one to you. He surged forward again. The female had barely pushed its upright, thick ropes of muscle along its limbs twitching as she faced him once more. Her mouth opened wide, fangs bared. She lunged. Chen stepped into her charge, planted his feet, and caught the beast by its jaws, teeth inches from his throat. His hands locked onto either side of the she-wolf's gaping maw, and before it could clamp shut, lightning erupted from his Dantian wild, unrelenting, a pure storm crashing outward in all directions. Lightning frenzy! The blast created a white flash in the battlefield. The wolf's body convulsed in his grip, its limbs jerking violently as the current tore through the muscles, down the spine, and into the ground. It made no sound, only a broken gasp before its body collapsed at his feet, steam rising from the fur. The belly contracted deeply, showing off its rib cage. Chen stood over it, chest rising and falling, fingers still sparking faintly. He didn't celebrate, didn't speak. He simply turned, eyes narrowing, as the next howl rose in the air, this one deeper, louder, closer. The male. It was still coming, and this time it wasn't howling in grief, it was howling for blood. The she-wolf twitched. Its body lay broken, smoldering where lightning had torn through muscle and bone. But even now it struggled. Claws scraped faintly at the earth, legs trembling as it tried to rise. Chen watched in silence. There was no glory in this, no pride in seeing a once fierce creature reduced to this fragile motion, barely clinging to life. For a breath, he felt something shift in his chest, a weight, not of pity, but something quieter guilt. If you encounter this narrative on Amazon, note that it is taken without the author's consent. Report it. But it passed. He had fought too many battles in the last year. He had bled and endured and steeled his heart enough to know that mercy had no place here. Not anymore. Without another word, he raised his hand. A single strike, quick and clean. Lightning pulsed through his palm, and the she-wolf's head burst in a flash of force and light. No more twitching, no more suffering, just stillness. He knew that was the best gift he could give, a quiet death. Behind him, a hoarse roar came. Chen Ren turned just in time to see the male bloodback wolf charging forward. Red eyes locked onto him like burning coals. Its body, larger than its mates, moved like a boulder in a landslide, claws outstretched and jaws wide. Behind it, Li Xuan followed, panting but unyielding, sword flashing as he tried to close the gap. But the beast reached Chen Ren first. Its claw came down fast. There wasn't enough time to dodge, but there didn't need to be. A thin shimmer sparked to life around Chen Ren's body, the faint outline of his defensive technique, like a second skin. The claw struck, and energy flared, absorbing the brunt of the impact. Chen Ren's eyes narrowed. In the next instant, lightning surged down his legs. He crouched low, planted his foot, and then launched himself upward, driving his heel directly into the wolf's chest with all the force. The impact sent the beast flying backward through the air, its massive form spinning above Li Xuan's head. The cultivator ducked, barely avoiding the flailing limbs, and rolled to the side as the beast crashed into the earth with a pained snarl. Chen Ren didn't wait. Before it could recover, he was already moving, lightning crackling, chi condensed and singing through his blood as he descended on the wounded alpha. The beast twisted on the ground, desperate, half-curled in pain. Its forearms swept out, claws aiming wildly in an attempt to catch him. But Chen Ren was faster. He dipped beneath the swipe, fists coiling with power. His knuckles struck just below the creature's jaw. A clean, sharp punch to the throat. The beast let out a strangled sound as the force of the blow sank in, and then lightning burst outward from Chen Ren's fist, driving, deep, tearing through bone and tissue. The wolf convulsed once, then went still. For a moment, only the low crackle of spent energy remained. Smoke drifted from the wound. His arms still tingled from the release of force. Chen Ren straightened, slowly breathing through the adrenaline. He looked down at the beast's corpse. Both wolves, now lifeless at his feet, had been stronger than most. Even the male, who had withstood Li Xuan for far longer than Chen Ren expected, had only barely pushed him. He exhaled through his nose, letting the last embers of lightning fade across his skin. Mid-tier 2, at the very least, the male. Perhaps just shy of the peak. And yet, he thought, flexing his fingers, it hadn't felt like a real fight. No strain, no real pressure. Power still surged in his veins, thrumming beneath his skin like a river waiting to burst. This had only been a warm-up. A single breakthrough could shift the scales of battle. He had just proven that, before he could drift too far into thought. A ripple of noise drew him back. Cheers. It started softly. A few voices from the wall, scattered like distant bells. But it grew. Soon, it became a tide of voices, rising over the rampart as his sect members raised their muskets in the air, some pounding fists against the stone. Even the villagers who had clung to cover minutes ago now leaned forward, their faces flushed with awe and adrenaline. They were cheering for him. Chen Ren blinked, pulled out of himself. His gaze swept across the rampart until it landed on Yelan perched low. She didn't clap, didn't smile. Instead, her amber eyes were focused on him. Whatever was going through her mind was not good, Chen Ren just knew, before he could read more into it. Another voice cut through the noise. How? Chen Ren turned. Li Xuan stood a few paces behind, sword still in hand, breath visible in the cold air. His brow was furrowed, but more than that, his eyes were wide, face flushed red, mouth slightly parted, as if he were trying to piece together a puzzle that refused to fit. How did you get so much stronger in such a short time? Were you hiding your strength? He asked again. For a moment, Chen Ren felt a pang. Had he just widened Li Xuan's wall? I made progress in my Tao, he said. Li Xuan stared at him. You got enlightenment, just sitting around. His voice had an edge now, half disbelief, half the brittle weight of someone questioning their own path. Chen Ren offered a wry smile. My Tao's a bit special. It's more abstract than most. Hard to explain, that at least was half true. His Tao wasn't truly abstract. If anything, it was the most grounded concept imaginable, but it was powerful deceptively so. And even now, he didn't fully understand it himself. Some parts still slipped through his grasp like water through fingers. But Li Xuan didn't need to know that. Neither did the others. Let them think it was something vague and mysterious. Let them underestimate it. That was safer for everyone. Li Xuan didn't respond. Not immediately. His eyes drifted toward the bodies of the wolves, then down at his sword. The expression on his face shifted, like someone standing on the edge of something vast, unsure if they should step forward or retreat, before the moment could stretch too long. Another voice broke in. "Hey!" Ziwen approached, limping slightly but steady, with little Yuz leaning against his side. Its eyes were dim and tongue out panting. Ziwen glanced at the corpses, then at Chen Ren, then whistled low. "You didn't leave much for us." Chen Ren's gaze dropped to little Yuzi's. "He's okay?" Suwen nodded. "Yeah, he'll be fine. Recovery's already sped up a lot." He smiled faintly, patting him on the back. "Just needs some rest and a bit of salve. No bones broken." Yuz sank to the ground with a whimper. Chen Ren let out a quiet breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. Chen Ren gave Ziwen a small nod, but his eyes weren't on him anymore. They had drifted toward the ground, where the bodies of the wolf pups lay scattered small, fragile things compared to the adult beasts. Their red and black fur still shimmered faintly in the dim light, and for a brief moment, it was hard to look at them as monsters. They hadn't howled like their parents. They hadn't really fought. Most had run. A few had lunged on instinct, maybe out of fear, maybe in confusion, and now they were still, killed by bullets. He felt something twist in his chest. A quiet sadness that pulsed like a bruise beneath the ribs. They were just following their parents. They never got the chance to grow. He hated that part of this world, of any world. The moment hung between them until Ziwen's voice broke the silence. "You don't have to feel bad, sect leader Chen," he said, stepping closer and following his gaze. "These are bloodback wolves. Nasty ones. They're not like other beasts." Chen Ren glanced at him, and Ziwen continued. "They suck blood from anything they catch, humans, animals, even other monsters. That's how they grow stronger. We've lost hunters to them before, deeper in the forest. They don't just kill, they feed, and they enjoy it." He jerked his thumb toward little Yuzi's. Even he doesn't like them. Chen Ren's gaze softened as it flicked briefly toward Yuzi's, who snorted faintly and looked away. He nodded, slowly. "I know." But the weight in his chest didn't vanish. It never did, not completely. Still, he understood. This was the way of the world. Power ruled. Mercy came second, sometimes last. And no matter how he felt about it, the wolf pups would have grown into killers, just like their parents. There was nothing he could change now. With that thought pressed down, he turned and they began walking. Together, the four of them, Chen Ren, Li Xuan, Ziwen, and Yuzi, made their way back up to the rampart. As they crested the steps, the scene above had already shifted. Villagers lined the stone path, some injured, others dirty and soot-covered, but all standing. And as the group stepped into view, the people bowed. Quietly at first, then more openly as they passed. Chen Ren felt their gazes at his back. Then, as if appearing from the crowd itself, Chief Muyang moved towards them. He bowed low, deeper than the others, and straightened only when he spoke. "Thank you for your service, sect leader Chen," he said. His voice was rough but sincere. "If not for you, we wouldn't have been able to hold against those bloodbacks. Our hunters have feared them for generations." Chen Ren met his gaze and shook his head lightly. "It's all right, Chief. This is our duty. We live in this village, too." Li Xuan, standing just behind, gave a faint nod and added, "A righteous cultivator always helps those in need. They were only beasts." But Chief Muyang didn't move. His hands remained clasped, and his eyes shone with quiet intensity. "Still," he said, "for someone to fight for our lives, it is not a small thing. Everyone will remember this." Chen Ren said nothing to that, just offered a faint, awkward smile. praise had never sat well with him. He'd done what needed to be done, that was all. But then, the chief's gaze flicked past him, toward the rampart's edge to the corpses of the fallen wolves. His brow furrowed. By the way, what are you planning to do with the bloodback bodies? Chen Ren followed Chief Muyang's gaze toward the corpses of the bloodback wolves. Harvest, he said simply. Some of their organs might be useful in alchemy. Beasts store qi in strange ways. There's value in that. Chief Muyang gave a thoughtful nod but didn't stop there. What about the fur? He asked. This winter's been cruel, too cruel. A few of the wealthier families in the village have already come to me asking for ways to keep warm. Some of them said they're willing to pay good coin if they can get their hands on wolf fur coats. Chenren blinked at that. Fur coats? He echoed, half to himself. He glanced back at the bloodback's body. Its thick, rugged hide, still mostly intact despite the battle. The coarse fur, dense and sharp, shimmered faintly red in places where qi had warped the color. It wasn't beautiful exactly, but it was striking, memorable, and more importantly, durable. And just like that, an idea sparked. Not just a one-time harvest, not just pelts for profit, a business. Asterisk, 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 An. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Annual subscription is now on too. Also, this is Volume 2 last chapter. Read 15 chapters ahead here. Join the Discord server here. Magus Reborn is out now. It is a progression fantasy epic featuring a detailed magic system, kingdom building, and plenty of action. Read here